Well, how about before I call the meeting to order, I think we have some special guests from Pony League Baseball. You guys want to just stand up and wave so we can see y'all? All right. Thanks for coming down later on this evening. I think we're going to talk about maybe having you go participate in an international tournament. But maybe this morning. Or maybe tomorrow morning. Maybe tomorrow morning. So we wanted to acknowledge you because it's towards the end of our agenda and it could be a very long agenda. But thank you so much for coming down. We really appreciate it. And we appreciate your being such a good ambassador on behalf of the city. So thanks. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and I will ask the city attorney for a report out on closed session.
Items 1A, 1C, and 1D were discussed with no reportable action taken. Item 1B is Airbnb and HomeAway.com versus City of Santa Monica. The city prevailed in this litigation earlier this year when the U.S. Court of Appeals upheld the city's home sharing ordinance against a challenge by Airbnb and HomeAway.com. Following the court's order, Airbnb and the city have reached an agreement to ensure that home shares listed on the platform are licensed with the city in accordance with the requirements in the city's ordinance. Under the agreement, Airbnb will, among other things, take down unlicensed short-term rental listings upon city notice of non-compliance, monitor and remove multiple listings that exceed the city's home sharing limit, provide regular reports to the city to enhance the city's compliance efforts against hosts, and collect and pay a $2 per night fee to help support affordable housing in Santa Monica. This agreement has a term of 2 years.
All right, and do you need a motion or anything?
This agreement, actually, we don't need a motion.
Okay.
This agreement was approved by the council in closed session previously and has been signed and executed.
All right, thank you very much. Any other report out of closed session?
That concludes the closed session report.
All right, thank you very much. Then I think we are going to move on to the 2 items.
So next we have item 2A, which is recognition of outgoing Mayor Gleam Davis and installation of new Mayor Kevin McKeown. And I believe Councilmember McKeown is going to start this.
Well, Gleam is outgoing, and I do recognize her. That's her right there.
Well, there you go. Thank you all very much. It's been nice knowing you.
Gleam, it's hard to believe it's been a year already. You've done a great job in leading us through a difficult year. We have another difficult year ahead of us, but you'll still be with us, for which we're grateful. I'm grateful for your leadership. I thank you for your support. And I will endeavor to give you the same kind of support in this coming year.
Thank you.
The council has gotten together to get you something to thank you for your service. Now, first of all, that's why these are up here, obviously, okay? But also, Gleam has, as mayor, taken on something I don't think any mayor's done before. She's been going to our schools and other places where young people are and reading to kids as a way to introduce them to the joys of reading. And that was the Reading with the Mayor program, or Reading with Gleam. And what then more appropriate than for us to present you this book called Reading with Gleam. And that figure on the front of the book is not Kathy from the comic strip. That is Gleam, who appears throughout this book in various illustrations. And the text of the book, which I can't open because it's gift wrapped, is all about what Gleam has shared with young people in this community through the Reading with the Mayor program. So Gleam,
thank you.
on behalf of the council, thank you so much.
Well, that is absolutely the most meaningful gift that anybody could give me. It's been a great year going out and reading with young people and adults and drag queens. I have read with everyone throughout the community, and I've gone to all our fabulous libraries and to the Annenberg Beach House. And not only has it been great to share my love of reading with everyone throughout the community, I've met just so many wonderful people, especially families in this community. So I can't think of a more meaningful gift. Thank you so much.
I suspect our council members would like to say a word to thank you.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second. There's a couple of other things there's 2 speakers that are here to express their appreciation for you as well. And I just
Let's
received
have them
that.
go before the council then.
Yes. Okay, so we have someone from Senator Allen's office. And then we have another person, Daisy, from Congressman Liu's office. Is that correct? Okay.
Hello, good evening. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Ted Lieu, who represents the 33rd Congressional District, and I'm here to present a congressional certificate to the outgoing mayor. Thank you for all of your incredible work in the community, your leadership, your commitment to making a positive difference. In our office in particular, you've been a great support system with our Service Academy Day. Every February, we hold an event at the Los Angeles Air Force Base for students that are interested in attending a service academy. And you have participated throughout the years on the parent panel and shared your experiences with parents of applicants to the Service Academy. So the Congressman really appreciates all of your support with that, as well as with attending, some of our events like the Census Roundtable that we hosted recently. So again, thank you for all of your, wonderful contribution to the community. You truly do serve as an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Can I come down and say thank you?
Of course, of course.
Thank you so much. That's really neat. Say thank you to the Congressman for me, please. Here, I think we're going to get a picture. Always stay on.
Well, you don't have to go too far. You have to come back down here in a second. Hello, Council and Mayor Davis. We actually met for the first time right after you confirmed last year. On behalf of Senator Allen, I'm here tonight to give you this certificate of recognition. As you know, Santa Monica is very near and dear to the Senator's heart. And we wanted to thank you for your close leadership and guidance on all the issues that are going on in Santa Monica and all your help with continuing to allow us to do our job the best that we possibly can. So this certificate does state, in recognition of your many contributions and accomplishments as Mayor of Santa Monica, your outstanding commitment to public service has made a vital difference in the lives of so many. Thank you for putting your community first. I wish you continued success and fulfillment in your next chapter of life. Congratulations, Senator Ben Allen.
Thank you so much. Everyone has to be nice to me.
Well, now I think it's the council's turn to be nice to you, Glenn.
Well, no, let me, we have one more
another
thing
speaker?
before we get to that.
Okay. See, we don't have a mayor right now, so Miss Anderson Warren is in
Denise
charge.
is in charge.
So Glenn, we have a video to present to you.
Oh,
Oh, that's going to be me in my pajamas. The most important thing we can do as civic leaders and as adults is be good examples and show our community how much we love to read. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to do the Let's Read with Glean program. And we know that if we each use the bus just a little more, we'll each be doing our part to reduce emissions from Santa Monica. One of the sacred duties of all governments, federal, state, regional, and local, is to improve the well-being of their constituents. I, Glean Davis, Mayor, on behalf of the entire City Council, do proclaim the month of March as Women's History Month. One of the most important things we know is that visitors want to come to some place that's authentic. They're much more interested in a real, organic experience. If we work together, it is within our collective power to make 2019 a productive year that sees profound and positive change. And then we truly will be a sustainable city of well-being. Thank you very much. So we've closed down 2 miles of our Santa Monica streets from Main Street all the way up through Ocean so that people can enjoy the streets in a different way. That would be different. And it's wonderful to see our community come together today to honor the sacrifices that the men and women who have served this country in the military have made. I happen to be an Army mom myself, and I'm beginning to learn firsthand, not just about the sacrifices that military service people make, but that the sacrifices that their family makes. Join us in continuing to make Santa Monica a city that works for everyone in 2019 and beyond. Thank you. Thank you. better hope you're not going to show the Mr. Bean video.
So let me defer to the interim power. Ms. Anderson Warren, may I now ask the council members to, I think it's just appropriate we take a moment to thank Gleam for her service to us as a team, and I'd like to start with our Mayor Pro Tem, Terry O'Day, who will continue to be Mayor Pro Tem for the coming year, but has served alongside of Gleam for 2019.
Thank you, Gleam. It's been an honor serving with you as mayor. You have been in our community and around our world representing our values, and this video made that so clear. You do it so well because it's so much a part of what you care about. It's how you live your life. It's how you express yourself in your every action and every word. And there was no one prouder here than me when you were mayor, and I want to thank you for the service you gave us.
Thanks.
Councilmember Hara? We'll just go across.
As a newbie, I have to say that I am so thankful to your leadership, for your thoughtfulness, for your process, for your patience, for your endurance, for being able to make those tough decisions up here from the dais and making a difference in all of our communities. And I think that all of our residents in Santa Monica are exceedingly lucky to have had you as our mayor and to continue to serve them as council member. And I, for one, am exceedingly happy that not only have you been a special leader, but also to have you and be able to call you a friend. Thank you.
So like my colleagues, I'm deeply grateful for all the time and energy you put into serving as mayor. I know that when you turn back to being just one of us garden variety council members, you will continue to pursue the issues that are near and dear to your heart: well-being, education, making sure we have a community that thrives. But now that you've moved into the best neighborhood in the city, Ocean Park, and now that you're going to have a little bit more free time on your weekends, I know it's too much to ask that I might see you riding your bike on the beach bike path along me, but I hope to run into you walking on the beach path and enjoying the natural beauty of what Santa Monica has to offer and taking some time for yourself. I know, having been mayor before, one of the things you have to do first is put more time back into self-care. So I hope you do that.
So, Gleam, I already said a few things, but I didn't mention when I gave you the book from the council. That's not the only copy. There are, I think, 15 other copies of that book honoring your work with Read with Gleam that will be distributed to our libraries. So everybody in town will get a chance to see what you have done for our community. I'll be part of our libraries forevermore. In the back of that book are brief notes from each of us on the council. So I thought I'd share mine. I tried to write something having to do with you and books in particular. You know I'm fond of puns and wordplay. Gleam has authored a textbook chapter in how to fulfill the title of mayor. As an illustration, she's kept us on the same page with binding commitments to housing, equity, and well-being. Now, it's hard to bookmark or even index her greatest accomplishments due to their sheer volume. Gleam showed her spine, championing chapter and verse of all that a mayor should cover. So I'll close the book on those comments.
Well, so as Ted remarked, Ted's gain is my loss, right? No more will I have a lift home from these meetings, right? I guess I'm on my own now. I have to say that this has been, I am not a total newbie, but this has been the most organized and orderly year of meetings I've ever seen. I think that some of them would have lasted till 6 a.m. had you not been the mayor. And I really appreciate your keeping us in line and keeping us from going off track. And Kevin, you have tough, yes, a tough hill to climb. So thanks for everything.
Thank you, Sue.
So for me, this is a particular point of importance. This is my first year on the council and my 42nd year in town. And so I've seen this city change many years, but I've never been able to point to how it's gotten better specifically, point by point, agenda item by agenda item. And you have showed me how to do that. I can't tell you how much I've learned from watching you. You're just an incredible role model to me personally, but I know to so many more. So I couldn't ask for a better person to lead me and help me understand how this works. I'm so grateful for your leadership and your wisdom, your service to our city. And thank you so much for making us better.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can, I'll jump in briefly. I, in my own way, am still a newbie, and before that was a resident. And as a resident, I had no insight into the amount of tireless work and the incredible dedication that the people on this dais and that you in particular put into this city. So I want to thank you for everything that you have done this year and in so many years prior to make our community the place that it is.
Do we have any comments from the city clerk?
Other than move along.
Yeah, I'll save mine, Glenn.
And the city manager's office?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Mayor Davis, very few people carry the title of mayor and have carried it in the history of the city of Santa Monica. You now join a very distinguished group of people stretching back over the 143 years we've been a city. And someone who's not been mayor does not understand just how difficult a role it is. Our charter grants no special powers to the mayor other than to preside over the city council. And yet, because of that title, everyone thinks you have 100% of the responsibility for anything that goes wrong in the city. And you hear more about that than you hear about all the things that went right. But because of your leadership, a lot of things went right in 2019. Two of the most important ones, and for which I have personal enormous debt of gratitude, is how you led us through the difficult budget process that will set us over the next 10 years on a path of fiscal sustainability. You showed uncommon grace, steel-eyed courage, and common sense through a very difficult and lengthy process. So I'm personally grateful for that. And I think all of us on the staff are deeply grateful for your leadership on well-being. It is really the cornerstone of our Latin motto, a happy people in a happy place. Well-being is what that stands for, and your leadership and the incredibly successful summit at the college just last month will stand as a landmark for many, many decades to come. So thank you on behalf of all the city staff who appreciate your leadership and the leadership that the entire council has shown in this city during 2019.
Well, I want to be brief because I know we have a hefty agenda and I don't want to stick Kevin right behind the 8 ball first night out. But I really do want to thank everybody. This has been the most remarkable year. It's meant a lot to me. It's certainly a honor and privilege to be the mayor of this fabulous city, but it was frankly just a ton of fun too. I just met so many wonderful people. I got to read to kids at the library in my pajamas, and only a few people made fun of my pajamas. But I also got to do fabulous things like talk about well-being with ministers throughout the world and about how important it is. And I know, as I said at the State of the City, that we don't live in a perfect world, and this is not a perfect city. But what I am impressed with day in, day out, and this certainly goes to each and every one of my colleagues here on the dais, but each and every resident of the city, certainly our hardworking staff, and anyone who cares about this city, is that overwhelmingly the majority of the people who are here want to work collectively to make the city better. And I think it's that kind of movement, that kind of philosophy that makes Santa Monica such a special place. We certainly have differences, we certainly care about different things, but at the end of the day, the vast majority of people in this town care deeply about the city and are committed to making it better. And really that makes the job of mayor so much easier when we're all pulling the same direction. So I just want to thank everyone for all the support. I want to thank everyone for the kind words tonight. And I want to tell Kevin, I hope I didn't leave you too big a mess. So thank you very much. We're going to shift seats now.
Now there'll be a brief pause in the adventure while we reorganize
Right,
ourselves.
and we don't have a gavel, but I am handing over the most important piece of paper in the city, the mayor's agenda.
You really ought to open up that book, Mayor. It's going to go down in the annals of literature.
Well, I think it's, no, that's the mayor's agenda.
Yeah, that'll keep.
Yeah, you should keep that. I think this is mine. Yes, it says yes, I do.
Okay, Mayor, once you get situated, we're going to ask that you all we're going to take another pause because we have to take the new picture for the website.
Yeah, perfect. No pictures. All right. We can get four in the back. We can get the front. Share who goes where. As long as I can see.
Well, I guess I sit in the front. Huh?
Yeah, you sit in the front. Yeah. All right, does that work? Can you see yourself?
As a tall guy, this is one of the few times I get to sit in the front row for a picture.
I'd stand up, but then it would look funny because you'd be the only one sitting down.
Yeah.
What do I do?
Should I hold the?
Whoops. Hang on, we got a crooked iPad here.
Can you just put it down, Kevin?
Do you want this down too? Does that help?
There we go. Somebody's done this before.
Well, that was exciting. You folks may not realize how much stuff we all have in front of us up here on the dais. This week's agenda is over 1,000 pages, so a bunch of stuff. I don't feel any need here to make a speech. I've been here before. We already know 2020 is going to be a very challenging year. And as your mayor, I will embrace that challenge. And I know we're going to get through this well because we have such a capable council, hardworking staff, and engaged community. I mean, what more can a mayor ask for? From housing to the economy, to public safety, to the quality of life. My watchwords as mayor are going to be cooperation and commitment. And I think you'll see that at work with this entire council and city staff. And I invite the community to join us in what I say will be a challenging, but I think will be a very rewarding 2020. So thank you all, and now I think we still have more business to do. We don't get to go home tonight like we often do after seating a mayor.
We do. We have item 2B, which is recognition of Adam Rosinski, Chief Consumer Protection Division.
And Adam is here somewhere, I hope.
Oh.
I recognize Adam. Yeah, there he is. So Adam, come on down and be recognized officially. So you all know the commendation game. This is whereas, whereas, whereas. And I think I'm going to make it a practice as mayor, rather than to read this whole thing, to just say a few words about the person or organization being honored. If you've ever had a company charge your credit card after you thought you'd canceled your account, you can thank Adam for that not happening anymore, because that's one of the cases that he pursued on behalf of the city and our community. And Adam doesn't always win. He's a Cubs fan. Adam, you're much beloved among your colleagues. We really appreciate, as a council, as a city, what you've done for us over the years. This is a bit tough. This is the very first commendation that I've gotten to sign as mayor. There's my name down at the bottom. And I'm trying very hard not to take it personally that you've chosen to leave at this moment. So Adam, what do you have to say for yourself?
Thanks very much. Thanks, Kevin. It's been an amazing 30 years here. Santa Monica is an incredible city and does great things, and it's been a great place to grow up and go from being a kid to being a grown-up. The people here are amazing. I'm going to miss everybody here a lot. And thanks to Santa Monica Council over these many years for doing so many amazing things and letting us get involved in some exciting projects together. It's been great. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
I note that all of Adam's colleagues in our legal department stood up, and I believe that our city attorney wants to add something.
I do. Unfortunately, I can't let Adam walk out the door without sharing a few words both from myself and from my predecessor. Council, we spend a great deal of time in this building talking about what it means to be a public servant. Adam is one of our best. For 30 years, he has worked tirelessly for this community to make sure that our businesses pay workers fairly, recovering more than $650,000 for workers who were cheated out of pay, to make sure that our companies operating locally or nationally disclose their prices and practices honestly, and our landlords live up to the obligations of our laws, redefining what it means to harass a tenant, quite literally. Adam's work on Smoke-Free Santa Monica and other key initiatives has set national trends. The laws he has drafted and the litigation he has brought has made our community healthier in all senses of the word. In the process, he has shown those who follow in his footsteps how to advocate for the public fiercely, ethically, and effectively. My predecessor, Marcia Moutry, asked me to share these words. Whether arguing in the California Supreme Court, shutting down fraudulent gold sellers, protecting tenants against harassment, helping make Santa Monica smoke-free, or entertaining his co-workers with his music and his family's movies, Adam is always all in. fully committed to his work, to the office, to community welfare, and to the pursuit of justice. As a lawyer, he is bold, creative, and tenacious. As a colleague, he is enthusiastic, inclusive, and attentive to group well-being. He worked hard. He made the city and the office better places. And he used his multiple talents and abilities to help many, many people. And I don't think he's done. Adam has more to give, and whatever he chooses to do, he will do it well. But that's later, tonight, and for now, here's to Adam's stellar career with the city. It was an honor and a great pleasure to share work with him and witness his success. Adam's wife, Kelly, son, Jackie, and daughter, Sadie, are here with us tonight. I want to thank each of them and thank Adam for sharing his tremendous talents with this community over the last 30 years. The city attorney's office, the city and our community, locally and beyond, are all meaningfully better for the time that you spent here, and we are very grateful. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Steele, I believe that our former city attorney, Marcia Moutry, may have sent some comments. Did they come to you?
Which were included in my remarks,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have to let him go?
I've been trying to hang on to the feet, but he insists that they'll be walking out.
Okay. Good luck and good future, and congratulations. Ms. Anderson-Warren, what do we have next?
Next, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 4 requests to speak.
And I have those before me. Now, it's the first time we've gotten to speaking, so let's just remind people that to move through this quickly, we ask that if you've asked to speak, you line up against the wall. I'll call some names in advance. The first is Olga Zaranska. That'll be followed by Denise Barton. A stuck card from Zena Josephs and Harvey Eater. Ms. Zaranska, you've had time donated by David Morris. David, can you indicate that you're here? And he's here, so you will have, you've requested 2 minutes, but actually you can have 4 with the donation.
Good evening. I'm speaking about M. City staff recommends that the Housing Authority Board approve the proposed revisions and adopt the draft Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Housing Authority Board must not approve the plan because the plan has not gone through the Resident Advisory Board process as mandated by Title 24 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 903.13. The role of the Resident Advisory Board is to assist the Housing Authority in developing the Housing Administrative Plan and in making any significant amendment or modification to the plan. However, the Santa Monica Housing Authority has failed to establish a Resident Advisory Board for at least 11 years now. This is shocking. A lack of a Resident Advisory Board supports an autocratic rather than a democratic system within the Housing Authority. There is no separate forum for program participants to provide input on decisions and policies that affect their lives and improve the effectiveness of the program. Should the Housing Authority Board approve this housing plan, drafted in violation of the federal law, myself and other advocates will have no choice but to request that HUD reject the plan until it has gone through the required Resident Advisory Board process. There is absolutely no controversy as to whether the Santa Monica Housing Authority is required to establish a Resident Advisory Board or not. The U.S. Housing and Urban Development website reads, in pertinent part, quote, Section 8 only public housing agencies are not exempt from the Resident Advisory Board requirement and must also appoint 1 or more Resident Advisory Boards that adequately represent the population served, end quote. Again, the Housing Authority Board must not approve the housing plan because it was drafted in violation of the federal law without the input from a Resident Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barton, you're next.
And good evening. Let's look at item 3G, where at the top of page 3 it states, the senior housing test has been met with 32% of assisted units deed restricted to seniors within the previous 10 years. But the report this information is for is only for 5 years, from January 1st, 2014 to June 30th, 2019. Would that mean you're not meeting the numbers you're supposed to? Or would it mean you're committing fraud for affordable housing funding? Either way, it doesn't make the city or any of you look good. Next, in item 3M, how can creating more competition for affordable housing that is non-existent in Santa Monica not result in seniors and the disabled being displaced? But how can you expect anything different when you reduce the HUD criteria of a 36 hours for work priority to 25 hours for many in the retail and hospitality sectors, which can be found toward the bottom of page 3 of the staff report? And do you not think mandating working over 40 hours for a live-in aid is not only illegal but extremely discriminatory to seniors and the disabled? So what if there's a live-in aid for 40 hours a week and the family takes care of things on the weekend? In ending, is it of concern to anyone that the Santa Monica Housing Authority doesn't seem to want to let the public know what other minor and clarifying changes it's making to the voucher programs, which can be seen at the top of page 5 of the staff report? Is Barbara Collins hiding things again, or is she afraid of public input? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zena Josephs, followed by Harvey Etter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding 3M, the approval of the draft Housing Authority Administrative Plan, I believe that the Housing Authority Administrative Plan is deficient because the city has not created the HUD-required Resident Advisory Board to review and comment on the plan. In the staff's written response to public comments, they seem to feel that having 2 Section 8 tenants on the Housing Commission is the same as having an entire Resident Advisory Board. One of these commissioners never misses a meeting, but the other commissioner is often late or absent. So to have essentially 1.5 people representing all Section 8 tenants in the city does not seem realistic or right. Regarding 3B, the Big Blue Bus proposal, creating a bus-only lane on eastbound Pico Boulevard will affect Sunset Park residents as well as businesses on the south side of Pico. The Friends of Sunset Park Board of Directors looks forward to some sort of presentation about this proposal and the one for eastbound Ocean Park Boulevard so we can have a chance to understand the proposals and get our questions answered by staff before they come before the City Council again. As you may be aware, there are only 3 east-west streets in Sunset Park that one can travel between Lincoln and Centinela. Those are Pico, Pearl, and Ocean Park Boulevard. All 3 are already extremely congested in the afternoon when commuters head home, when SMC classes let out, and when SMC offices close. During the afternoon peak period, according to the report, speeds are less than 9 miles an hour on Pico Boulevard between 18th and Centinela, and average 7.5 miles per hour on Ocean Park Boulevard between 25th and Centinela. So we will look forward to learning more about the Big Blue Bus proposals and how they will make our neighborhood better. Thank you.
Thank you. And wrapping up the public comment on our consent calendar tonight is Harvey Etter.
Thank you. My name is Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and for Public Solar Power Coalition. I'm supposed to go 2 minutes, but I just saw that number 9 is about step up. If I can do a minute there and a minute here. It's about 3G and 3M.
You can use your 2 minutes any way you wish to, Mr. Etter.
Okay. This needs to be amended to include the Section 8 home ownership program, which has been around since 2001. And this needs to be amended and it needs to be given a priority over the regular rent Section 8. We need equity. We need dignity. I consider myself, having been 20 years here on Section 8 and now on the street, that it's time for a change now. And they've been hiding the ball for 10 years in the city. The county's got it. The city's got it. It's outrageous that you folks don't have it. And I consider myself a member, ad hoc member, for 11 years of the advisory committee.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment on the consent calendar. And as the public comment indicated, one of the decisions before us here within the consent calendar involves the Housing Authority. So, Ms. Anderson-Warren, without further delay, I think we probably should convene ourselves as the Housing Authority along with the council so that we can then decide which of these items might be pulled from the consent
Okay,
calendar.
so before we go there, I have another administrative item, and I apologize for overlooking this, but I need to ask if any members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting.
Anybody else? Well, you did. Why don't you go ahead? I'll get used to it.
I was going to say, I know it's new for you, but, or at least the second time.
Says right there, Ted Winterer.
Yeah. And that's me. You recognize me? Yes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Winterer.
Yeah. Thank you. So November 18th and 19th, I attended the Cities Thrive Conference in New York City, a gathering of individuals from public agencies and cities and counties around the United States to look at the challenges we all face with mental health problems and substance abuse issues. Just as an example, one of the two compelling statistics we heard there is that 1 in 5 Americans have some form of mental illness, and 8% have a serious form of mental illness. Some of the things I took away from it is the city of New York City has already trained 141,000 people in what they call mental health first aid. So the people are trained to recognize the signs of incipient mental illness and direct those individuals to the appropriate services before the problems get compounded. There was an intriguing presentation by the chief of the Nashua, New Hampshire Fire Department, where they have an enormous problem with opioid addiction, and what he's done is turn all of his fire stations into what he calls safe stations, where people who want to get help with their substance abuse problems, that we all know that for whatever reasons, the fire departments across the country are considered some of the most trustworthy individuals in our community. So you go to the fire department and you say, I'd really like some help with my drug addiction, and they will, within 15 minutes, they promise to connect you with a service provider who will get you into a rehab program. The other thing that was really interesting was to learn that how many safe and affluent communities across our country have discovered that while they thought they were thriving, they had an alarmingly high suicide rate. So it was really intriguing as, you know, these are issues that get neglected in a lot of communities. Fortunately, here we pay more attention to them through our well-being lens and other parameters, but I took away a lot from it, and it's definitely these are issues that sometimes we don't pay. We're paying attention to traffic and development, et cetera. We're not paying attention to mental health. So it was a very rewarding conference.
Thank you. And since our last meeting, I went to the National League of Cities Conference, which this year was in San Antonio, Texas. This is a convocation of mayors, council members, and senior staff. And of course, what we all share from all of our states is that we are part of city government, the level of government most intimately in touch with the people we serve. So at this conference, we talked about emerging regulatory arenas, which include micromobility, something that we've certainly wrestled with here. We talked about technology and cybersecurity, the new challenges that face us in keeping your information safe when we have to collect it to be able to do business with you. We talked about creating sustainable, livable cities, something we're certainly committed to, housing preservation and neighborhood stability, and frankly, there'll be some material I brought back for this conference that I'll be bringing up during our housing study session in just a few minutes. And I was able to share the success of our approach to vacation rentals, which, although we hadn't reached the point where we could announce the settlement, we passed a law 4.5 years ago that is pioneering in what it does to protect our housing from vacation rentals. Other cities have been looking at and are now adopting that. We have been able to sustain that law in court. Now, as you heard earlier, we've reached a settlement. So this is an area in which we, Santa Monica, highly challenged by vacation rentals, have been able to lead other cities to find ways to deal with them equitably so that people can still do home sharing and we don't lose our permanent housing to commercial uses. So I think it was a very useful trip, and thank you all for the opportunity to share our experiences. Now, Ms. Anderson-Warren, if you would, let's see if there's a housing authority in the House.
Okay, so first I have to say that the state law requires that you guys are being paid $50 to sit as the housing authority. And so I'm asking that you want to, if you want to join the consent calendar with the housing authority, I can do a roll call.
I think we should do that since it's part of the consent.
Okay. Commissioner Moreno? Commissioner Himmelrich.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Winter.
Here.
Commissioner Hara.
Here.
Vice Chair O'Day.
Present.
And Chair McKeown.
Here. So now we are back to the point where we just heard the public testimony on our consent calendar. And having heard that, do any council members wish to pull any of the items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Marina.
I'd like to pull 3B. It's about the pier, and my family's business on the pier precludes me from being involved in any direction.
All right, so we'll separate that out so that you may recuse yourself. Councilmember Hara.
I'd like to pull 3M.
All right, so 3B and 3M have been pulled. Are there any other wishes to pull?
M as in Mary.
Mary.
Seeing none, then I'd entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll move we approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of item 3B and 3M.
Moved by Winterer, seconded by Davis. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Commissioner Morena. Yes. Councilmember Commissioner Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Chair McKeown.
Yes. So with the exception of items 3B and 3M, the consent calendar passes unanimously by a 7-0 vote. Councilmember Marina, did you want to announce why you're recusing yourself on 3B, and then we'll move on to that?
To avoid any perceived conflict of interest between my family business on the pier.
So if you'll just take a moment to absent yourself from the room, we'll be able to proceed. And then we'll come back to item 3M, which was pulled by Councilmember Hara. And Councilmember Morena, for future reference, you can duck quickly out the side door. That's okay, keep going. By law, we have to wait till he's out of the room. Would the clerk announce the item that we're about
So
to
3B
discuss?
is Twilight Concert Series 2019 recap and funding requests for 2020 season.
There were no questions, but is there any question at this point or any motion?
I will move item 3B.
Second.
So that has been moved by Councilmember Winterer and seconded by Councilmember Hara. Seeing no further discussion requested, we can do this by a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that passes by a 6-0 unanimous vote, with Councilmember Moreno recused, and he can now be invited back into the room. So we can proceed with item 3M. And while he's coming back, could the clerk call item 3M, please?
Sure. Item 3M, it's the housing item. Item 3M is approval of the draft Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Councilmember Hara, you pulled this. Do you want staff clarification? Do you have questions?
I do. I would like to have a little bit of clarification between the reduction of hours for employees, and I know that they are in the same tier as anyone who actually lives in the city and works outside of the city, and they are at the same limit of 25 hours. Am I understanding that correct? For those that come into the city that work 25 hours and live outside of the Santa Monica?
Barbara Collins, Housing and Economic Development. Yes, they are equal. The Tier 2 preferences are for people who are rent burdened in rent controlled apartments as the live preference, and that's intended to address individuals who would not be eligible for the POD program or do not meet the senior eligibility criteria for POD. And then based on community feedback, there are a lot of people who work in Santa Monica but did not work the 36 hours total that we had as a previous requirement. And a lot of people are cobbling together several different low-paying jobs that can't qualify under the 36-hour requirement. So we reduced that to a 25-hour requirement to try to allow greater eligibility for those that were working in Santa Monica.
So in essence, what we're doing is we're saying we are welcoming people that work here in Santa Monica so that they will be able to stay here, eliminating some of our traffic and some of our other concerns. And then all those that work outside of Santa Monica that live here in Santa Monica would get the same or equal. And we're only basing it on the burden of salary. Am I understanding correctly? Just want to make sure.
They have to be income qualified to be
Okay.
eligible for Section 8, which is a federal requirement. And so we did have people that were 36 hours that qualified, but the community is saying, you know, they're not getting that many hours in low-paid occupations in Santa Monica. So they might work 10 hours or 24 hours at a hotel. They may work 3 hours or 5 hours somewhere else. And so they're having a really hard time meeting that 36-hour threshold. So based on what we were hearing in the community, we decided to lower that to 25 to make more working people eligible. It also reduces our overall subsidy that we normally provide if households are working and have a higher income. And so the amount of subsidy we pay per voucher is reduced, which extends the number of vouchers we can provide overall.
Okay, thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
So I don't see anybody else in the queue. We're being asked by staff as the Housing Authority Board that we approve the proposed revisions and adopt the draft Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That plan is in the packet. I mentioned how big our packet is this week. I think 650 pages of that packet are this plan. So is there a motion on?
I move 3M.
Second.
So it's been moved by Himmelrich and seconded by O'Day. Seeing no further requests to speak, could the clerk please call the roll of the Housing Authority?
Commission Member Moreno?
Yes.
Commission Member Himmerich?
Yes.
Commission Member Davis?
Yes.
Commission Member Winter?
Yes.
Commission Member Hara?
Yes.
Vice Chair O'Day?
Yes.
Chair McKeown?
Yes. And so that is adopted as requested by a unanimous vote, 7-0 of the Housing Authority, which at this point I think has done its work for the night, so we can adjourn the special meeting of the Housing Authority at this point. The bad news is, council members, we still have a lot of work to do. If the clerk could move us on, we have a big old study session coming.
Next, we have item 4A, which is discussion and possible direction on work effect efforts related to housing policy, including an update on recent state and regional housing production efforts and preliminary findings from Affordable Housing Production Program feasibility testing, and you have 17 requests to speak.
And before we start the staff report, since you mentioned the number of requests to speak, this might be a good time to clarify the different lengths for which people can speak. We allow people representing boards or commissions to speak for 5 minutes. The typical speech time for a member of the public is 2 minutes. If somebody donates you their time, a member of the public may speak for 4 minutes. Got it so far? Here's the special deal. If your comments are short and you don't want to wait and speak at the end of a long queue of people who are going to talk tonight, if you are willing to speak for 1 minute, you go to the head of the line. So keep that in mind. Good evening.
Good evening. Jingyo, Planning Manager, here to provide an update to Council on housing policy efforts and to introduce, structure some of a study session tonight on everything that's happening at the state, regional, and local level. So our presentation tonight is really, we view this really as the beginning of a conversation to understand what's happening at a variety of levels with respect to housing policy, review where the city has been at historically with housing production, provide some background about that, and then providing an update as to our work thus far, seeking council direction and comment on steps forward at this point. So the purpose of the study session tonight, I think it's important to note that we're not taking a vote on anything at this moment in time. The RHNA process is still unfolding. We don't expect for there to be a final methodology until January, February of next year. So it is in a couple of months. But we're starting this conversation early, to try and get ahead of what are going to be anticipated to be potentially some very large allocations. The AHPP study that Council directs us to do, there is a progress update that's been provided in the staff report, and we will provide an update on that as well. So to start off with, before we move forward, we kind of have to look a little bit at where we've been in terms of housing production. So in terms of progress towards RHNA, this is as of October, kind of end of October, where we're at. So you can see the RHNA is the far left column, so that this is our current housing element cycle. And there's a total allocation there of 1,674. That second column, the quantified objective, is the target that we are trying to meet. That was the number that was discussed with HCD, that was certified as part of a housing element that took into account, a variety of constraints that were apparent at the time the housing element was certified. So that is a slightly lower number at 1,371. You can see that the city in general has done well in producing. Overall, total amount of housing production exceeds the RHNA. Done well at the extremely low income and the very low income levels. That's the red overage, not negative. It's that's the overage in terms of the amount of housing you're required to produce, and also at the above moderate. Where we are not quite there yet is with respect to the low and moderate income category. It's important to note that you don't get a credit for producing more than the number. So the red numbers you see there, it's not like it transfers over to something else. It's just counted as zero in terms of the state's accounting for that. And in the far right column is what's approved. So that's kind of like what's coming up in the pipeline that is not yet in construction. So we thought it would be helpful to provide some context as to how Santa Monica compares to peer cities within the SCAG region and also coastal cities within the region as well. So this is West Side and coastal cities. This is organized by total RHNA. So from highest to lowest allocation, and we kind of put a little box around comparable cities, other cities that have similar allocations to ours. And so you can see there, that Santa Monica, relative to those peer cities, is doing very well, compared to cities like Redondo and Huntington Beach. And the percentages are misleading, of course, because, for some cities that have an allocation of 3 or 2 compared to our 1,674, obviously, where you get a much higher percentage relative to what the allocation was. Proposition R, that is a local voter initiative that was passed in 1990, and that mandates that 30% of all multifamily housing in the city completed each fiscal year affordable and occupied by low and moderate income households. So you can see here, this is an accounting from Proposition R reports that are published annually by the Housing Division. And the city has largely met those goals over time. However, in recent years, that's not been the case. Not surprisingly, with the loss of affordable housing funding sources, it's been much harder to produce those units. Housing production, this is from permit data. March 26, 2019 this is a little bit of a look back from action that the council took earlier this year to temporarily suspend the availability of the 5% extremely low income option in our affordable housing production program. So this is just providing a little bit of, snapshot in time since that time to now, how many housing projects have been submitted. There are 3 settlement projects. I think maybe another couple have come in. These have to do with the single room occupancy projects that were submitted downtown. And then there are also 2 projects in what we call the boulevards areas, one at just outside the downtown Santa Monica Boulevard, and another was a 100% affordable housing project. I will note that we do have a few that are kind of in pre-submittal stage, so those will be coming forward in the next month or so. In terms of the landscape of housing at the state and regional level, state has declared really a housing crisis. There are many Californians that are experiencing homelessness across the state, many more who are on the brink of homelessness, a paycheck away from losing their homes. It's estimated, the state estimated that California has to build 3.5 million new homes by 2025 to accommodate just the current demand. This is not even looking, projecting forward. And so, what that led to is, when you look at the SCAG region, they estimated the SCAG region needs 1.3 million units, just to accommodate our demand itself. And so that really was the basis, for the RHNA process that's ongoing right now. The state has been very aggressive in terms of putting together, legislative bills to address this housing crisis. 2019 legislative session was very active. This kind of dates back to the original sessions. Starting in 2017. It sort of ramped up over time. These are just highlights of some of the bills in the current session with respect to funding for completion of the next cycle housing, so the 6th cycle housing element, the upcoming one. SB 330 is a bill that addresses really more procedural processing issues, again, removing a lot of barriers to the processing, just kind of streamlining the process more. AB 1763 will provide more opportunities for 100% affordable housing in terms of density bonuses and the like. And then, there's additional legislation dealing with removing barriers for the production of accessory dwelling units. As I mentioned, at the regional level, that 1.3 million, number for SCAG translates to the regional housing needs assessment process. This is a process that staff has been following since last summer, and our SCAG has been, going through. And they've been through a variety of iterations of methodology. At this moment in time, SCAG did adopt a methodology, and it is with HCD for review for a 60-day review period at the moment. We did provide the estimate tool that SCAG created, and for Santa Monica, our estimate at this moment is about 9,000 units total, of which 50% are at the lower income levels. However, like I said, this process is, still, this is not final. It's still definitely playing out. And we provided there just a percentage breakdown in terms of the variety of income levels that the allocation is estimated at this point. This is the upcoming schedule. So like I said, it's in that 60-day review period. The final methodology will be January, February. We don't expect the final numbers, to be totally complete until October 2020 of next year. What happens between January, February, and October is sort of this appeal period that goes on. And, what's new is that you can appeal not only your allocations, but you can appeal other jurisdictions' allocations as well. So should be fun times. And fall 2021 is the housing element has to actually be certified by then. So we will be working towards that date. One of the key parts of the housing element is something called the suitable sites inventory. What that is you have to identify within your housing element sites to accommodate the allocation they give you. So you need to prove that there are, a variety of sites and the capacity to accommodate the number of housing units that are in your housing element. This is all codified in Government Code Section 65583.2, and that's kind of a rundown of some of the rules. It has become more stringent in recent legislative sessions, and we'll kind of run through kind of a broad overview as to what's new, as we're still kind of learning through it, and we will certainly learn more as we go through the housing element cycle. I will note that in the current housing element, adopted housing element, that is largely based on the loose growth strategy. So our adopted general plan informed the current suitable sites inventory that is adopted in our current housing element. And I'll show you a map of what that looks like later. So what's different with the suitable sites criteria? It actually gives more teeth to housing elements. If you've kind of been around this stuff, prior housing elements in the past were very much sort of math, data exercises, and that has definitely ramped up. There's real consequence, for not meeting the targets. So they're really trying to make sure that what is certified, can actually be produced. What's been added is that you cannot you can only include non-vacant sites with realistic development potential. So what that means is that it's assumed in a built-out city like Santa Monica, for example, existing sites are assumed to be an impediment to housing. And so, we do have a challenge probably ahead of us in terms of, identifying sufficient or enough suitable sites, determining what is non-vacant. Parking lots are not vacant, for example. Where there are a lot of existing uses, there will be kind of a burden of proof as to how likely, is that site to turn over to housing. If we want to recycle sites from prior housing elements, which may be a possibility, it's required that those sites be then, zoned for 20% inclusionary, and that housing be by right on those sites. So that is kind of an important thing to keep in mind. And there is a limitation on assigning capacity to sites, so you can't just assume that every site is going to develop to maximum capacity. Again, this is an entire exercise to determine realistic potential. So what that means, RHNA gets bigger, and we may have fewer suitable sites, so it's really a do more with less potentially. There is a limitation, like I said, on the use of non-vacant sites. There's a very strict definition, so that all of this leads to potential for certainly fewer sites. There is kind of an ongoing monitoring aspect to this because there's a known net loss requirement, which means that after our 6th cycle element is certified, where there are future projects on those sites identified in the suitable sites inventory, if projects are approved on those sites that are fewer units than what was certified in your housing element, you need to kind of make up the difference somewhere else. And so, that will be something that we will have to keep in mind going forward. As I indicated, this is the map of the current suitable sites inventory. So this is in our current certified element. There are 77 suitable sites, and you can see here represented by these dots. And you're probably wondering why there's so few of them. Well, as I indicated, it was based on a loose growth strategy, if you recall, very much a conservation plan with respect to protecting our residential neighborhoods, which are about 97% of the city, 96% of the city, and encouraging growth, in areas around jobs and transit, so our downtown, Bergamot, our commercial districts. Note that these dots are not an indicator of capacity. They're all kind of the same, whether it was 300 units or 50 units on there. With the 77 suitable sites, about 3,700 units were estimated for development potential on our suitable sites inventory. And so far, we kind of looked through it, and we have 8 of the sites have either a project that's been completed, constructed, or has had approval, leaving 69 remaining. There are definitely implications for noncompliance. If you are in violation of your certified housing element, increasingly the state is pursuing, largely through judicial remedies, whether it's lawsuits or fines or what have you. Importantly to the city, if we, depend on any funding sources or grants and the like that require a certified housing element, those could potentially be in jeopardy, or it would put the city at risk of not being eligible for those funding sources as well. I'm going to turn it over to Peter now, who's going to go over our growth management history.
Thanks, Jean. Good evening, Council. Peter James, City Planning. So my role up here this evening is really to lay a little bit of groundwork and talk about the history of growth management practices in Santa Monica over the past 30 or 40 years, and to talk a little bit about the mechanics of zoning and some of the other tools that we have at our disposal to address some of these potentially significant changes to state legislation. I wanted to start by just talking about the existing context of Santa Monica. In doing this analysis, looking back over the past 4 decades, one thing we wanted to establish was where we're at right now. And so we took a building layer from our GIS database and analyzed the typical height of all buildings on our corridors and in our growth areas that Jing identified. It's pretty simple math, and the point of this is just to show that we've been very successful in retaining our small beach town character. And we've largely done this through our general plan and our specific plans, our area plans, and of course our zoning ordinances. But as you can see here, we are predominantly a 1- and 2-story town, with some exceptions, oddly enough, at 26th Street up near Brentwood, in portions of Bergamot, and of course in our downtown. So that's where we're at today. So the question is, how did we get there? Just for the uninitiated, a quick introduction to zoning. Zoning is a tool that we use in the city to separate land uses, to ensure that we don't have water treatment facilities in residential neighborhoods, we don't have noxious uses next to places where people play or where they live. And in Santa Monica, we have 31 unique zoning districts in our 8.3 square miles. And by point of comparison, the city of Los Angeles at 503 square miles has 47 zoning districts. So we take zoning pretty seriously in Santa Monica. We get pretty granular. And it's the tool that we use to regulate things like height and density, parking and other metrics that really affect the way the city is developed. And as Jing mentioned, it's really predicated in this decade by the 2010 land use and circulation element, which was a conservation plan, and it outlined that all the areas here noted in green are to be relatively preserved, to redirect development pressure away from the areas in green to those major corridors and areas served by the Expo Light Rail. And so this is where the suitable site map came into play, and this is in 2010 where we largely expected to see the new growth for the remaining decade. Over the past 35 years, there's been a series of actions that have been taken by the city to adjust as the world has changed. And this is not unique to Santa Monica. The relationship between the general plan and the zoning ordinance, again, for those that aren't versed in this relatively strange vernacular that we use here, the general plan sets the maximum parameters that could be contemplated for development, generally over a 30-year period in distinct zones throughout the city. The zoning ordinance is a more refined approach, looking in more detail at specific areas and typically setting a lower height standard. Not always the case, but often the case. And this is true in many cities throughout America. So just starting with mixed-use boulevard, which is Wilshire Boulevard, and it was portions of Lincoln before the DCP was adopted. In 1984, the permitted height in these areas was 7 stories. So about 75, 80 feet. The zoning ordinance, through that more granular process, knocked it down to 3 stories. In 2010, which is the gray bar, this is the new general plan, the city agreed that we would set that threshold on Wilshire at 5, and then the zoning ordinance brought it down to 4. So we'll look across the major boulevards here as we go through the sequence. Mixed-use boulevard low are areas like Santa Monica Boulevard, Eastern Santa Monica Boulevard, Broadway are the traditional mixed-use boulevard, Colorado, there's portions of it on Pico as well. At current state, we are at a maximum of 3 stories. And the point of all this really is to think about in terms of housing production. And think about the first map that I showed about where we are now and what is the incentive for somebody to go higher, to build more additional housing. General commercial is western portions of Santa Monica Boulevard right before it touches the downtown, as well as Lincoln Boulevard south of the freeway. We're at 3 stories currently in those areas, 4 stories back in the 80s. And then neighborhood commercial is our most nuanced zoning district. These are areas like Main Street, Montana, and 26th Street. And there's a lot of variety there. It's generally 2 stories with the exception of Montana and portions of Pico that are 3. But height is not the only thing that we use to regulate development in Santa Monica. There's also density, and in this town we use floor area ratio as the means to determine our density. And floor area ratio is really the relationship between what how big a building is allowed to be to the size of the lot on which it is allowed. So the higher the FAR, the higher that number, the more dense and more urban those buildings are. And so in the case of the adoption of the Bergamot Area Plan, which largely rezoned 142 acres of formerly industrial land back in 2013, the LUCE had set a density standard of 3.5 FAR, and through that area planning process, we adopted 2.5. And we really haven't seen a lot of activity in the Bergamot area since. Mixed-use creative district, which is another portion of the Bergamot area plan, again, a slight deviation from the maximum parameters of the general plan. Again, not very many projects out there. And those are not the only actions that we've taken that have affected our zoned capacity or our ability to incentivize housing production. With the adoption of the 2015 zoning ordinance, we took the action to go back into the general plan and eliminate activity centers, which was a concept that had been developed to attract coordinated development that could share resources like parking, community open spaces, as a way to share costs across projects and to increase the levels of housing production that could occur throughout the city. And we had 5 of these nodes sprinkled throughout, chosen for their siting on large surface parking lots, strategically located on corridors that were serviced by high-frequency transit or by the coming expo at the time. They offered an additional floor for housing, and they offered some additional density. But in 2015, we stripped away 4 of the 5, with 1 remaining now at Memorial Park, which is an active planning project known as the Memorial Park Neighborhood Plan that I'm sure will resurface sometime soon. Another action that happened in that same stroke was the removal of the Tier 3 option from many of the boulevards. Tier 3 in Santa Monica's construct is the highest level of entitlements. It's accessed through a development agreement, and it, again, provides some modicum of increased height and density. But that was largely removed from the general plan, and it was not included in the zoning ordinance. So people these days really access what is known as Tier 2 heights and Tier 2 densities. And then lastly, here's just a quick little walkthrough of how it shapes up on the map. 1984, Wilshire and the downtown have 7-story height limits. The majority of Santa Monica is between 2 and 4. 1988 zoning ordinance took a lot of that down to 2 stories, provided a lot of variation in the downtown, interestingly. This is right around the time the 88 was amended, but after the Northridge earthquake, there was an interest in stimulating housing production in our downtown. So the city offered significant floor area bonuses. Excuse me. They reduced the floor area calculation by 50%, so you could actually double up on density, but it would count as just a standard project. And in that motion, and this is something for us to think about as we go through this conversation, we stimulated the production of 2,500 new housing units over a 10-year period in Santa Monica, 10 to 15 years. 2010, again, there's this expansion concept. We're going to grow smarter. We're going to grow around transit. We're going to grow where the jobs are. Additional heights are layered in. You see the 6-story sites come in. There's a lot more 5s than there were in the past. And the boulevards spring back up to 3 stories for the most part, sometimes 4. And then the zoning ordinance, through that 5-year process, provides more detail to the development standards, and things are reduced once again. And lastly, the downtown plan comes in to protect the historic walking core of downtown Santa Monica, largely bringing those heights down to 5 stories with the exception of affordable housing, and transferring the density over to the transit adjacent district where it's serviced by the light rail. So at the end of it, here we are, looking back and reflecting on our general plan guidance to preserve the neighborhoods. The development activity is noted in the orange dots. And as you can see, there's a lot of activity in the downtown. And there's some sprinkled throughout the boulevards, but we're not seeing a lot of dots in the Bergamot area. We're not seeing a lot of dots in the Memorial Park area, and very few dots along the boulevards. So I think this is just kind of an interesting look at how policy affects reality over time, over a 10 to 15 year period. Thanks, Katie. Thank you. I'm just getting over that cold everybody has. But do not despair. Help is on the way. Recent actions by the council include extending that ELI prohibition for another year, as well as activating the SB2 grant program, which we successfully applied for over the summer. We've been over this before, but I'll just go through it a tiny bit. The SB2 application is really designed to stimulate housing production. It's part of the larger package of funding initiatives that the Governor Newsom signed in, and it really gives us the opportunity to spend some dollars to look at streamlining our processes, making permitting easier, evaluating options for incentivizing housing over commercial or doing nothing, increasing that certainty so that developer risk is mitigated, and then providing better information and support back to our residents. There's 7 projects contemplated in the SB2 package. A lot of them involve going back to the mechanics I just described, looking at the development standards, looking at the densities, modeling all of this through sound financial feasibility analysis, and also looking in the neighborhoods ways that we can stop the slow bleeding of people redeveloping at lower densities than what was previously on the site. Work is underway right now to scope these out. We're waiting to get through this study session for some direction on how we might structure these a little bit more. And I will say that these projects will have some measurable effect on how we just talk about housing policy in Santa Monica in the 6 to 7 months to come, but we still don't think that it's enough. We developed SB2 during a time before the RHNA numbers were updated from 4,800 to 9,000. So this project is scaled for the 4,800. We welcome your insight on how to scale up from there. I'm going to pass it back to Jing so she can give you an update on the HPP process.
So this is just, it's not, the focus to talk about the feasibility analyses or its details or what have you. It really is a progress update. A little unusual. We've not kind of provided this kind of an update midstream before. But this study was actually initiated, as Peter said, before we knew more about what was happening, with the RHNA process. And I think watching it unfold, we hit the pause button and said, hey, we kind of just need to stop here and try and figure out where to go, before we went any further with the study. So it really started from council direction, very specific direction to study, what would it look like if we increased affordable housing requirements? What if we increased our HPP requirements in areas outside of the downtown only, and only assuming existing development standards, so not increasing height and FAR, but just increasing the affordable housing. So that's what was modeled in terms of 3 affordability scenarios and a variety of prototypes outside of the downtown. And it was using a static model, as has been the case for these kinds of studies in the past. Where did we look at? So geographically, we looked at the boulevard. So we modeled prototypes for Wilshire, Santa Monica, Broadway, Colorado. We modeled Lincoln Boulevard, south of the 10, and we modeled the Bergamot area. These were chosen because we kind of grouped some together where the development standards are similar zoning districts, similar capacity. So you can see here the prototypes that were modeled. They are non-development agreement projects, again, because this has to apply to projects that are, typical, and, what the normal standards would apply to. So these were Tier 1 and Tier 2 housing projects, and then non-development agreement projects in the Bergamot area. We also did model for comparison commercial projects. Really, what we were trying to understand in doing this modeling is what is the likelihood, measure of likelihood of housing being developed relative to commercial given a variety of scenarios. So as I indicated, we did test 3 affordability scenarios. One is the 7.5% extremely low income and the 15% very low income. You will note that those are existing Tier 2 requirements in the zoning ordinance already. And then we also modeled the DCP formula. So, what did that look like if we were to apply something like that outside of the downtown, assuming existing standards? So just, very broad overview, what it found was that, we're most likely to get housing, where it was under the 7.5% extremely low income affordability scenario. At the higher scenarios, generally speaking, it was less likely to see housing develop. And I think across the board, we saw that it was definitely more likely that commercial development was more likely to develop than housing. Why is that? Rents outside of the downtown, of course, are lower. Property development standards, are lower. Downtown has some of the, highest development capacity in the city. So when construction costs doesn't matter, whether you're downtown or outside of the city, but spreading that across fewer units, you can kind of sort of understand, what led to that kind of an outcome. So that's some of the general reason as to why those results turned out the way they did. Graphically, this is included in your report. This is kind of how it played out. So you can see here on the boulevards, so that's like the Wilshire, Broadway, Colorado, Santa Monica Boulevard. And you can see this is divided between the zoning districts. So MUB is Mixed Use Boulevard. That is Wilshire Boulevard is MUB. And you can see here, that it's, most likely, where you have the 7.5% extremely low income scenario, but as the affordability level increases, it becomes less likely that you're going to see housing develop. The MUBL, Mixed Use Boulevard Low Zoning District, this is the eastern end of Santa Monica Boulevard, Colorado, Broadway. That's kind of the areas that we're talking about there. And you can see similar story there, most likely to develop at that 7.5% extremely low income, but less likely as the affordability levels increase. And again, this is assuming today's development standards, if nothing changed at all. In the office prototypes that we modeled across the MUB and the MUBL district, you can see there that, these are both likely to develop regardless. And of course, there's no affordable housing in office. It's really payment of fees. In the Lincoln Boulevard prototype, this is again Lincoln south of the I-10, so the general commercial zoning district. Similar story of the more likely to see housing development project with a lower affordability scenario, but becomes less likely as that affordability requirement increases. And then within the Bergamot area, so we looked at the plan area. There's 2 main zoning districts. The MUCD, which is the Mixed Use Creative District. This is generally the area that is north of Olympic, kind of like around Nebraska, Stewart-ish, that area. And then we have the Bergamot Transit Village, which is where the former running along Olympic Boulevard, that's the BTV and a little bit south of it as well. And so, it gives you a sense of, for the affordability scenarios, again, more likely at the lower ends and then less likely as the affordability level increases. And you can see, again, office is determined to be, quite likely to develop. I don't think it's, we saw these, I think it's playing out in terms of the kinds of applications that we're seeing. We're certainly seeing applications for some Tier 2 development in, select parts of the city. And we are certainly seeing interest in office, and commercial development in some of these areas as well. We kind of gave this similar presentation to a joint meeting of the Planning and Housing Commission on November 20th, just providing you a summary of their comments, as you work through your study session tonight. And I think their comments really broken down into within growth management. They had thoughts about Bergamot and the Boulevards, those areas outside of downtown. Is there ways to examine possibilities to encourage housing production in those areas? And then also where else? And I think there were, different discussions about this. Is it more of a radius approach? You'll recall in our loose that the approach is really somewhat, linear, like it's growing along boulevards. It's not necessarily just a radius around transit stations. And there was also another idea, is it that everyone should share the burden of housing, so it shouldn't just be focused in, just the major boulevards. So that was one thought process. With respect to the RHNA and the suitable sites, a lot of this was a discussion around needing more information, and I think the staff is also interested in that as well, and we will learn more through the process in terms of how HCD will work with us on identifying suitable sites and applying those rules, because it'll be the first time doing it in this new cycle. One very interesting question, that we want to find out more about is how they will consider co-living units. In the context of RHNA, is three co-living, a 3-bedroom unit, can that count as 3 units potentially? We are aware that the city of San Jose has stated that they intend to address the RHNA in that manner, but we're very interested in understanding how HCD will consider something like that, so we're certainly wanting to research that. There was interest in a public land inventory, not just the city, but every public agency to evaluate potential, and also understanding that, whatever our allocation if it exceeds what we analyzed in our EIR for the loose and the DCP, how are we going to meet our sustainability goals and also our infrastructure needs? I think our preliminary assessment is that if it's higher than that, we would definitely need to look at, the impacts on our infrastructure. In terms of, incentives and housing concepts, there was a lot of interest, it seemed, from the Joint Commission in, trying to move potentially forward with support for 100% affordable housing production. I think you've received in your public comments some ideas, both from our nonprofit housing providers and through other public comment on, maybe some tweaks that we could make to our code to provide some support now, while this process is ongoing, with respect to application thresholds and kind of reducing the burden on affordable housing requirements and flexibility to provide offsite units. And there, continues to be interest in incentivizing ADU production, and what can we do as you saw the results of that, analyses on how can we make it more likely that someone will choose a housing project versus a commercial project. As we go forward, that certainly is something that may be important to consider. And other comments that were received, with respect to historic resources in light of, possible increase in development potential, how can we enhance protections for those resources, and certainly concerns, if upzoning were to occur, just concerns about speculation and what that means, in terms of the city and our history of ensuring that it's a place for all. And that's why you see in the SB2 grant there is a tenant protection piece to this. There was definitely discussion also about, is it time to think about landlord assistance, or some other creative way to sort of think through a tenant protection model. So I'm going to leave you now here with, as you delve into this discussion, just some big picture areas where we're looking for discussion, or looking for direction with respect to, how the city can help our private developers, ourselves, meet these housing production mandates, because that's what they are. They are mandates from the state. How can we increase the likelihood of housing production? How can we, are there scenarios that we should be looking at as we embark on further analyses and testing of scenarios and prototypes and what have you? How can we better support nonprofit housing providers? There was certainly an interesting idea that was raised by the Joint Commission of, what if low and moderate income, what if the HPP were focused towards low and moderate income? And try to focus our program towards where our highest allocations are, and then other ways to backfill on the lower income categories. Are there other financing tools, that we could be looking at? And in terms of tenant protections, how could those be strengthened? I mentioned landlord assistance was something that was explored, but something that we've heard increasingly throughout this process is also sort of a legal assistance for tenants facing evictions, and should that be something that's explored? So leave those for the council's consideration, and I'm happy to answer your questions. I want to note that also Paul Silvern from RHNA is also available if you happen to have questions about the analyses.
Well, thank you to our planning staff for a comprehensive report on a very complicated subject. And before we go to questions from the council, let me just welcome our listeners on KCRW who've just joined us. We are in the middle of a housing study session. We've just heard the staff's report and some recommendations, or at least questions. And now we're going to see what questions the council has, starting with Councilmember Himmelrich.
Hi. So this is a big challenge to us, and I'd like to know a few things. We've been talking about the jobs housing imbalance for many, many years. We know that the larger buildings that Peter was talking about are primarily office buildings. Many of them, Water Garden, Colorado Center, et cetera, are not housing at all. They're offices. They're bigger buildings, and we haven't really focused on housing in this way, probably, or we probably didn't before about 2010 maybe, but now we're focused on housing. Is there a way that we can ban commercial development or limit it such that we're basically not allowing people to do the commercial development that clearly is more lucrative? I mean, we've known that for a long time, but I know there have been initiatives to do it, but what do you think?
I mean, I think that was, in the decades, plural, I guess, of, policy making that has gone on. And as Peter went through the growth management strategy, I think that sort of a suggestion has been discussed in terms of the balance of commercial and residential development in the city. And we certainly looked at that head on in the Bergamot area plan. And that's why there's like a use mix requirement, for some of the larger parcels in there. Prior councils, have had that discussion about the balance of, how much housing relative to accommodating growing companies within the city and maintaining a healthy economy. And that truly is a policy question. It is something that is baked into the RHNA allocation, and SCAG's consideration of that. It's absolutely accommodates or takes into account where the jobs are located and where the transit is located. And so that's why the allocations for the western side of the region are much, much higher than the interior.
So let me ask about that for a minute, because if you could go back to the slide about how many units in each category, am I correct that...
you mean in the current allocation?
In the current proposed allocation, SCAG allocation. Yeah. Because am I correct that very low, low, and moderate are all deed restricted categories?
That's right, yes.
So that's 70%. That's not 50%.
Oh, that's at the lower income. So that was the low and very low.
Under HCD rules, that's about $70,000 in LA. Yes. So So that's about 70% of units, because 120 at 70% for a family, I'm sorry, at $70,000 for a family of four is what, $100,000? 90,000 maybe?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you guys, because we looked at it in the budget, know that our median family income now in the city is $120,000. So this is not even if we went up to moderate in this city, that would still be below AMI.
Yeah, and if you recall, during the DCP, we did a kind of like rent versus income analysis, we kind of went through a job like how much would a family, need to make to afford the rents, that we're seeing in the downtown, and it was easily in the 6-digit plus.
So
range.
right, so right. So what are the? Tell me what the median rent today in a new market rate, the above moderate income is.
Oh,
do you know?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head. I could just say anecdotally, we've seen some pretty high numbers.
Because I think it's about yeah. Did you say 39?
No, I said I've seen some pretty high numbers.
Well, I was going to say maybe 3,500 for one bedroom.
It's probably about right now.
And what that means is that, and the income that it would take to afford that at 30% of your income, although the validity of that number now with so many people paying 40, 50% of their income is unsure. I think we're talking about the very character of where we live. And that's why I'm asking you these questions. So even if we just took Bergamot and rezoned it to 100% residential, multifamily residential, right? I mean, why not? We have areas like Bergamot, so that's something that we could realistically do and create great sites for residential. And if we up some of the requirements, and I'd like to hear Mr. Silvern on this. Hi, Paul.
And
I would
Councilmember
like to
Himmler,
hear.
if I may, let's remember the public still is waiting to speak. There should be direct questions about the staff presentation. And we'll have another shot at staff later, and then we can do discussion. So,
No, I do understand that,
okay.
Mayor. I'm trying to get to some of the, I'm trying to get down to some of the basic issues. Suitable sites, how we create more sites for more housing in a bigger way, and I want to know what's legal to do. Can we change in the Bergamot area, can we redo that plan now?
You can direct us to do anything.
So, okay, but what I'm asking is it's legal. Once we've done it, we can redo it. So we could say all residential, yes?
You could. I'll allow the city attorney to speak with respect to prohibitions, moratoriums, but certainly.
Being asked the question right here, absent some sort of vested right or previously approved project, et cetera, I don't see any reason you couldn't do that.
Right. And with respect to suitable sites, on our current suitable sites inventory, do we have public land on it?
Currently, I don't think so. I think it's almost all private property.
And we could have, in fact, starting, I think, on January 1 of 2020, we may be required to put our land on there, and school district land and college land. Isn't that right, under the new law relating to those lands?
It's correct that the Surplus Lands Act, the applicability of the Surplus Land Act was expanded by AB 1486, which goes into effect January 1st.
And so in effect, it's like, well, it's a blessing and a curse. I mean, I understand that this is difficult and it changes our whole way of thinking about things, but there's no legal prohibition on our doing it. Is there a planning prohibition? Look, I've been to Dallas, probably a lot of people have been to Dallas, where there's no zoning, and we know how that is, where you have a gas station next to a school. I mean, I don't think that's what we're striving for here, but are we allowed to change a commercial district into a residential district?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winter.
So on these RHNA numbers, we're talking right now 9,000, but I noticed, in the last housing element, there's the number and then there's the quantified objective, right? So I assume we can reasonably anticipate that 9,000 will go down somewhat in the quantified objective, or is that incorrect?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We don't.
Yeah.
It's honestly, I don't know that I could say for sure right now.
And then I think I read that the entire west side got an allocation of 17,500 units, and we're getting 9,000 of those. Is that correct?
That sounds about right. Yeah, when we did a little bit of comparison.
I mean, so we chronically in these housing elements have had an issue with our neighboring communities getting significantly lower allocation of the overall housing demand for the region. So, you know, that's something it sounded like we could appeal, is how our allocation versus someone else's. I mean, happens to us all the time. Santa Monica will take care of the homeless problem. Santa Monica will take care of the water quality problem in the Bay. Santa Monica will take care of the housing crisis on the west side. I mean, I'm all for having more housing on the west side, but I do feel at a certain point somebody else has got to go along with us in doing this. Culver City, West Hollywood, God forbid, Beverly Hills, you know. So we can appeal that. Thank you. You mentioned the possibility of recycling sites from the old housing element into the new housing element. You said, first of all, the two stipulations, they had to have a 20% inclusionary zoning, correct?
Right.
And then you said they had to have by right development required. Now, by right, does that mean an AA approval process?
Yeah, it means no discretion.
Yeah, but we would still be able to have an A or B process?
You would be able to, you have to have like objective standards. So we have SB 330 actually speaks to that. So we're in the midst of unraveling what exactly that means.
Whether or not A or B review counts.
Right.
Or doesn't count.
Right.
So we don't know the answer to that question yet.
Right. Yeah, like I said, some of these rules are new.
Yeah.
You know, so we're still learning, and they haven't been obviously applied yet. So we'll be learning along with everybody else, you know, how HCD views these.
And then you noted, I think, that 8 sites from the current housing element have been developed and 69 had not. Is that correct?
That's right.
But surely in that period we've had more than 8 sites developed for housing.
Absolutely, yeah.
So how does that work going forward, right? I mean, maybe the housing element was just way off about where the development potential is going to be, right?
What's the point, almost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got all the housing development in someplace other than those 8 sites, right? I mean,
yeah, and that's part of the exercise, and it is an iterative process of developing that suitable site inventory. One thing that we've been told, you know, in going to a lot of webinars and, you know, learning from HCD as to how they're kind of viewing these and interpretation of, you know, the law, is that there's really going to be quite a bit of scrutiny with respect to the sites that are selected. You know, what they'll be looking for example, is like proof that, you know, if you're going to select a site of, you know, let's say 15,000 square feet and it's, you know, located here and, you know, it has a certain development potential, if we can show that, you know, in the past we have had many sites of this size and this similar development potential have turned into housing, that's the sort of like evidence, you know, that we'll have to pull together. You know, there've definitely been incidences in the past where they've asked for, you know, gone as far as be like, well, is that owner, do you have a letter from that owner that they're interested in housing? You know, so it's definitely a higher level of scrutiny in terms of identifying sites. And you're right, you know, you're not going to, when we do these sorts of effectively like build out analyses, you're not going to get it right all the time. But what is that's accounted for then in that monitoring piece I was talking about, the no net loss. So, you know, if it occurs on a site or if you approve fewer units on a site than was certified in your element, you know, if you can show that, well, it was commented somewhere else, even if it wasn't on your inventory, you know, you can kind of like just make that finding, you know, and kind of balance it out that way. So.
Well, so wouldn't it be helpful, if not for tonight, but going forward, to start looking at what was going on all those other sites where we had housing development, where we didn't identify housing potential in the housing element, but somehow there was housing potential. What was going on with the zoning there?
For sure,
that made those sites desirable for the marketplace?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing is that, you know, since the housing element was certified and even since the LUCE was adopted, you know, we've seen the vast majority of activity occur only in the downtown and to some degree Bergamot. The you know, capacity on the boulevards kind of really hasn't played out that much, other than, and we're starting to see some interest on the eastern end of Santa Monica Boulevard. You know, so this map identifies some sites, you know, like our LUCE kind of attempted to say it should be in various places on a commercial boulevard. So it's not surprising that some of those didn't get picked up.
All right, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
I see the city attorney's name in the queue. Did you want to jump in now?
Councilmember, I can take a stab at answering your question about design review, recognizing that specific projects, we are still looking at these laws and will need time to look at them as they apply to specific projects. Generally, the design review that we have in place now should be acceptable as long as it's not reducing density or rejecting projects. So those are the general guidelines. I don't think we've lost all of our authority to have design review. We have lost some authority to implement new design requirements post January 1st, 2020, and certainly we've lost some ability to impose design review requirements that reduce density or reject projects.
So, Council, I have a small confession to make. Your new mayor was baffled when his own name kept showing up in the in-queue list here. And I finally realized that Gleam and I switched seats. So, Gleam, if I've been ignoring you, I have now reprogrammed the computer so your name shows up, so I know it is you who wishes to speak next.
It is I. It is I. Thank you so much. And I could have never reprogrammed your name into it. You'd have shown up as I got no idea what, so thank you. So I just have a couple of quick questions because I do want to get to the public comment. And the first one is, I'm trying to understand density bonus law. We don't allow density bonus in commercially zoned areas, and I'm wondering why.
Right.
I mean, is there? I'm trying to get to what's the history? Did we make some policy decision? Was it because when I realized that, I was like scratching my head.
Sure. I can certainly explain some of the history of it. When density bonus law, was around like the early 2006. I mean, it's been around a long time, but it kind of changed during that time. I think the city's interpretation, has been that because in our commercial zones we do not have a measure of density per se. There's not like a units per acre measurement. It's FAR. So in theory, it's limitless, in terms of, how many units you could have in a commercial zone. So the city's position has been that the density bonus doesn't apply in those commercial areas. It does apply in the residential neighborhoods where we have an actual maximum allowable density. There's a way to calculate how many units you could get on that site. We do understand that there has been some comments with respect to how that's applied, and we're assessing that at the moment.
And I think the city attorney may want to add on.
I can certainly add on to what your planning manager has said, simply to say that the density bonus law does not require cities to regulate density in every zone, and indeed there are other cities across the country that do not use, across the state, that do not use density in their zoning law for commercial or mixed-use zones. The density bonus law does require us to not preclude development that would have been consistent with the density bonus law, and we are taking seriously and looking at the concerns that have been raised on that front.
Yeah, so so I just want to clarify. I mean, if we do decide that we want to use it because it seems like it's a valuable tool to increase housing production in commercial areas, do we have to change how we zone? In other words, instead of just FAR, do we have to change how we do it? I mean, maybe that you don't have an answer now, but is that the kind of thing you're looking at?
Are you saying if you do decide you want to use the density bonus law?
Yeah, if we wanted to say we want to have the density bonus law apply in commercial districts, if the problem is that we don't measure density in the same way in commercial districts that we do in residential districts, does that mean we have to change the way we measure density? I'm just trying to figure out what hoops we have to jump through to get to that.
You do have to jump through hoops. One hoop could be to start using density as a zoning tool in your non-residential zones. Mm-hmm. Another would be to look more carefully at incentives and concessions in the density bonus law and how those might apply to our zoning districts as they stand. Okay. And I realize that sounds complicated, but there are other cities. City of Berkeley, for example, does not use density, but does apply different things than we do with respect to density bonus.
Yeah, we are aware of some other cities that have applied the law that are not using units per acre as a measurement. So we're kind of looking at how.
So we can do it. We just may have to massage here.
I don't think we know the precise answer to that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other question I have is, so you went over some of the analysis about what's prohibiting residential development over commercial, because clearly in sites that are primed for residential development. We're getting a one-story bank, and we have enough one-story banks. So my question is one of the impediments to developing, and I know I suspect we'll have a discussion about this on the back end, so I don't want to debate it, but obviously we talk about process a lot. If we were to reinstate, for example, Tier 3 on the boulevards, would it still be difficult to get projects to get to Tier 3 because we would need the dreaded development agreement? Is that process so cumbersome? I mean, we've had development agreement applications pending in this city longer than his kids have been alive. And so my question is, I mean, is it going to be one of those things where it's not just, let's streamline for Tier 1 and Tier 2, but if we're really serious about creating housing, are we going to have to think about these really burdensome processes? I mean, we thought about that. Is that an impediment to getting this housing?
I mean, I think if you were interested in doing that, you certainly could think about whether development agreement is the right tool, and that, you did that in the downtown community plan, right? There was an allowance for Tier 3 projects without a DA, and all of that was really to favor housing. So, certainly there's a lot of ways we could skin this cat, but yeah, that's definitely a consideration.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And based on your comment just now, I take it it's a good thing for Councilmember Moreno that we don't require child development agreements. Continuing with questions for staff about the presentation, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Thank you. Do we have a size for the pipeline for housing units today?
Yeah, this is so I think it was like 900 and that are approved non-construction. Now, in terms of like pending review, it's definitely like at least like 800-900 that are in review. Yeah.
800-900, and do we have a sense for how that compares to past years, or
pretty much on track? Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, I say that because sometimes it takes, they're kind of going through the process, and it takes a year or something sometimes to get through. So.
In regards to the RHNA, we know that it's not adopted. You mentioned January or February. Do we have a current advocacy position related to the number that's being allocated?
We did submit a letter when it was an earlier iteration of the methodology, really, but it almost is not applicable to the methodology that's being proposed right now. But we've not taken a formal position with respect to the current recommendation.
And we would not take a formal position unless we came to the council? Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And did we test in the testing that you presented for the AHPP analysis, did we test whether the property that is the comparison baseline property is currently earning a commercial rent?
You mean the commercial?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean against the existing?
Against the existing, because what you described was that the new approach would require you to consider that the existing property is not a vacant lot, that it actually has income coming off of that property, that it's already been developed in some way, right?
We did not test a scenario of like likelihood of keeping the existing property. We assumed that it was being removed for new development. So this was all new construction prototypes.
Okay, because the difference here is that if I'm already earning 12% return, why would I go to the trouble of trying to build a project that might produce 12% return or could make me lose everything, right? So given the new requirement that we test as an infill community, that we test that that we're building on existing properties, we would have to take another look at this because it would be a lot more red, right?
Possibly.
Okay. One of the points that was raised in the Planning Commission discussions was the effect on water and energy. Maybe you can tell me something about that.
Oh, we that was a comment from the Joint Commission, really talking about like if we are to have a larger allocation. That was really a reference to, we studied about 4,955 units in the loose, and then in the DCPIR we analyzed another 2,000-ish. And if we have an allocation that is 9,000, and keeping in mind that some of that capacity has already been developed, it's kind of exceeding the analysis that we had. So that was part of the commentary that was raised.
Okay, I think I'll bring that back up again. And then on, check that one. One of the things that was really notable in particular about, I think, Peter's presentation was that the difference between the general plan and the zoning ordinance for, the broader message of that analysis was that we've had substantial reductions over years that have put us in the position where we are now. But it also showed that there's a tighter gap between the general plan and the zoning ordinance, and so we have less room to work with. And so would it be reasonable to think that a conclusion would be that we need to look at general plan amendments as a strategy here as well?
I think depending on what the council wanted to do and what your policy direction was, if it obviously exceeded the standards that you have in the adopted loose right now, then it would require a general plan amendment.
Well, figure it took us 7 years to do the loose and 5 years to do the zoning ordinance. So we're probably not going to get out of this hole by rewriting those plans, right? We're probably going to have to look at narrow amendments to each. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hara.
Hi. So I only have one question. By when do we need to have these units built?
It's the cycle 2021 to 2029. So it's not built, it's approved. So it's entitled is what they're measuring.
And do they have to be all new, or can they be rebuilt? Can they?
It can be however units are produced. So it can be definitely rehabbing, of units or conversion into new units could be counted as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Moreno.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for the report. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
I just have a few questions. A lot of them have been addressed, but and more corroborating to hear from our perspective in the city. Cap rates appear to be going down from 2014 to 2019, and some of the noted comments were the limited number of transactions studied, but also kind of the mixed-use ground floor retail component. Is that what you're seeing on the construction permit site as well?
Yeah. Do you want to address that? I'm just going to have Paul address that.
Sure.
Good evening, council members. Paul Silverman with RHNA Advisors. There's nothing in the development applications that reveal cap rates. Those are sales transactions from which you derive the cap rate. So there's nothing that we know about cap rates from pending projects until they're actually sold.
So then the inputs are the price?
Yeah, well,
right?
the inputs that we're using in our modeling are based on sales transactions. But what I'm saying is, if I understood your question, is that there's nothing that we learn from applications that are in the approval pipeline now that reveal anything about cap rates other than the assumptions that are being made by developers based on prior transactions.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. That answers the permitting question. But with regards to the declining cap rates, where are the pressures?
It's just a function of the real estate market. It has to do with all of the things that drive demand for new development in Santa Monica. It also has something to do with interest rates, which remain at historic lows.
Got it. Okay.
And unlikely to stay there, I think, over the long term.
Well, declining interest rate would drive up cap rate, so that seems to work inversely.
No, they move relatively in sync, not exactly, but relatively in sync. So if interest rates continue to decline for some reason, that's a little difficult to imagine right now, we'd expect to see cap rates also decline somewhat.
So let me, if you don't mind, I have a few more questions about your report. In the land values that are lower than downtown, you noted the DCP, the Boulevards, Bergamot, and Lincoln. And so you did that price per square foot, again, based just on sales and available square foot.
Yes, on actual transactions. But as we noted when we discussed this with the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission, one of the difficulties in doing this modeling work on the boulevards is that there are so few actual transactions to use as benchmarks, that in some cases we had to look slightly outside the city limits in order, to make sure that we had enough cases to utilize. So the land sales are based on a relatively narrow set of transactions.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then just one last question for you. You noted that the cost of construction is rising and that there was an adjustment from your previous report.
Yes, well, there are a number of things. One is that based on comments that we received when we did the work for the downtown area, we engaged a third-party construction cost estimator to help inform our judgments about construction costs. But even if we hadn't done that, it's clear that there's been significant construction inflation in the intervening years for all kinds of reasons, ranging to construction labor shortages, to tariffs on construction materials, and just the sheer volume of new construction that's taking place.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, Jing, I just have one more question for you. With regards to the price per square foot, have you considered looking at the price per square foot of land? Because obviously that's a significant cost driver in the production of housing. Have you looked at the cost of land in the area of the city overlaid with the number of permits and how they're produced?
We have not done that analysis, no.
Okay, thank you.
You done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we have almost 24 people waiting to speak. I'll restrain myself for a single question. In the presentation, I noticed that it said that there have been recommendations and discussions so far, I guess at the commission level or elsewhere, that we consider directing housing to all areas, or that we switch from putting the housing along the boulevards to a radius approach, which would be within a quarter mile or some other specified distance of transit. Either one of those would seem to guarantee intrusion into existing neighborhoods and potentially threaten existing occupied, relatively affordable housing. Did those recommendations come with solutions for that problem, ways to protect our naturally occurring existing affordable housing?
It was just putting ideas out there to think about, and I'm not sure, it didn't get into sort of that level of discussion with respect to intrusions into neighborhoods.
It may come back up, so I hope staff will think about a response to that if we get to that point, or we may want to stay with the boulevards. But first, let's hear what other people think about this. We'll open the public hearing now on item 4A, our housing study session. Again, if people would line up against the wall behind the speaker podium there. The first speaker is going to be Leslie Lambert, the chair of our Planning Commission. Ms. Lambert, as the chair of the commission, having requested to speak for the commission, you will get 5 minutes.
Thank you.
After Ms. Lambert, to be ready next would be Laura Wilson, Dave Rand, and Denise Barton.
I'm going to be very quick because I walked off with my husband's cell phone, which is like walking out the door with his right arm. My name is Leslie Lambert, and I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. I'm here tonight representing the Planning Commission. I just had a couple points I wanted to clarify. When it comes to counting units for the RHNA goal, existing housing cannot be counted. So the acquisition and rehab of an existing apartment building cannot be counted toward a RHNA goal. Adaptive reuse of a commercial building into housing could be. Okay. And then the other thing, it's interesting, AB 1763 expands the density bonus program, and it gets beyond density. It actually, for 100% affordable housing projects within a half a mile of transit, allows up to 3 extra floors. So it's looking at beyond just the number of units. So it's expanded its scope. I sent you all a letter, but given that you have 650 pages of documents, I suspect that it's 5 you haven't read it. And by the way, congratulations, Mayor McKeon.
Thank you.
And what are you, Mayor Emeritus? I mean, half the people in Santa Monica are ex-mayors of Santa Monica. So thank you for your service. It's been delightful living in a city where you were mayor. So I'm going to actually walk quickly through the recommendations of the Planning Commission. The first one is, and you're going to hear it repeated from a nonprofit representative, is to increase the efficiency of our producing affordable housing and make our housing dollars go farther. If one looks at the 4,500 very low and low income units that would result from the 9,000 RHNA allocation, and if the inclusionary units are not counted, that would be $1.35 billion in local funds that would be needed to produce that 4,500 units based on the current local subsidy, and that's obviously impossible. So we need to make our dollars go farther. And one of the ways of doing that would be to put 100% affordable housing projects through the administrative approval process rather than development review. Time is money, and we would save money for the nonprofit developer if we made them administrative approval projects. Also allowing an extra story of housing in all districts beyond what they're allowed now. In neighborhood commercial, they do not get that extra story of housing. So that's important. And several of the projects being developed by CCSM right now are in neighborhood commercial districts. So that extra story would help enormously in terms of the number of units produced and the city's housing dollars going farther. And obviously we need to find alternative funding mechanisms because we're not going to be able to do this by ourselves. Secondly is creating an inventory of all public land in Santa Monica, not just surplus land, but all public land, including the state. I mean, since the state is mandating this 9,000 units, one might think about state property in Santa Monica, and what comes to mind is a property at Cloverfield in Colorado, which is a totally underutilized DMV parking lot. So I think the state should be approached if they really are serious about these numbers. Step forward with some of your money and let's joint venture or somehow work out a deal where we can use your land to build housing. And I'm actually going to read this part because I'm more coherent in writing than I am verbally. To the extent necessary, revise the AHPP such that it incentivizes the development of mixed-income housing or off-site 100% projects. The feasibility study to be conducted through the SB2 grant is the critical basis for any changes to the AHPP and will determine whether the city meets its RHNA goals or not. We have learned, it cannot be a moment in time analysis, which was the analysis for the DCP inclusionary program. The commission believes that it has to make future projections, doing a risk assessment based on those projections. We've learned how much construction costs have gone up since the 2016 analysis and the impact that's had on the inclusionary program downtown. So there must be a future projection of housing costs. It's difficult, but you can do a risk assessment based on that. And that's not the consultant's fault for not doing it. It really should be in the scope of work, and I don't believe it is right now. In revising the AHPP, the city should consider low and moderate income inclusionary units rather than the income spectrum currently required. The reason for that is there's no leveraging money for moderate income housing. So to expect that to be produced by the city is ridiculous because there's no outside funding for it. So it seems logical to us that private developers should pay for that. And leave the extremely low and the very low income units to the nonprofits that are building in Santa Monica and best able, frankly, to provide the services, the support, what have you, to extremely low and very low income people in their units. Moderate income is $56,000 to $85,000 a year for a family of 4. That's 2 living wage parents. And they don't have housing now. They're left out. You're either extremely low or you are very rich, and there's very little in between. And we are falling short on our moderate income production. There's no sanction at this point for that. But is that 5 minutes? Are you kidding?
Could the clerk confirm that was the 5 minutes?
You want to ask me some questions? You could ask me about bergamot because I'd be more than happy to talk about that.
We happen to have a couple of questions for you, Councilmember Hillerich.
So with respect to including in the HPP only moderate and low, which will not count towards those categories in our RHNA obligation. So I can't do this, but if you go back and look at the chart, I'm guessing that if you had the developers do that as part of their AHPP requirements, you could get 5% because it would require so many more units. Let me put it this way, because if the reason that people are building extremely low units is because the percentage of them is lower, right? And it's made up for by the very high market rate units. So, I mean, we could ask, and I will ask Mr. Silvern about this, but I would guess that the number of moderate or low income units that you could put into buildings, when you put it into a feasibility analysis, would be a very low percentage.
I don't think so, because I think low and moderate income rents are substantially higher than extremely low income rents. Plus, the new density bonus program now provides all kinds of incentives for mixed income projects that has 20% moderate. So they would get density bonus incentives by virtue of that. And speaking of the report, I forgot to mention this, the commission and most of the public who spoke at both of our discussions, almost to a person, questioned the construction cost figures that were in the report, that they are much too low.
In which report?
The one that you're looking at tonight, the
Thank you.
AHPP. They are substantially lower than what the experience is in the construction industry. And even CCSM has confirmed that. Part of it, and I'm not blaming Paul. I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with the scope of work and how far he's being asked to look. You don't just have to look at construction projects in Santa Monica. West LA construction costs the same thing as Santa Monica construction. So you can go outside the city and look for prototypes. This is an incredibly important study because the entire housing production program is based on it. So it's very important. Can I talk about Bergamot just for a minute?
I would like to ask a question about
Okay. Would you like to ask?
Well, it's Councilmember Himmel, what you done?
Yeah.
You are, Councilmember Davis.
So I would like to ask a question. What about Bergamot?
What about Bergamot? Well, Bergamot has risen to the top of the list because of a project we had last week. And the Bergamot area plan certainly can be revisited and redone and should be, in my opinion, a very high priority. The project we had came in as a Tier 1, where Tier 2 is allowed. So why? Well, the reason is the FAR for a Tier 1 is 1.5, and the FAR for a Tier 2 is 1.7. And that increment is not enough to make a developer willing to go to Tier 2 with all the community benefits and the increased requirements for inclusionary housing, So we ended up with a Tier 1 project. That differential between Tier 1 and Tier 2 really has to be looked at. The other thing that just sent us crazy was there are 395 parking spaces in this project, which is within walking distance of the Bergamot Expo Station. 395 parking spaces. It's absolutely insane. So I think Bergamot area plan really needs to be looked at and it should be a priority.
I have a quick question. Of the 395 spaces, how many were mandated by cities?
It's 1.5 space per living unit. There's some creative office space that's underground, which actually may be a way to solve our 9,000 unit issue. It's subterranean, but it's open. I'd live underground. There's an open space between the creative offices, but it doesn't count toward FAR. So some of the spaces are for that.
So did they overbuild parking, or did they build just the minimum?
That's the minimum.
So that's our code. That's what I need to know.
It's incredible. I mean, it's literally walking distance to the expo station.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's fine. I do have a couple other questions, Ms. Lambert. So one of the issues you addressed, of course, is the issue of moderate and trying to avoid the let's build a lot of really expensive housing, let's build deed restricted, and what do we do about people in the middle? Are there things we can do within the zoning code or within our building code to incentivize that? For example, we don't allow a lot of modular building. Are there things, and modular is cheaper to build, and therefore you don't have to charge as much rent. So what are your suggestions for how we try and get what people traditionally have started calling sort of that missing middle?
Well, actually, that was in my letter I didn't get to. We want to look at code revisions that encourage different development modes, and I think Tara is actually probably going to talk about that. We do not want to repeat what's happening in LA with the HHH money, which is $600,000 a unit. That has got to change. The other issue, too, is traffic. Like, if we build 9,000 units, people are going to think that's going to mitigate traffic, right? Not necessarily. We really need to find out a way to tie in this new housing with the traffic, as you know now, is insane. And we can't add more cars to that, so we need to find a legal way to somehow correlate employees and housing. And that's going to be a challenge.
And then one last question. So in terms of the recommendations that came out of your joint meeting, it seems to me that, and with regards to what we think are going to be the RHNA numbers, what other I'm trying. We have a lot of list of things from staff that we might think about, but were there some discussions? It seems like all of it, with all due respect, everyone is sort of these are the traditional tools we have, and I just don't think we're going to be able to get where we need to be thinking in the box. So is there some outside of the box thinking we can do?
Well, yeah, it depends on how big a small a box. Yeah, I mean, and even within our own processes. I mean, provide administrative approval for more housing projects.
So
Certainly
like
affordable housing projects. Tier 2 housing projects go through administrative approval instead of development review. Take the DA requirement off Tier 3. I have worked in other cities where development agreements, what they mean is you have a phased project like St. John's, and you lock in the code requirements for those different phases. A single site, one phase project, I've never seen anywhere other than Santa Monica where a DA is required.
And do you think that if we took the DA requirement out of 100% affordable above the first, 100% housing above the first floor, that we would get more housing?
People avoid DAs like the plague.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lambert.
Is that it?
That's it. Thank you for your service and for coming here tonight.
Thank you.
Return the phone home. Okay, we'll move on, though. Now, next is Laura Wilson for 2 minutes.
One of the issues that was discussed was the preservation of existing housing, and how do we do that? One of the ways that we do it is we don't take away housing and convert it into other uses, whether it be offices, and I can see you rolling your eyes, Terry O'Day, thank you very much, or hotels. And I'm upset about it, and I'm always going to get upset about it because it's destroyed my home and I'm not going to give it up. So there are 4 new council members on this board that were not a party to the illegal conversion of the Embassy Apartments, which was a rent-controlled building. There is absolutely, positively no valid evidence that it ever operated as a hotel. And if we are serious about maintaining our housing, the 4 people that were not a party to that illegal conversion will instigate an independent investigation onto how that happened, why it happened, and make the change. And we will get back 38 rent-controlled units when that is completed. Because if we continue to allow our city staff, our city attorneys, our city planning departments to lie so that the city staff can get more TOT tax for the benefit of pensions and eliminate affordable housing to do so, then we have a problem in this city way beyond just affordable housing. What we have is we have corruption within our government. And I'm going to say that again. We have corruption within our city government. Those 4 city council members who have the power and the ability to make that change and make that request should do so, because if you at all support affordable housing, you will do that. The 3 people who are responsible for that, who are left on the housing, who are left on the council, I can understand why they don't want to pursue that, because it doesn't look good for them. So my suggestion is to investigate what really happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dave Rand.
Okay, good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Dave Rand with the law firm Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac. I sent you a lengthy letter regarding unlocking the potential of the density bonus law. I think this is an untapped opportunity for you as you grapple with this significant challenge of needing to zone for and produce significantly more housing. It has always frustrated me, candidly, as a practitioner in this city and others, that I've seen this city be sort of the gold standard when it comes to housing policy and thoughtfulness. Other cities that are far less thoughtful, far more regressive, use the density bonus law and use it regularly as a standard tool to achieve housing production. It's ironic that the city's interpretation of it not applying in the commercial boulevards and in the Bergamot and in the downtown, in the areas that you absolutely want to see all the development potential and all the housing concentrated, that you take that tool off the table, and where the only place you can use it in the city is in the existing, stable, multifamily, rent-controlled districts. It's completely backwards. And the argument is that we don't regulate density, units per lot area, in those commercial districts, but the state law says that if the affordable housing is being provided, which you're requiring through your inclusionary program, then developers are entitled to incentives, concessions, and waivers of development standards to achieve a greater envelope, to allow for more production of market rate and affordable housing to get you exactly what you need. And in a situation where a developer is looking to go commercial office or housing, this is potentially going to tip the scale in favor of the development that you actually want to achieve. This is something you can do tonight, Council. This is low-hanging fruit. You can direct your staff to apply this in the commercial district. West Hollywood does this. They regulate commercial or residential development on their commercial boulevards by envelope. They allow the incentives and concessions, extra height, extra floor area, and they calculate they're affordable based on the state law. An easy fix.
Mr. Rand, you identified yourself as an attorney with a local land use firm. Are you representing a client tonight?
I'm representing a number of multifamily housing clients that would be interested in looking at this opportunity should the council decide to go in this direction.
Okay, thank you. Next is Denise Barton. While Ms. Barton is coming forward, let me call the next few names so they can line up and be prepared. Those would be Zena Josephs, Mark Verville, and Jennifer Johnson. Ms. Barton.
Good evening. Let's begin by looking at the lower number of units in construction or completed in September 2019 than in March 2019, and the October numbers aren't much different. Extremely low income had a difference of 17. Very low income had a difference of 16. Low income had a difference of 15. And in moderate income, there was a difference of -1. If you add all those up, it equals 47 affordable units, which is just over 5% of the 902 above moderate income units in construction or completed during the same time period. So since you're not making the number at 30%, would that make the housing authority and city inconsistent with your adopted housing element, leaving the city vulnerable to consequences of noncompliance with RHNA and state law found on pages 9 and 10 of the staff report? Then on page 18 and 19, number 4 is protecting existing tenants from displacement. But if the housing authority is allowing Chelsea manager William Brown to continue using fabuloso in large amounts in all common areas of the building, making myself and other affordable housing and market rate tenants sick for over 6 months now, shows that the city's real policy is not to protect affordable housing tenants, their access to their units, or their rights. And one would have to wonder if any of these actions would constitute discrimination against, in addition to, abuse, bullying, or cruel and unusual punishment of affordable housing tenants, especially seniors and the disabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zena Josephs.
Thank you. In the next steps section of the staff report, the council is asked to give direction to staff, and one of the options is to create incentives or bonuses to develop housing within a certain radius of a transit station. In the Sunset Park neighborhood, we have the Big Blue Bus 7 lines on Pico Boulevard, as well as the number 8 line on Ocean Park Boulevard. So depending on how you define transit stations, if, for example, you created incentives or bonuses for multifamily housing apartments within a quarter mile of those 2 bus routes, in addition to all the residential parcels a quarter mile south of Ocean Park Boulevard between Lincoln and 25th, and all residential parcels between Pico and Ocean Park Boulevard between Lincoln and Centinela, they could potentially become multifamily apartments if a bus route is considered a transit station. Since the R1 districts are now mandated by state law to allow ADUs up to 1,000 square feet plus junior ADUs up to 500 square feet on each R1 parcel, that's already 3 units on each R1 parcel in Sunset Park. So I hope you will not add further densification within a quarter mile of bus routes on top of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark Verville.
Good evening. I'm a native of Santa Monica and have lived here almost my entire life. My first job was with the Evening Outlook as a newspaper carrier. So about the 9,000 unit, the agenda item did not call for evaluation of the 9,000 unit target. This meeting at the beginning, it seems to take this more or less as a given. The target number is a product of abstract modeling by the committee of the SoCal Association of Governments. The methodology has huge discretionary component. The modeling provided a Santa Monica target of 4,800 in October, and then all of a sudden doubled to 9,000 in November. Given this obvious subjectivity, there has been no discussion about the methodology validity or the validity of the process outcome. In circular logic fashion, the state rules stem from adoption of the regulations or recommendations from this regional body in which Santa Monica was supposedly had a say. Santa Monica was represented by the mayor of Culver City. Santa Monica is being tasked with 47% of the West Side district requirement, while Culver City has 2/3 less requirement at 3,000 units. And if transportation network is so well developed, then such glaring discrepancies shouldn't exist. What impact to Santa Monica? 9,000 units will increase total number of housing units by 17%. Assuming each unit on average has 1.5 occupants, population would increase by 13,500 or 15%. What would be the quality of life impact to the residents of the city? What's the impact on our neighborhoods? Will the neighborhood impact be proportional? And how will our transportation system be able to handle this? Assumptions on existing new project development. New multifamily housing is launched in the city and is impacted by land cost, affordable housing objectives, and developer economics. Design trade-offs are inherent with such conflicting objectives. Compromise solutions to reconcile these conflicting processes includes institutional repetitive design to lower construction costs, low parking to maximize buildable living space, and geographic concentration to minimize the land use cost issue. None of these solutions incorporate residents' concerns. I would suggest that none of this stuff happens until the district lawsuit is settled and representation is confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verville. The next speaker will be Jennifer Johnson. Ms. Johnson, if you give me a moment, I'd just like to call the next few people. They will be Hank Koenig, Harvey Eder, and Chris Harding, who I think you know. Ms. Johnson.
Jennifer Johnson from Harding, Longmore, Kutcher, and Kozel. Fundamental changes are needed to address housing production, and there are immediate interim measures that can be taken. One suggestion is to amend the definition of a housing project in the DCP to match the definition of a housing project in the Housing Accountability Act. As you're aware, the DCP provides certain incentives for housing projects. If you build a housing project, you can receive additional FAR, additional height, and process incentives. However, the problem is that it's proven to actually be difficult to utilize these incentives because the definition of a housing project in the DCP is too narrow, which has worked as more of a deterrent. Under the DCP's definition, a mixed-use housing project can only have 25% of the floor area be non-residential, and the commercial uses have to be on the first floor. At the time the DCP was adopted, this definition more closely tracked state law's definition. However, since this time, state law has been changed. Now, under the HAA, the definition of a housing project includes a mixed-use project where instead of 25%, 33% of the floor area can be non-residential, and there are no other requirements. Commercial uses are not limited to the first floor. So we recommend that City Council provide direction to staff to take into consideration making amendments to the DCP's definition of a housing project to match the HAA. This would make it easier to qualify as a housing project, and as a result, make it easier to actually utilize these process, height, and FAR incentives that are already built into the DCP, and that would in turn incentivize more housing projects to be built. While we know that this is not the solution to the housing crisis and more fundamental considerations are necessary, we believe that this is a relatively simple, straightforward step that can be implemented now that will certainly make a difference. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, you identified yourself as being with a local land use firm. Are you representing a client tonight?
We have multiple clients in housing development.
Thank you. Councilmember Himmelrich, you had a question.
So you've heard me, I hope, tonight talk about the jobs housing imbalance and the fact that we already have a great disproportion of commercial housing. But you're proposing that we use the Housing Accountability Act as an anchor to create even more commercial development in the city. Is that right?
We're proposing to broaden the definition of the DCP housing projects in order to incentivize more housing development to be developed, and not necessarily, I know you're talking about office, that wasn't necessarily the intent for more office to be able to be built.
No, let me go back. So under our current definition, the ground floor can be commercial, office, or retail. What you're proposing is that we allow additional floors up to 33% of the building be commercial. So how does that help us with our jobs housing imbalance?
I know it's not necessarily the most ideal solution. Again, this would maybe just be an immediate interim measure that could help, because as the staff reported in their staff report, very few, if any, new housing projects have been submitted in the downtown. So at least a housing project that had up to 33% non-residential would be built versus no housing project at all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Hank Koenig.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Hank Koenig, I'm a local architect. I was on the Planning Commission for 8 years when the Luce was being developed, and many of you here were up there with me. Thank you for taking up this most important issue. We all know there is a housing shortage that exists in the region and in Santa Monica. I suggest that the city seriously look at some solutions that can be quickly put in place, as well as solutions that may take longer to implement. So quick fix solutions could include permitting the application of the State Affordable Density Bonus Program to all zoning districts, and including with that an appropriate height increase concession as one of the on-menu items, so that the increased density can be accommodated in a beautiful way without compromising open space. I know Peter James said one of the tools we use for restricting density is FAR. So yes, the FAR is density. Another item, increasing the size of housing projects that can be approved under administrative approval. However, there's no point in doing that if you don't relax some of the development standards that we often find that require modifications, waivers or variances, and then kick the project to the Planning Commission and also negate HA protections. Another item, improve the building permit plan check process to reduce that time frame. It's exceedingly long. It takes 2 months just to find out how much fee you need to pay. D, change the zoning ordinance to allow Tier 3 standards on the boulevards and in the downtown without a development agreement. Revise the affordable housing requirements both in terms of percentages and income levels, again to increase flexibility and feasibility of projects, and revise the definition of a housing project consistent with the state's definition. So those are the short-term items. Long-term items...
Mr. Koenig, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
However, you do have a question from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yeah. Are you representing any clients here tonight?
Sorry? I have a number of projects in process. They've been entitled. So no, I'm not representing specific in addressing these items. But it's a general housing policy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
So you didn't get to tell us what you thought some of the long-term solutions might be. Can you briefly tell us what those are?
Basically two that I had. One is to complete that financial analysis, but please use real numbers. The construction costs in the current analysis are overly optimistic and not what we're seeing in the projects we have, both in Santa Monica and LA. And also the land costs are questionable. So let's get this right this time. And then consider reintroducing activity centres in the Luce and the zoning ordinance.
So, Mr. Koenig, you've built a lot of housing projects in this city, and so I'm wondering, as you've gone around, and I know you're not the developer, but you're the architect, what has been sort of the greatest constraint on your ability to build higher numbers of units? I mean, is it the zoning? Is it the height and FAR requirements, or is it
zoning? I mean, we do utilise in projects in other cities the state density bonus rules and the height increases, etc. So we find that's very beneficial, not just in affordable but in market rate as well, with the inclusion of affordable, obviously. So that's a big incentive to housing. So I think that's rather than saying in Bergamot, for instance, we should not allow offers, what we should do is incentivise housing so it's meaningful, that people will do it to make it attractive for a developer to want to do that. The need for housing is so extreme, you'd think it would be attractive to build that because supply and demand, but if we put up too many hurdles, then that's not going to happen.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, whose name I'd called, is Harvey Eder. I don't see Mr. Eder in the room. Oh, there he is. Okay. Just a reminder to people, if you're about to speak, to please be standing so we have as little time in between speakers as possible.
I am disabled.
Mr. Eder.
I'm Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself and from Public Solar Power Coalition. And for 90% plus Americans, I want to see immediate total solar conversion as soon as possible, equitably and justly, the solar transition. Climate numbers are not 450 parts per million with the city and the state and the federal government is using CO2 equivalent. They're at least double that. The real numbers are not 20 and 25 for global warming potential for methane. They're 86 in AR5 and then the Arctic's melting, incorporated by reference, September issue of Scientific National Geographics. They talk that the Arctic's melting at least twice as fast as the rest of the planet. I saw one day 3 years ago with 60 degrees difference increase in temperature in the winter. We got a real bad problem. We're not dealing with the real situation. There was one situation that they came out, the guy Anderson, who out of Harvard, speaking at University of Chicago, he said we had 5 years to get off of fossil fuels, and he did the 93 protocol. And the worst case scenario, if we instead we have 3 years now to get off of fossil fuels, is 2026, 18 degrees C increase. Nitrous oxide has been omitted. It's 300 times the global warming potential, and it's ozone depleting. From 1750 to 1950, 200 years, it only increased from 270 parts per billion to 289, less than 1 point per decade. In the next 50 years, it went up 23%, and in the last 20 years, it went up 23%. There's a 12% increase. If that continues for the next 270 years, it'll be 144% increase, and we don't know what's happening. We're ignoring it.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. Your comments are important, but I
have to be home ownership.
Mr. Eder, your time is up. I'm sorry.
As I'm incorporating
Mr. Eder, your time is up.
Comments.
I'm sorry. And I tried, but I couldn't find any discernible connection to your very important comments to the issues we're actually discussing on this item. So we'll be counting that as your 14 item public comment, unsubject tied time for the night. Mr. Harding, before you come up, let me call a couple more names. Next will be Troy Fossler, Paula Larmore, and Tara Baroskas.
Good evening, Chris Harding. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, which is a nonprofit organization that advocates for housing with a focus on supply. I want to make about 4 points tonight. First of all, I think you should take the RHNA number at 9,000 seriously. It might change, but it's going to be very high. And keep in mind where that number came from. It's derived from the number that the governor pressed on SCAG at 1.3 plus million units. And then it was further supported by a coalition of housing and environmental groups who pressed for the coastal orientation to the allocation, not the Inland Empire orientation. That coalition included the mayor of Los Angeles. So I do think that number is going to be in the ballpark of 9,000, which requires you, in my view, to take a fresh look at your development standards and procedures if you're going to move in a positive direction. You're talking about a 3 or 4 time increase in supply in the next housing element period in comparison to what you're doing now. Now, that period begins about 1.5 years. I don't think you can afford to wait. I think you can move promptly. Your pipeline would not come close to meeting 9,000 by my rough calculations, and so I do think this should be a top priority. In terms of where, I want to make one comment clear in response to a point that Mayor McCune, you made earlier. We're not looking to press density into the multifamily zones. I think that raises all kinds of rent control preservation issues that we should stay away from. We should assume we can move in a positive direction without putting those folks at risk. One exception, there are a lot of parking lots adjacent to commercial that are R-zoned. I think they are prime sites for more housing without displacement, and we should take a careful look at that. In terms of what you do to promote housing, I would suggest that your biggest impediment is not commercial development. You might ban it, you might restrict it, that's your call. But your biggest impediment are existing conditions on the ground. People own properties with businesses and uses, and they're generally profitable. So when you look at the RHNA study, which I will quibble with later, it doesn't get at that fundamental problem. Thank you.
Mr. Harding, you have a question from Councilmember Himmelrich, at least one.
Hi.
Hi.
So everybody keeps talking about 9,000 units, and what I'm focused on is that there are 6,700 affordable units. I'm guessing that we can do the 2,300 market rate units in our sleep. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that's a challenge. I wouldn't agree it's that easy. And
well, have we had trouble doing the 2,500 market rate units in downtown?
Many of those units were done under standards that have since been modified. So if you back out units that were approved under standards not currently in place, I think you'd find that you're not on track to hit that number if you did a straight line projection based on recent experience.
Well, we for this cycle, we have hit 2,500 units,
With
yes.
a lot of projects with extremely low income.
Excuse me, so yeah, I'm aware of it, but let me ask you this. You're a housing producer. Tell me what we can do to get these 6,700 deed restricted units. Put aside the market rate housing. How do we get the 6,700 deed restricted units that we're being given because we are such a wealthy, job-rich, transit-rich community? That's why they gave us 6,700 deed restricted units at 120% of AMI or below.
My letter hit a few points. Let me just hit them quickly, and then you can...
You're finished. I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering the question by pointing to my letter, which addresses that issue. One is we need substantially more revenue for affordable housing. And we should think outside the box as to how we generate more revenue. And it has to be orders of magnitude greater than what we've done in the past. So money matters. Second, public land. When you do projects like across the street on city land, you get half affordable, 50%, right? So you can get more affordable housing if we start looking at public land opportunities. Three, I think you have to give significant incentives, as Ms. Lambert mentioned earlier, for 100% affordable housing projects. They need to be given a real boost. And then fourth, I think we should improve the process advantage that affordable housing has above the 50 units. You can raise the number, you can eliminate the number. I don't see any reason why CCSM should have to go to the Planning Commission. ARB is workable, but I think you could simplify that process. But I think money is a big deal.
Where do we get the money, Mr. Harding?
I'm open to talking about taxes we might create or increase. We've done it in the past a number of times in the city. I think we have to have that conversation, and it has to be broad-based. If you do a tax increase with an advisory measure, it's a majority vote item. And so I do think that with...
Having run one, I'm aware of that.
I know, and I've been involved in a few myself, and they've passed, mostly. One didn't pass, but most of them have passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Troy Fossler, you're next. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Troy Fossler. I'm an architect as well in the city. As we know, this is kind of a collaborative process between local agencies and state government, so I kind of came with 5 quick ideas that are more broad in nature. So the first is really broaden our concept of affordability and think beyond just publicly financed supportive housing. And to do that, we look at reevaluating the unit mix percentages, unit sizes, and things that help the market drive what the market needs to reduce prices. The second is to exempt permitted uses from discretionary review. So pressuring the State Assembly to look at and reevaluate the role of CEQA in our development process, and then refocus our Planning Commission on the actual planning principles. The third would be to support HAA protection, which Hank Koenig mentioned earlier. Really, if we've got all these granular design standards written in our code and we're not able to completely follow code, then we just end up back into the discretionary review. So two of the 3 active projects I have are actually considering modifications and waivers. Comply with state law, so replace the city's housing definition with something that just references the state, and then also stop the practice of downzoning, which I think was covered in SB 330. And then finally, recapture the lost potential within the LUs that we have. So embrace Tier 3 opportunity sites, activity centers, etc., and use the increased revenue to support the infrastructures that we'll need following this housing, which will be additional schools, childcare, and elderly programs. So With that, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paula Larmar.
Good evening, Council. Paul Larmore, Harding, Larmor, Kutcher, and Kozel. In the past, housing developers were lined up requesting to build housing in the city. But in the past 3 years, there have been very few housing projects. I think Jing cited earlier a healthy pending pipeline, but I think asking how many of those are new, have been filed in the last 3 years since the DCP is adopted, is a really important fact point for you all to have. There have been very few housing projects filed in these past years, and the few that have been filed have been underbuilding the sites, Tier 1, when they should have gone to Tier 2, to avoid city regulation and process. So the city should think about courting property owners with the land that has the ability for housing development and developers. Think about the way that other cities court auto dealers and try to get them to move into their city. City just has to have a different way of thinking about housing going forward. As Ms. Johnson indicated from our firm, we've identified 3 immediate changes. These are based on working for an applicant that is trying to make a housing project work in the downtown. The first is revising the housing project definition, and I have a few thoughts, Councilmember Hemmerich, about your comment, the 25% to 33% increase. Again, we're talking about those type of pedestrian-oriented uses, and we're trying to make the DCP standards, which are very onerous, the 25% affordable work. So it's that trade-off of having some more flexibility on the pedestrian-oriented uses to try to finance housing above the commercial uses. It's also because right now you can only do it on the ground floor, and certain uses like a grocery store might need a mezzanine, and the mezzanine doesn't meet the city's building code definition of mezzanine, so it's technically a second floor. So just by that nature, you want a grocery store in the downtown with housing above it, you get popped out of the housing project definition. And I'm happy to elaborate further. Thank you.
And before you do, Ms. Larmar, are you representing a client here today?
Yes. Again, our firm has many clients. One of the clients is Related California that's looking at a site in the downtown.
Good. Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Davis.
So, Ms. Larmar, you mentioned that we've had a downturn in the number of people wanting to build housing. What do you think is the single most contributing factor to that change over the last few years?
It's been the affordable housing requirements. More recently, I've had about 3 or 4 different people come in and try to value that commercial project versus the affordable project, in particular if they're not housing developers, like that's not their business. If they're property owners or they do some other type of development, the fact of you're doing a significant component of the affordable is just a kind of a non-starter for them.
And let me ask you a question, because I've gotten answers from some people, but I'm wondering what your experience is. When I talk to people about impediments due to inclusionary requirements, is it the level? In other words, is it that it's very low income versus moderate, or is it the percentage requirement, or is it a combination thereof?
Just the number. 10% was working in this city for a long time. I think if we went back to 10% outside of the downtown, you would see some more housing projects. And in the downtown, look, I think you might have to go lower than 20, but I think you've seen 20 work on Lincoln, and just as an interim step, ratcheting them back down to 20 and then 10 on outside would be, I think, very prudent, because you have documented examples of where housing's been produced at those levels. But the developers really, it's about that number, because the differential between the affordable rent, right, whether it's very low, extremely low, moderate, and the market rate rent is a very huge differential, whereas the difference between very low and moderate is relatively big, but compared to the market rate differential, it's narrow, it's small.
Okay, great, thank you.
More questions, Councilmember Winterer.
So on this notion of conforming the standards to the state idea of what counts as a housing project and going up to 33% commercial and allowing those uses above the ground floor, would we be allowed to preclude certain uses like office, medical office, the high trip generators, and just only allow in that extra square footage things that were neighborhood serving like grocery stores or whatever?
I'll let your city attorney explain whether she believes you have to align the definitions or not. I'm guessing her response would be that you can make it narrower, that there's no obligation that you have to be aligned with the state law definition of housing project. so that you could exclude, and our proposal would be, we would be totally fine. There's no intent to do more office, that's to be clear.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tara Barauskas, and before you begin, let me call three more names. Next up will be Matt Stauffer, Carter Rubin, and Carl Hansen. Ms. Barauskas, welcome.
Councilmember Winter, I can answer your question, which is that various state laws use different definitions of housing project. It's not essential that our housing project match the HAA definition. If a housing project matches the HAA definition, it would be entitled to HAA protection, but your DCP housing project definition does not have to match the HAA definition of a housing project. That would be in your discretion.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tara Barauskas with Community Corporation. The City of Santa Monica has demonstrated great leadership in being one of the only cities on the west side that has been meeting its affordable housing requirements. With the anticipated increase in the RHNA numbers, I believe the city once again can demonstrate leadership by taking proactive measures to meet this new increased demand. With that in mind, I'd like to offer some suggestions on how to be proactive with these new requirements. Number one of the best tools that we use to get affordable housing built quickly in the city is the administrative approval process. Currently, the threshold is 50 units. I think it would make sense to increase it to 75 or some other number. That way we can instantly increase our production in a streamlined fashion. The second one, density, is a direct way to reduce costs by allowing fixed costs to be spread over more units. AB 1763 implementation is going to assist with that, but this is limited to sites within half a mile of transit and will require rent reductions in addition. A larger density bonus program or overlay should be considered for 100% affordable housing. The existing density bonus limited to residential zone properties should definitely be re-examined. The additional density should also not be limited just to the boulevards and Bergamot. There are many other areas that could tolerate incremental, small, slight increases. 3, inventory all city-owned land and issue requests for proposals to develop affordable housing on those sites. Number 4, expand on existing strategies to fund affordable housing production or create new funding mechanisms. While there are some external resources out there we can tap into, we think the city should also be proactive on that in that approach. Some example could be housing bonds, measures that we've seen like GS and GSH, density offsets could be another idea, and maybe trying to look at the business community and how can we incentivize them to invest in affordable housing. I also think cost reduction, again, is an important strategy. I just had 2 more points if
Thank
I can
you.
finish
We have
up.
a question from Councilmember Davis.
Okay.
Oh, Councilmember Winter.
So I'm just curious, your general model in town here is that you work with city loans and those enable you, I mean, it's just maybe oversimplifying, but allow you to acquire the land, which is incredibly expensive here in Santa Monica, and then use the tax credit financing for the project itself. Is that sort of an easy shorthand of that?
I mean, it definitely helps a lot that the city's trust fund allows us to take down land and also covers the carrying costs. So that's definitely a huge benefit.
Well, I'm just wondering, is there, I know in other communities where the land is less expensive, people are able to build 100% affordable housing without that cash infusion just by using the tax credit financing. Isn't that correct?
Yes, definitely. If we were able to have reduced land costs, like using free or reduced cost city-owned land, it would definitely help our overall problem.
And would require less cash from the city.
Correct.
Is there a buildable envelope in Santa Monica that either exists within the 2010 loose standards or possibly beyond those that would allow you to build 100% affordable housing without the housing trust funds? Or have you never really thought about that calculation?
The low-income housing tax credits would not fund the entire cost of our housing projects. That's why we do need the city's housing trust fund to fill that gap. But usually between the 2 sources, we're able to fully fund our projects.
But you're talking about bonuses and height and density.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a point at least where there are scarce of housing trust funds would go further to generate more 100% affordable
Yes.
housing?
Yes.
Given
So-
more potential development on a particular site?
Yes, so if we go from 3 stories to 4 stories on the same site, say it's an additional 20 units. I looked at one project in particular. So we could add 20 units and bring down the total project costs overall by about 10% per unit, just by increasing density and spreading some of those fixed costs.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, well, first you said you had a couple more points. Can you go over those briefly?
Sure, really quickly. One of the other ones is reducing burdens that affordable housing projects face. One is the transportation demand management fee reduction, or it's rather a rent reduction that would render our projects infeasible. So we'd like to ask for you to study how we can either be exempted from that or for other resources to cover the transit passes for low-income housing. And then the other one is to look at some of the burdens that we've had on off-sites requirements that have been placed on us and are very expensive. So that's one of the other ideas. And then my last point was just no net loss provisions and anti-displacement is very important in this whole conversation as well.
So, yeah, so I just have a couple of them follow-up questions. So the transit pass, we have a requirement that you have to provide a transit pass or the equivalent thereof, right, in perpetuity. Is that, and you're claiming that that's a tremendous burden because obviously it goes on forever and ever and is very expensive. Is that it?
That's correct. Even if it's not like a huge expense, for us, any expense where we have to reduce our rents is a problem because our rents are so low that our cash flows are very thin. We're operating about break even, a little bit better than that, and it would render our projects infeasible.
All right. And then what about one of the things we mentioned earlier was changing building code standards so you could use like modular building. Is that something you might, if that were available to you, something you might consider doing?
We actually are already designing 2 projects with modular construction, so we'll hopefully have some data to share in terms of how that actually affects costs.
Okay, so at this point, though, is it your perception that that will be less costly than traditional building methods?
The first project, I don't know if it will because we had to kind of retrofit it after we decided to try it as modular, but I think if we work out some of the kinks, I think, yes, it does have the potential to reduce costs.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Hi.
Hi.
So we talk about competition between affordable housing developers and regular developers in terms of land costs. Mm-hmm. Do you have a sense of how much you lose or how many possible deals do you lose because of high land costs?
Well, we've definitely lost, I would say, in the last 2 years, probably 4 or 5 potential opportunities. And in addition, the ones we have been successful on, we've had to offer over asking price to be successful.
And I'm guessing you're aware of the building in the Pico neighborhood that just sold for $60 million.
Yes.
So that's for 150 units. Is that how many units? Mm-hmm. So, and that would have been a sweet deal for you, but not affordable. Is that right?
The price per unit was actually a good price. It was in the 300,000 range, but we couldn't make a deal like that work. It's too big.
So if we identified sites where you could build affordable housing, what would be your capacity units a year to build?
Right now our pipeline is at about 200 units a year. We could probably easily double that with density and height increases just on the same projects we're already working on. Because you're doing the same amount of work for more units, so it makes sense to be efficient on each project. Beyond that, I think we could increase our capacity if we expanded our staff.
But so at 400 units a year, it would take us 20 years to build the 6,700 units? Oh,
Right.
more. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. My math is really bad. It would take us, what did I say?
Well, 10 years to build 4,000.
Right,
yeah.
right. So, right.
Right. That's why I think we have to look at outside of the box and try to find opportunities where we can build more units on one property.
And if you had larger properties, that would have cost. If you had larger public properties on public land, what could you do? I mean, what if you had a large 3-acre site? how many units could you build on that? And would you be able to do it? Could you handle it?
I don't know because, every zoning designation is different. So without knowing what this piece of property would allow, but certainly we would try to maximize it, and certainly we could develop a site like that. Absolutely.
But I'm trying. Let's assume that there were no limits. What would the potential number of units you could build be?
Would it be in the downtown or would it be?
It doesn't. I'm asking you to just assume that.
Yeah, I mean, what we are doing right now, a project on 14th Street that is 3 stories and about 100 units per acre, but it's a half an acre site, so it's about 50 units. So, I mean, you can do hundreds of units on a 3-acre site, absolutely.
But I'm saying, would you have the capacity? I mean, I'm sure there are other affordable housing developers, but you're the one we turn to the most. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm trying to determine is how much we could ratchet up production working with you to get to something that was at least at more than 200 per year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, we do have the capacity to do it. Again, part of the problem is we need more funding in order to build those units. So it's not a question of us not being able to do the work. And certainly there are other developers out here that will also be assisting with this issue. But, really we need the funding as well as the density increases.
And if we said, let's say that you got double the density bonuses and double the height that a market rate developer would get. Would that change your ability to produce units?
Yes, we could do more, definitely.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next is Matt Stauffer.
Thank you, council members. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 700 local businesses. And I just want to reiterate some comments that I made to the Housing and Planning Commissions a couple of weeks ago. Attracting and retaining a talented workforce is one of the key challenges of our business members, and the cost and availability of housing is a large impediment to that. So I'm here to ask that you take the situation seriously and look at all available options to increase housing production. I also want to say I represent the Chamber on the city's Transportation Management Organization advisory team, and our charge there is to reduce solo vehicle commuting, and the farther people live away from where they work, that becomes more challenging. So I think it's a housing situation. It's also a traffic and climate situation, and so I ask that you just consider all of those things as you move forward. Thank you.
Carter Rubin. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't press the button yet. Now you did.
Hi. Okay, I have a quick question. Do you know what the median income in Santa Monica for a worker in Santa Monica is?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
Do you have those statistics at the chamber?
No. We have employee numbers, number of employees at each of our members, but we don't collect data on how much they're paid. I can tell you just very broadly speaking, our 700 plus members, they employ everyone from entry-level workers all the way up to seasoned executives. I don't know of anyone who thinks that housing is easy. I know people who fall at all points along that spectrum who commute from very far away, but I don't have a specific answer to your question.
Well, so SCAG obviously thinks we have a lot of them, a lot of low wage, and that our median must be lower than the median income of people who live here. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
You say like I'll accept whatever you say. So, but my question to you is really, in order to attract more workers, do you talk at the chamber about what kind of housing you need?
Yes.
And what kind of housing do you talk about?
The term that most often comes up is the kind of nebulous workforce housing.
And what do you think that housing is? I mean, in terms of versus area median income by HCD standards.
I think we look at 80 to 120%.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And now Carter Rubin.
Good evening, Council. Carter Rubin, Pico resident. I'm grateful to be here with the opportunity to talk about how our community can accommodate our and meet our housing obligations to the region to provide abundant housing, especially affordable housing for residents and potential future residents. I really appreciate staff's detailed analysis, but I think my request of you would be to give them the direction that when they're thinking about where 9,000 units go in our community and what kind of units we're building, that racial equity and climate be the two things that we focus on, because I don't think that's captured here. I think we have presently this sort of pencil and paper exercise of like what's FAR, what's density, how many units, but we have to acknowledge that infill development is one of our most powerful climate resilience, climate change prevention tools, and that our prevailing zoning regime comes out of an era in a history that has a lot of baggage with explicit racism and racial outcomes, racist outcomes. And I will just emphasize this by pointing to a report done in the 1930s by the federal agents who came here to draw up redlining maps. And they said, for instance, the north of Montana had deed restrictions that provide for single-family construction and protects against racial hazards. This is our zoning history. I think we need to acknowledge it, and we need to use this opportunity to improve racial equity in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Rubin, I see some questions coming. The first to the button was Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. So I just want to address the issue of how we can sort of, if you will, dovetail this issue about building more housing with climate resilience. So what is the kind of development pattern we would see that would have the greatest impact in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas footprints or emissions, and also, perhaps creating some resilience as we move into the era of inevitable climate change?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Housing built in Santa Monica, by virtue of being near jobs and services, is going to have a lower amount of vehicle trips and vehicle miles traveled associated with it than housing in other parts of the region. So any housing built here is going to be inherently virtuous in that respect. It will be even more so climate virtuous if it has very little to no parking, with lots of good amenities for transportation alternatives, and if it's affordable, because we know that families that are lower on the income spectrum drive less than families that are higher income with more vehicles per adult. I would say, in terms of thinking about a world in which we have more extreme heat days, shade is going to be our friend. We talk about shadows as if they're this nefarious thing, but I think 4 to 5, 6-story buildings that provide shade on the sidewalk will be something that we would like to have as we're walking down our urban boulevards.
And with regard particularly to development patterns, so obviously in the loose and in our zoning ordinance, we have sort of focused on the downtown. Do we need to sort of expand our focus in terms of building? Given that we have 3 expo stops and also, availability of, potential places. I'm just trying to get a sense of what a development pattern would look like that would be responsive to the climate crisis.
Yeah, I think downtown makes a lot of sense as an area to concentrate density, given the access to jobs and services and transit. But then our other expo stops at 17th Street are near the hospitals, and Bergamot Station are great opportunities to, build higher density housing with very little parking, with lots of great transit and walking and biking opportunities. The fact that we're getting proposals to do 2-story development at Bergamot Station is unfortunate, because that's a missed opportunity to build 6+ stories where people can live a very low carbon lifestyle.
And then the last question I have is, and if we build more densely up, does that also give us the opportunity for more carbon capture opportunities by sort of concentrating buildings up, but then having more open space with trees and things like that? Sorry, I'm picking on you, but because for those who don't know, you work for the NRDC. So.
That's true. I think, especially to the extent we're building things out of wood, that is a carbon sequestration material. And if we can build taller but then use less land, we can use that land for open space and tree planting and things like that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
I'm going to keep picking on you. And
Pick away.
we heard in the staff report that the Joint Planning and Housing Commission deliberation included some question as to the notion that by providing housing for residents here, we could exacerbate our climate and water sustainability objectives. And I was going to respond to that, but I thought you're here, you might as well.
That idea is not consistent with state or other best practices in climate change planning. There's a tool out of UC Berkeley called the Cool Climate Tool that tells local governments what their most effective climate mitigation strategies in Santa Monica is urban infill, because of the ability to reduce the amount of driving associated with housing. I mean, speaking to our water resilience is sort of out of my area of expertise, but I think, as long as my personal opinion would be, as long as we have like lush green lawns in our community, that we don't have a water problem, and that we should, tackle that low-hanging fruit before we start trying to ration housing.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morena.
Hey, Carter, thanks for coming. One of the points brought up earlier was by Commissioner Lambert, and she said correlating or connecting jobs to housing would be a key factor in how we certainly reduce some of our infrastructure challenges like traffic. Have you or your group thought about that and ways to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a really good silver bullet for like micro-targeting potential new residents to jobs that already exist, other than just that we know that we have like twice as many people working in Santa Monica as we do like working age adults in our community. And getting that balance in check, I think, will create opportunities. And the commutes are brutal, and people want to live in Santa Monica. And we know that because the prices are higher here than they are in other places. Like, that is the way you measure desirability of living here. And if we build more, that will create more opportunities for people to come live in our community who want to work here and have access to services that are close by and not have to commute on the 405 and the 10.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Carl Hansen, you're next. Let me call some other names, though, so that they can be up and ready to speak. We'll have former Mayor Denny Zane, Kevin Delagianni, and Housing Commissioner Leonora Kemner. Mr. Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, and congratulations, council members. Carl Hansen, resident of downtown / Wilmot neighborhood for the past 6 years. Excited to be here tonight. You have some exciting and important issues ahead of you. I was looking over the agenda and was kind of really proud to live in a city that, in the same night is addressing housing production, inclusive economic development, improving Big Blue bus service, protecting the Pico neighborhood. All of these are part of that kind of comprehensive vision that I think cities need to have to address the big challenges that Carter was just mentioning about, climate change, the housing shortage, racial equity, income inequality, and this is housing is a huge chunk of that. The couple points I think I'd like to hit on tonight, some of which have already been made. I think let's make housing easy, like housing production easy, particularly for 100% affordable. And let's ensure that the fees and incentives are realistic. We want to see the housing that's planned for actually built, and with people and families inside of it. I think extending the density bonus, as has been mentioned, is a great idea. Removing parking minimums throughout the city, as was done in the downtown, is I think a good way to reduce the car trips that new housing units will generate, and also increase the affordability of those units. Let's be very thoughtful about displacement and figure out ways that in the event that someone is displaced or their family is displaced, that they can get into these new units that we're building, and fast track them into those new affordable units. I think as we're thinking about building new affordable housing, like as has been said, thinking about publicly owned land is really important. Let's also maybe think about congestion pricing and using that funding to fund affordable housing to kind of kill two birds, two problems, one stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Former Mayor Denny Zane.
First of all, congratulations, Colleen. I think you did a wonderful job. And congratulations, Kevin. I'm sure you will as well. Council members, if we look at this 6-cycle RHNA, that 9,000 unit target certainly took our breath away. But when you look at the above moderate income 30%, that tells you need to do, to meet that target, 2,700 units. And you are on course to do that now in this cycle without these changes in density standards and such that the private sector community wants to urge. The real challenge here is the affordable housing challenge. And it's not just a challenge for you, it is the challenge for the region. 58% of that 1.34 million units that are expected in this RHNA cycle, 58% of them are supposed to be affordable. And there is little, if any, local or state money available to do that. Inclusionary in your 2,700 units might generate what, 500 units? That won't come close to the 6,700 that's expected here. So you need to be the leader in rallying the troops for a call to Sacramento to not only recreate redevelopment authority, but to create a major statewide housing trust fund, a revenue stream that goes on, not just the bonding capacity. And you need to, I think, figure out how to find ways to create or find additional revenue here, and yes, land sites. Our challenge here is not a market rate challenge. Our challenge here is affordable. And it mirrors the challenge in the region. You should lead.
Thank you. Thank you, former Mayor Zane. Kevin Delajani.
Denny,
I'm sorry.
I just
The button
wanted-
wasn't led yet, but it is now.
Just,
Former Mayor Zane, if you'd come back.
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day has a question for you.
So the state's giving us these objectives for RHNA, and you're proposing that we go back to the state and say we need money for it?
Absolutely, for the affordable housing part. How do they expect anyone to meet it?
And what should we do in the meantime?
Well, this city should figure out how to expand its resource base as well. And it should rally other communities to go to Sacramento and say, this 58% affordable is never going to happen through the private marketplace.
But
Even if we put 30% affordable in every development in the region and meet that RHNA 42%, that will come nowhere near meeting the 58% the RHNA has for affordable. There is zero chance of meeting that without major public investment of land and money. Zero chance.
But what you suggested is that we're meeting the moderate income target.
No, the market rate,
above moderate
which
income
they call above moderate, but that's really market.
target now. And so because of that, we shouldn't take on any changes, and we should ask the state to just fund this?
The state should help fund the affordable target, which is the only part that is a real challenge for both you and the region.
Okay. Thank you.
They would not, subsidize market rate development, no need. By the way, the region is meeting its market rate targets as well. Did so in the 4th cycle and is doing so in the 5th cycle, and close to the 500,000 units the 6th cycle envisions.
But the point of this is that the market rate, the above moderate targets are just a percentage of the total, and the goal is to get to the moderate and to the low and the very low, right?
Yes, which are deed-restricted affordable units.
So there's nothing to say that you have to only build the above moderate
you can
target
exceed
number.
your above
You can
moderate,
exceed it in
of course,
order to
but it will not
accomplish the
count.
moderate, low, and very low income
It will
numbers.
not count toward the other units.
Right? So if you build market rate housing to a sufficient degree that you have inclusionary housing at those lower rates, you would get that RHNA target met.
You would have to build dramatically more market rate.
Well, isn't that what we're talking about tonight? We're talking about dramatically increasing the housing supply in the state.
Sir,
because
you
we've been
might
missing.
be, but I don't think you should be. We should be talking about
We should be kicking the
public
can and waiting
investment.
for somebody else to give us the money to do it.
This city is doing it. This city has a major affordable housing program. It needs to help other cities have one as
We're
well.
not meeting that RHNA target. That's what we just discussed.
No, we are. We are exceeding it. Both, we're not meeting the moderate income. We are exceeding on the low and the very low, and way above on the above moderate.
The past ones, but not the new one.
No, the new one, we are already, this cycle, meeting that above moderate, which is a euphemism for market rate.
Okay.
We are meeting that.
Okay.
Now.
I got it. Thanks.
Continuing on the subject of the affordability part of this, former Mayor Zane, can I call you back, please?
You got a glass of water. I'm getting dry mouth.
Somebody's going to take care of that for you. So I want to call on your expertise, not only as a former mayor who was cited before as having come up before with a successful program that increased housing production downtown in the 80s and 90s, but also as the chair of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, because we heard that in earlier discussions it's been suggested that we consider directing housing to all areas, not just the boulevards, Bergamot, and downtown, and that we apply a radius approach of allowing development which would have to remove existing buildings within a certain distance of transit. What would the impact on that in a community like Santa Monica that has had rent control for 40 years be on existing affordable housing?
Well, it could, create real incentives for developers to try to remove existing, to take advantage of any additional incentives. But Santa Monica is one small enough and has compact, we got bus corridors on Wilshire as well as the rail system. Virtually the whole city, at least south of Montana, is a, transit accessible corridor area. There's no need for that kind of circular motion that you're talking about. That might be, if appropriate, in larger cities with longer blocks and further distances away from the transit. But we're very close to transit almost everywhere in this city.
And being transit rich is one of the reasons why the demands are being put upon us to create the housing.
That's right. And so you need the money to meet that demand.
All right. Thank you very much. Another question from Councilmember Himmelrich is back in line.
Hi, Denny. So, with respect to the numbers we're looking at here, how, assuming you have to build 6,700 affordable units, I guess we can all do the arithmetic.
I think we should say we get to.
Pardon me?
We should say we get to build.
I'm sorry, the opportunity to build 6,700 affordable units under the current ratios that are being proposed and our current rate of production. How many units above moderate would we have to, market rate units?
I'm not really understanding the question.
Well, let me go back. Okay, so
how many above market rate would we need if we wanted to use inclusionary as a sole strategy?
Inclusionary and affordable at the rate we're doing it now at about 200 a year.
So if you're doing 2,700 market rate units, and if you got a 20% inclusionary on average, it's about 500 units, right? So you need 6,000 units that would come in a different way. You need 6,000 units that would come through a combination of public land and public money, and there is no other alternative.
Or we could build 30,000 units within the inclusionary, right?
That's,
I mean, that's facetious, right? But no, let me ask you something else. Because you have, you have successfully raised money for housing on many occasions, right?
Several.
So the state has, we know, a $27 billion excess this year. How do you think we could go about getting more money from the state, and how do you think we could find other sources of funding for this?
Well, I haven't been in the municipal milieu, the League of Cities and whatever, to see what kind of activism there is, but activism is generated through leadership, right? And so this city is a leader in the region, is a leader at the West Side COG, could be a leader at SCAG, to say we should tell the state that their target of, this 58% or about 750, 800,000 affordable units cannot be done unless there is significant public money and or public land, both actually, can't be done. There is no private developer who will do that for you if you're not going to invest public money, because they'll make a profit of it. It's by definition, that's what affordable housing is. It needs subsidies.
So you keep talking about 5,700 or 57. What do you say? 58%.
58% affordable is the RHNA regional.
Oh, for the regional.
58% of the regional RHNA target is affordable.
But you realize that we have 70%.
You have a bigger affordable target.
And why is that? Do you understand why?
I don't precisely understand why, except that probably the transit access and the job access, they allocated a larger share of the affordable proportionally.
And you've also done some study of what this is doing to the population of LA County. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Well, it's almost rather what the changes in the population is doing to the market, right?
Okay.
If you look at the last decade, or back to 2005, we have had about 350,000 new high-income households. That is over 100,000 a year, about 350,000.
That's in LA County?
In LA County. I'm sorry, not regionally. LA County alone. We have lost over 200,000 low-income households.
And what number is that? Well,
under 35,000 a year. Okay, and so, I think at least the reasonable hypothesis is that this influx of a higher income workforce is the dynamic that's causing rents and housing costs to go up. In other words, there are two answers to the question, what knocks a supply-demand balance out of balance? One is the hypothesis that's been current is that we have had too slow of building a supply. But the other explanation is you've had a spike in demand. And we have had a sudden spike in demand in the last decade. And it's very easily traceable. I mean, the dot-com industry came to LA to marry Hollywood, and they were very successful. And that's probably mostly a good thing for the region. But there is a consequence. And the consequence is being borne out largely in our housing market. And we got to figure out how to deal with it because, there is an upside to that change, but there is a downside. They need to be part of the solution, but they need leadership from people like you.
Thank you, Denny.
Next speaker is Kevin Delajani.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Kevin Delajani. I was born in the city of Santa Monica, and now I'm lucky enough to be working in the city of Santa Monica for a family development business. I wanted to make a couple quick comments. A few things were said earlier to Councilmember Himmelrich, who asked what can be done to get us to build more affordable units. To add my 2 cents, it's not complicated. We need more density or more height, and we can build more units. It's just a matter of the bottom line. I can explain it to anyone with an Excel sheet. We buy property projecting what it's going to be worth when it's done, and then we sell it. And every affordable unit reduces the value at sale. So we either need to be able to build more to offset that, or we need subsidies. A lot more to be said about that, density bonuses and many things. But more importantly, to what Councilmember Winterer said earlier about how, in many ways, Santa Monica is getting the brunt of the RHNA number allocation. And there's cities out there like Beverly Hills who don't have to build anything because they don't have jobs because they never built anything in the first place. I just wanted to say Santa Monica has been a leader on that and deserves to be commended. This city's been allowing things to get built allowing young people to move in to some extent. Unfortunately, many beach cities don't do that, which is hurting a lot of people. And Santa Monica is right that they shouldn't be dealing with all this by themselves, but you should be commended. And I hope that you continue to set the example and that others live up to that example. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next is our Housing Commissioner, Leonora Kamner. But Ms. Kamner, before you speak, let me call a couple of more names of people who will be ready to go. Matthew Stevens and Ellis Raskin. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Leonora Kamner. Thank you all for appointing me to the Housing Commission. I'm also Managing Director of Abundant Housing LA for a pro-housing outreach and advocacy organization. So one of our main recommendations is to spread out the suitable sites inventory and the upzoning that's a part of this, this housing element cycle beyond just the boulevards and a few specific sites. And the reason for that is by spreading out more of that upzoning and those suitable sites, we can focus more on medium density development, which is more affordable per unit than the super high density developments. And so, you know, super high density development is a part of this overall solution. But, you know, if the ultimate goal is affordability and creating affordability for our residents, then we need to be really focusing on as much medium density as we can. And the more suitable sites we have, the more likely they are to we are to reach these targets, you know, because as was in the presentation, only 8 of the 77 suitable sites were built out in the last cycle. So we need to look at more suitable sites, and that means spreading out more of that throughout the city. And just explain, you know, there was a question about that earlier. How does that affect, you know, existing housing? And so, you know, what we're contemplating by this is not replacing existing medium density housing with medium density housing. We're talking about replacing parking lots, commercial, and single family areas. And single family areas are the areas where upzoning is least likely to displace people, because those are mostly owner-occupied units. So the best anti-displacement policy is to focus on upzoning in single-family areas.
That's okay. Councilmember Himmelrich has a question for you. Okay. So.
I just want to also, the other point I wanted to make sure I made was I want to recommend against appealing the RHNA distribution calculation from SCAG unless we want to appeal it on the basis that it should be higher, because under the state law, you know, thanks to Richard Bloom and Western Center, AB 1771, that state law requirement would give us a higher RHNA allocation, and that's really the proper RHNA allocation, and it would have given us 14,000. So SCAG has actually given us a lower number than state law requires.
That was a good completion of your thought in several sentences.
Okay, so you're done that thought.
Yeah.
What is medium density housing?
Medium density housing is 4 stories. It's housing that doesn't have as much parking, doesn't have as many amenities. It's
what do you mean amenities?
You know, in like
swimming pools, like that.
Yeah, swimming pools. You know, special like entertainment centers. You know, like special kinds of service that you see in some expensive high density buildings, and also they're the types of buildings that don't require special materials. They don't require, you know, special experts to build. And they don't require like large amounts of funding that are only available to a few very rich developers.
So there are 4 stories. Is there open space in your medium density housing?
I guess there could be open space.
Well, you know we need trees, right? So there better be trees. Yes. I mean,
we definitely need trees, yes.
Yeah, okay. So there is some open space, right? I'm with you so far.
Mm-hmm.
And would this be on every block in the city? Is that how you get to, I read your article. Is that how you get to 15,000?
I think we should look at maximizing it throughout the city as much as reasonably as possible. I mean, I'm not saying like replace all of our park space, but certainly, you know, as much as we can reasonably do throughout the city.
So every block that's not a park would have this 4-story housing with, other than what's been built, with few amenities. Is that the point? I'm
Yes.
trying to get how you got to the number you put in your newspaper article.
The 14,000
Yes.
number? Oh, that has to do with the RHNA distribution calculation based on, you know, AB 1771's, you know, statutory RHNA objectives. So that's a separate issue from, you know, selecting medium density sites for the housing element.
Okay, so with yours, we have 4 stories, right? And presumably on a block, a 7,500 square foot lot. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes. You know, again, I think, you know, some sites we should look at higher density than that, but like at the very least, we should look at, you know, increasing, you know, to medium density on as many potential parcels as we can in the city. So
Okay, and I'm curious what you think is affordable.
I mean, what I personally think is affordable. I mean, I think that.
Well, you said this is going to be medium density affordable housing, so I'm trying to understand what the particulars are. So
okay.
I want to know how much the rent is on, let's say, a 1-bedroom apartment in your affordable housing.
Yeah. You know, just to be clear, I don't mean to say that it is affordable housing, you know, in terms of what is required under RHNA. You know, that's subsidized affordable housing based on income levels. But I'm saying that these are more affordable compared to units in very high density buildings. So just like, you know, just in comparison, it's more affordable, but it's not affordable
I knew you weren't
housing.
talking about real affordable housing.
Okay,
So,
right.
so now what I want to understand is, so, you know, we have a certain land value. I mean, my understanding, I mean, you're the head of Abundant Housing, and this is an issue that you're very familiar with, right? So I just want to know, when you're talking about building these medium density buildings that are affordable, not in the way I call affordable, but the way you're calling affordable, what you think the rent would be in an apartment.
Yeah, you know, I don't have that number exactly, but I think it would be less than, you know, so it could be just like removing the parking. You could be looking at like a couple $100 less per month per unit just on that basis. But, you know, like based on other factors, it could be more than that. But I don't have that specific calculation, just more like that's, you know, it's just a way to reduce costs.
Well, I understand what you're saying. And I'd like to discuss this with you more another time. But even if you took, let's say, $500 off of each unit, that would still be $3,000 a month, which would require a lot of income.
Yeah, I think that your point is right, that, you know, medium density housing is not alone the entire solution to our affordability problems, and that we need to also look at funding for actual subsidized affordable
Great.
housing.
And I just did want to know what was behind your $14,000 in your newspaper article, and I will talk to you about it more, but thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Kamner. So I know you were paid very close attention to the SCAG proceedings, and one of the questions that arose earlier was why Santa Monica got assigned a higher level of affordability than some other cities in the region, and I think you know the answer to that, so I'm wondering if you can share that with us.
Yeah, you know, all of those calculations are on the SCAG website. You know, you can see all of those numbers and how we compare to other cities. And so, I mean, I just think it's, you know, a combination of the statutory RHNA objectives, which are, you know, jobs to housing balance and, you know, proximity to transit, plus housing costs. So we do have very high housing costs here. So I think, you know, that's really where you're seeing a large difference. And you know, the reality is that we do have very high housing demand here, even relative to some of our neighbors.
Right. So in doing its analysis, part of the SCAG analysis was in areas where housing costs are the highest, we're going to require a higher number of affordable units to try and create some of that balance, if you will, and fill in those gaps between the very low and the very high income.
Yeah.
Because that question came up, why were our numbers higher? So I
Yeah.
just thought you could clear that up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, it wasn't like an arbitrary number. It's an objective calculation. So, appealing it would be very, very problematic.
I understand completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Stevens.
Hi, my name's Matthew Stevens. I'm a Wilmont area resident. And I just want to say that I'm excited by RHNA number. I'm excited that Santa Monica may finally start building the housing that it desperately needs. For decades, we've underbuilt demand here, and we're now one of the most expensive cities in the entire world. And I don't think that's a situation to be proud of. I'd urge you to take this seriously. I would urge you not to appeal. Gavin Newsom and HCD are not sympathetic to cities that want to wiggle out of this. And I'd remind you that SB 50 is not dead. And the more that we do to try to get around this, the more likely we make SB 50 to pass next year. I think the solutions are easy. I think inclusionary zoning gets it done. It's much higher than 9,000, and some of you have been alluding to that, but I think that's needed, and I would urge you to explore that as an option to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellis Raskin. And Mr. Raskin, before you start, let me call a couple more names. These are the last two of our timely chits, Kay Ambriz and Teresa Marasco. Mr. Raskin.
Good evening, Council. I want to reiterate something that's been said before several times, but if we're talking seriously about bringing people closer to the jobs where they work and really tying these housing goals to climate change, we have to think seriously about how displacement of our existing residents is going to also defeat those goals. Whenever people are displaced from their homes, they have to move to faraway places like Lancaster and ultimately commute here and ultimately contribute more, a larger carbon footprint. So I think we have to really look very closely at the displacement factor of all this, and also not only through actually demolishing existing units, rent-controlled units, but through the broader process of gentrification as well. Two other points that haven't been made. One, I think we need to look seriously when we do the LIP portion of our LCP about having higher inclusionary and affordable housing requirements in the coastal zone. That will, for one matter, implement the Chapter 3 policies and really making the coastal zone an inclusionary place to live for people of all backgrounds, people of all economic and ethnic and racial backgrounds for that matter. But that's something that will happen in this RHNA cycle. Something that's an out-of-the-box proposal that I think we should start looking at 40 or 50 years down the road is working with the Federal Department of Transportation and Caltrans to reuse that freeway land for better things like housing. I don't think that the freeway is an integral part of infrastructure. I think there are better ways to move people across town, and I think that we can use that as a creative opportunity to redevelop that land for better purposes. So that's one out-of-the-box solution that we could potentially do that doesn't involve, for example, creating landfill in the ocean or something like that. I think that's a better way to go. So thank you very much.
Mr. Raskin, we have a question for you from Councilmember Himmelrich.
When you say reusing the freeway land, you mean taking out the 10 freeway that displaced so many people year before? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so it's worked in places like Vancouver and San Francisco. You essentially take the freeway. You can create, maybe a 4-lane boulevard going down the middle, and then you'll have acres and acres of land along the side to reuse for better purposes.
You mean the embankments along embankments along
exactly.
the freeway?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Kay Ambriz. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, council members. Thank you for your service, Council Member Glenn Davis, and congratulations, newly appointed Mayor Kevin McEwen. My name is Kay Ambriz. I am a resident of the Pico neighborhood. Actually, I live in Pico Lanai. My comments tonight pertain to low-income housing, which I believe needs to be the primary focus of our council. Approximately half of the RHNA units are devoted to affordable housing, and the other half are devoted to market rate. We know there will be no issues with getting 5,000 market rate units built. So let's focus our time and attention on the affordable aspect. For example, at the last Planning Commission hearing, a developer successfully moved forward with their mixed-use development plan. Their amendment of adding 10 affordable units per the CEQA regulations, the developer still found this project profitable and moved forward with this project in our economically rich city. We've heard tonight from land use firms, developers, architects, and representatives, effectively lobbyists who are here to encourage you to make their process easier by changing requirements. Now we need to make sure that those 10 affordable units are not just an afterthought of our city's intentional housing planning. I'd also like to point to some comments that I had made earlier on November 20th, addressing some numbers that I think Councilmember Hemmerich asked for. Per the Rent Board's own report, at this time, the median rent paid for last year's studio was $1,850, and for a one-bedroom, it was $2,395. So we urgently have a problem with our affordable housing, and that needs to be our primary focus. Yes, market rate housing can be built in our sleep.
Thank you very much. Our last timely request to speak is from Teresa Marasco.
Good evening, council members. I am, or was formerly a Pico neighborhood resident. I moved to Santa Monica, ported in with my Section 8 voucher from Culver City due to habitability issues in Culver City 5 years ago. Since the time that I have lived here, I've been told by many locals that I will be run out of this town. Moved into a small 7-unit building. Within a year, it was sold to an investor who is actually a business partner of Ted Winterer at Mazer Condos. His name is Gary Gorin. And he officially, constructively evicted me and ejected me and my family in the middle of them, my kids trying to get into college. I have had my Section 8 voucher for exactly 24 years. I've maintained that voucher because I am an excellent tenant. And now my credit is ruined. My 5 years tenancy in Santa Monica has been ruined. I've come to you, Mr. McEwen. I've come to you, Rick Cole. I was told I have a lawyer. What is he doing about it when I address City Council? To include, Mr. McEwen, a friend of mine said that you are a Democratic delegate and sent you an email about this situation. And she was also running for CDP chair. And never did I get a response on that email. I'm saying that there is a problem with protection for tenants here. Code enforcement did nothing to protect me and my family. To include, I was sexually harassed and all of my belongings were sent to the trash. All of my furniture. Now we're homeless and no one's helping us.
And I will take that as a plea to make sure as we go forward with the item that's actually before us that people in existing affordable housing don't have their housing threatened as you apparently had. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Council, we have one request to speak that came in after the end of the staff presentation, therefore is considered late. What's the pleasure of the council with that?
Here for 1 minute.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Winter moved to hear for a minute, seconded by Councilmember Davis. How does the council feel about that? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? We will then hear this for 1 minute. Irma Carranza. Wouldn't you know, she's in the middle of a row. And when she's done, council, just so you know, this is a meeting that was supposed to end at midnight. Mr. Hanson, when he spoke, reminded us that we still have many other important issues. We're already an hour past when the staff thought we'd be done with this entire item, and we have not yet begun council discussion. So just keep that in mind. Ms. Carranza.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I apologize for my late submittal. Thank you for allowing me this time. Irma Carranza, I live in the Pico neighborhood, and I've been hearing all this conversation about all these asks from the developers to lax regulations, get rid of development agreements, and so forth. And those things, give a red flag to someone like myself and in my community because the protections aren't there for residents. Had there been there, Latino population wouldn't have dwindled from 35% to about 15 or so percent now. In the last 15 or so years, African American population is now in a one-digit percentage. So protections are not there. We're not doing a good job with that. I know you're going to be talking about a proposal for legal counsel. That in itself is not enough. And so I just want there to ensure if there's any changes, there's an equal added protection for tenants, especially in the Pico neighborhood.
Thank you very much. I think there's a good awareness of that. And that will close the public hearing on the study session on housing policy. Council, usually the first thing we'll try to do is to clarify any issues that came up in testimony by asking staff questions. Does anybody have any such questions? Okay, we don't. Unless, is that a request? Councilmember Hara?
Yes, I was actually going to ask about the development agreements. And I know that there is a lot of the developers call this as a burden on them because it does take that long for them to process this development agreement. So I was wondering if you could help us out in trying to see how we can speed up that process and or how we can maybe make some changes to the development agreements, maybe standardize the development agreement so that way it wouldn't be such a lengthy process for the staff and the developers as well.
So I just want to clarify, there may perhaps be some misunderstanding between development agreements and just the development permits in general. Development agreements are unique contractual negotiations. We currently only have 5, pending major projects in the city. Historically, they have been used for that purpose. So, they are negotiations by their very nature. They run their course, and our city's recent experience with them, has not been without controversy, I would say. They can certainly, by their very nature, they are applicants asking for permission to exceed established standards. So I'm not certain that streamlining the development agreement process is perhaps a viable solution, so much as looking at development permits and that particular process of streamlining development review to, as we have in the downtown for housing projects. Development agreements, like I said, they are not used, in our current land use system for sort of your typical housing projects.
Jing, however, there was an issue raised before that we might be overlooking, or maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if we, for example, restored Tier 3 to the boulevards and made that automatic based upon a certain level of affordable housing, is that a way in which we could eliminate the need for or standardize a development agreement, get affordable housing, and not have to have a more discretionary and lengthy negotiation process?
I mean, I think that, like I said, I don't think it's about standard or even having the DA requirement in general. You would just eliminate it. That would make more sense to me. Because if you're going to standardize it, then why are you having
it's a good point. Let me ask the city attorney. I know we've carefully constructed over the years, and you may not be able to give an answer off the cuff, carefully constructed the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 structure, which is unique to Santa Monica, in order to ensure that there's an opportunity to derive community benefits above and beyond standard zoning. If you make such community benefits standard, does that still qualify, or does that undermine the legal basis for our structure?
I'm not sure that I'm able to answer that right in this moment.
Yeah, I understand it's a somewhat complex question, but you know, the difficulty. I as city manager, when I first was hired here, I felt that we had become mired in development agreements, and we had some 30 of them pending. And when we did the downtown community plan, we eliminated the need for development agreements in all but 3 sites in the downtown, at least those that were discretionary on the large sites. So I think there's some opportunity, not tonight, but to answer Councilmember Hara's question more fully and to get at least your objective, even if not necessarily by the same route.
City Manager, if I could rephrase your question, certainly it's possible to create an additional tier that would allow for more development and would require more community benefits. So rephrasing it that way, yes, that would be possible, and that would likely replace what would currently be happening under a development agreement in many areas.
I appreciate that. That's very helpful, and I think that does give us the germ of something to work with.
I think I would note that it's important in whatever we pursue that we do have to understand what are we trying to achieve, what are the goals. There are limitations, in terms of what you standardize and what can be standardized. So I just want to note that.
I totally understand that, and the reason why I was trying to raise it is because I did listen a lot to the developers, and some of the correspondence that we received was precisely that they thought that having gone or going through the process of getting the development agreement approved was a lengthy and or a burden to them. So I don't think that it is prudent for us to eliminate those if we can come up with some benefits for the community. I remember a long time ago when we had one community, one agency that came into the community and actually spoke to the community first to find out what it was that they needed, and then brought it over to the council and said, okay, we've talked to the community. This is what they said that they would need. How can we go ahead and move along with our project if they are going to approve that we give them these and that we are providing these incentives for them and these benefits for the community. So I think that if we are going to think about speeding up the process, then that's probably where we need to start, is say to any of the developers, go talk to the community, see what they think is the best benefit for them, what the best fit is and need for them, and then bring it back to us and say, okay, you've talked to them, then let's figure it out so that way we can move it faster.
Councilor Howard, did you get your question answered?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's hold the discussion, if we could, and get to the questions from all of the council members. Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, just up there on that screen there, the second to last bullet point from the bottom, I don't quite understand what landlord assistance is and why it should be contemplated that we explore it.
I can expand a little bit about what was offered. This came up in the course of the Joint Commissions meeting. So what was thought about here was basically incentives. What are incentives we can think about to help landlords stay in the rental business or incentivize them to stay in the rental business as a tenant protection measure.
So essentially, cash assistance above and beyond what goes on into the pod program and stuff like that.
Potentially ideas like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis, your watch says it's 10:34 p.m. I heard it.
That's right. It's talking to me. Jean, I just have a quick question because I also, in terms of the questions for discussion, I want to make sure to stay focused. So on the second point, how can the city better support nonprofit housing providers? And I know there were suggestions. financing tools. I just want to get a better idea about what you're thinking about there. Is it trying to do bonds for housing? I mean, I know we heard generate more revenue, but I'm still not sure what you all are thinking about that.
I don't know that we have formed many thoughts, exciting thoughts, beyond what we have or know about right now. It is one of our SB2 scope items to explore potential tools. One of the things we did here in the developer roundtable that we held in the course of doing the analyses was there seemed to be interest, and this was just a private developer. It was an idea, is like, the HPP, for example, does not allow multiple sites to band together to sort of bank all their housing on one site. I don't know what, the mechanics of how that all would work, but that was a suggestion, for example, that was put out there as, the flexibility to do something like that.
And are we thinking about, I know this is the dirty word, right, new taxes? For example, the city of Vancouver's done different sets of taxes relating to land use. For example, they have a vacancy tax, and they also have a second home tax or a foreign investor tax. And the vacancy tax has not been all that successful, but actually the second home / foreign investor tax has, because people who can afford a second home, particularly in a city like Vancouver or Santa Monica, tend to be able to pay it. So I'm wondering, are we thinking about that as well?
I think we have. I'm familiar with it. It's actually my hometown, but it's that was something I think Council had actually asked us to look at as part of the housing models discussion. So it was definitely something on our radar. Obviously, more analysis would need to be looked at in terms of imposing a new tax of any kind.
Okay, great. Thanks. Those are my questions.
One more question from Councilmember Winterer.
Well, it's really a question for you, Mayor, since we seem to be done with questions to staff, is what do you envision us doing right now? It's a study session, so are we going to go around and all individually offer our thoughts on these vexing issues, or what do you have in mind?
Well, it's funny you should ask that, because that's what I was about to talk about.
I like to give you a softball now and then.
Council, we have just been presented an astonishing amount of very sobering information. And we're faced with a challenge that's not just the RHNA numbers and the fact that we may need to accommodate more people in our community in the future, but I would draw your attention to a document we've received actually for a 13 item tonight. It's a preview of some of the well-being index findings, and it shows how people in Santa Monica already, our neighbors, feel about their housing in 2015 and in 2019. In 2015, almost 21% of Santa Monicans worried about paying their rent or their mortgage. It's now up to 28%. In 2015, over half, 52% of Santa Monica families doubted that their kids would be able to afford and live in Santa Monica when they grow up. 52%, over half. That's bad enough. 4 years later, in 2019, that's 2/3. 67% of our families fear that their own kids won't be able to live in their hometown when they grow up. So this isn't just about accommodating people from outside. It's a housing crisis we have at home as well. And my hope tonight would be that we, first of all, recognize the severity of the issue. I hope that we can find it in our hearts to embrace this as an opportunity and not see the RHNA numbers as an imposition. It's a very serious wake-up call. There's no question about that. We need to recognize that staff has limited capacity to do everything all at once. And that means we're going to have to prioritize quite seriously. There may be some things we can do in the short term that require a simple council vote at a future meeting, because we can't make any final decisions tonight. It's agendized as a study session. There may be other things where we'll have to ask staff to do research, come back to us with further information so we can be better informed. I hope tonight, rather than be scattershot and just throw out a million ideas, that we each really look closely at what we think would be the best one or two short-term and long-term things for staff to look at. If we make a list that is 35 things long, 35 things won't get done. If we make a list that's 4 or 5 things long that we have consensus on, I think we can make real progress in a reasonable amount of time. We've all gotten this speech individually and collectively for the city manager that there's only so much bandwidth for good work to be done. Let's make sure the work that gets done is indeed the good work. And with that, I'll open the discussion with Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, so other people may focus on other things. I'm going to focus on affordable housing. I think that we should give 100% affordable housing, additional density bonuses, maybe double what we give regular housers. I think we should give them more height, possibly 2 stories. I think we should give them, and they already have it, first shot at all public land. I think that we shouldn't be looking at any project on public land that is not a housing project, period. And I think that we could do make a big change by changing the rules for affordable housing providers. My final suggestion, and I also think we should do density bonuses on commercial, on housing projects built on commercial land. But finally, I think we should do an RFP to the state of California asking to build housing on the DMV parking lot. I think that because of the different standards for state land, we could get hundreds of units of affordable housing on that. There could be a DMV on the ground floor. We could have some kind of centralized parking lot, and the land would have to be free. And I want to, and I'll give you the site. There's an executive order from the governor. Have you guys seen it? Somebody not? No. Okay, the governor did an executive order to the Department of General Services, which I will give to you. And it requires them to consider all such RFPs.
Councilmember Winthrop.
So I absolutely agree with Councilmember Hemorrhage, given the daunting reality of how much of this RHNA allocation has to be deed restricted affordable. The first thing we need to do is just let loose the reins for 100% affordable housing, whether it means greater height and density, entirely administrative approval process for any 100% affordable project instead of the current 50-unit cap we have, remove the roadblocks that we've heard about, including what the head of CCSM mentioned about those transit passes. I think that there's either we find another way to finance those, or we realize that people who are living in those projects are only paying 30% of their income on housing, and probably, while it might be a stretch, can afford the money for the low-income transit pass on their own. But we shouldn't be making that an impediment on principle. So anything we can do to further incentivize 100% affordable housing, and hand in hand with that goes to the issue of going to the state and saying, okay, you've just delivered a massive unfunded mandate, and where is the Son of Redevelopment Agency? Where is other funding to do some of these projects? If I had to do another one, just top priority, I actually did watch that planning commission hearing last week about that project in the Bergamot area, and I was astounded that we were requiring them to build so many parking spaces. We've talked for a number of years here about trying to incentivize housing production in the Bergamot area. I think the first thing we could do right away is take the approach we had in downtown and move it over to the Bergamot area. Either dramatically reduce the parking requirements or say that there's no parking minimums and there's a parking maximum, because it's crazy to build that much parking when you can spit on the expo line from there. I also think we probably ought to go back in fairly short order, and since we're not getting the housing production there, if we want to disincentivize commercial production there and encourage housing, we need to go back to those old loose standards we had in place that we downzone from and revisit those, probably put back in, the more generous Tier 2 allowance that was in the 2010 loose, and actually look at AAs there for not only Tier 2 but for Tier 3. I think the development agreement process has just proved to owners. I think we were scared to begin with about, okay, maybe we need to do DAs for these big projects, but given the reality of the Housing Accountability Act and all the stuff and the need for housing in that area, I think we ought to just streamline that process and contemplate streamlining it elsewhere. I mean, the mayor wants me to limit how much I say about it, but those are my top two. But I think that the two things to focus on is to disincentivize those one-story commercial projects throughout the city, whether we do that through downzoning or other tools. Even we're not allowed to do a lot of discretionary review for housing projects, but we can do all the discretionary review we want for commercial projects. So make it more onerous, and then make it more cost-effective, incentivize the housing production throughout the city, and whether that means AA approvals or getting rid of the DA requirement. I'm open about that. I think that, but at this point, I'm very interested in the fact that in the arena, recycling the sites, you have to have 20% affordable. And I think that's something we should look at, is recycling those old sites from the last housing element and having that 20% affordable component. Maybe it's just the low and moderate income, so well we get the other income levels out of publicly financed projects, but I think that we should take a good hard look at that. And clearly if we do that, then we have to give them the by right projects and take out the discretionary approvals. As long as we can keep the ARB, I want to keep the ARB because we've got to have good looking buildings. Those are a short list of my thoughts.
Councilmember Davis.
All right, so I certainly agree that we need to focus on affordable housing, but I want to point out that when we downzoned Wilshire and Santa Monica, we left Tier 3 in for 100% affordable housing, and we still didn't get any. And so I think what we really need to do is look at what the impediments were to even getting Tier 3 100% affordable housings, and I think there were a couple, and one was even Tier 3 might not have been enough density on those sites to make it profitable, and two, we still left in the development agreement requirement, and there's no way people who are building affordable housing are going to go through that process. So I agree we need to focus on affordable housing. That's the biggest chunk. I think we may need to seriously consider blowing through we certainly have to upzone all the things we downzoned after the Luce, and that includes the Bergamot area, Wilshire, and Santa Monica, but I think we may need to open up the Luce for limited places and think about even increasing density, for example, in the Bergamot area there. I think that it's just shown us that whatever density limits we've put there have been a complete impediment to building the kind of development we want. I do want to say a little bit, I disagree with Councilmember Himmelrich that we should only build housing on public land. I would hate to see us not build parks or a much-needed community mental health center if we had public land to do so. I don't disagree that the vast majority of our public land, to the extent we have it, housing should be the #1 priority, but I think we need to stay away from absolutism, because if we are going to build all these units, the people who live in these units are going to need more services like mental health centers and like parks, and so I just want to be careful about sort of making blanket statements. I want to make a couple of general observations, and I'll try and be quick. And one is, if we don't do this, the state will do it for us. I think that even if we do this, it's almost inevitable that within 3 to 4 years, the state is going to mandate that we build 75-foot buildings within some radius of each of the expo stops within town. And if we think that that's not going to happen, we're just putting our head in the sand. It's going to happen. And so I think rather than sort of try and push back about it, we need to embrace it and say, okay, so that's a good place to start, is near expo sites, to let's start looking for more opportunities to build density, because that's coming whether we like it or not. I do want to address a couple of things that were said, and one is the false dichotomy that development necessarily leads to displacement. If we do development right, it will actually prevent displacement. The whole point behind the Luce was that if we encourage development on the boulevards where people didn't live, it would reduce the incentive to develop in existing residential neighborhoods. The problem is we put so many constraints on development on the boulevards that didn't happen. So I think we need to go back to that and figure out how do we incentivize development on the boulevards, not in existing residential neighborhoods. I also think, and I'm not going to suggest what it would be, but I would hope that our planners and our attorneys could look at ways to put restrictions in existing multifamily neighborhoods only, to prevent the cannibalization of that existing housing stock. I don't know. I know certain in city of Los Angeles, they're looking at non-displacement zones. I don't know how those work, but I just think we need to really think outside the box from a legal and a planning perspective of how do we protect existing residents, but recognizing we have these goals we need to meet and move the development where the existing residents aren't. I also want to talk about gentrification. Gentrification is the result of not building enough housing. So if you're really serious about stopping gentrification, the one thing you need to do is encourage building more housing. The sad fact of America is money wins. And so if you don't build enough housing, the people with money go in and displace the people who currently live there. The only way we're going to address gentrification is by building all sorts of housing. Housing for rich people, housing for moderate income people, housing for people who need subsidy across the income screen, so that they don't need to displace existing residents. And I think gentrification to some extent is inevitable, but if you look at the historical studies of gentrification, a lot of the ones that were done in New York, the reason people moved to Brooklyn was not because Brooklyn was beautiful. They moved there because they couldn't afford Manhattan. Now they displace people in Brooklyn. Those people moved to the Bronx, and now the Bronx is gentrifying. It's like bad ivy. And the way you're going to stop it is by making sure there's enough housing available. But again, you have to balance that with legal protections for existing neighborhoods. I certainly think that when we do upzone the boulevards and the Bergamot area, we need to get rid of development agreements. I don't know what we replace them with, if anything. I certainly want to be sensitive to Councilmember Harr's position that I think what we need to do is still put requirements on developers. But I think one of the things we did was we assumed that, well, if every DA was unique, well, I mean, it just takes too long. So maybe what we do is, instead of having each developer go into the neighborhoods, is we go into the neighborhoods and say, if there's development here, what is it you want to see? And then we can set development standards. And I think it certainly should be unique to each neighborhood, because what people in Wilmot might need or want is different than what people in Sunset Park or the Pico neighborhood might want. But we could come up with that and then put those kinds of, maybe a menu of this, and this, and this sort of thing. And then the final thing, two things I want to say is, one is I think we really need to look at creative ways to generate revenue. I agree with everyone who said there's no way we're going to be able to meet these goals, and I agree we need to meet these goals. I do not want to appeal these numbers. I don't know what the final ones are going to look like, but if we're going to be a leader here, let's be a leader. And I think we should get rid of parking minimums throughout the city, period. Let's just do it. Everyone else is doing it, and it's been successful in Seattle. It's been successful in areas of Minneapolis. It is clearly one of the things that reduces the cost of housing, which means that the housing that gets built ultimately is more affordable. It may not be as affordable as we like it, but every couple of $100 we can knock off the monthly rent means that there's a certain cohort of people that now find that housing affordable. And then the last thing I do is I do want to echo what Councilmember Winterer said, that I think we need to look for ways to reduce the burden on 100% affordable housing with regard to the transit pass requirements, and to the extent there are other things that we're forcing them to do. I do believe, by the way, that there are other sources of revenue that would allow for people living in 100% affordable housing to access transit passes, and I think we just need to get there and figure out what those are, and remove that burden, because anything we can do to encourage building 100% affordable housing is going to make a big dent in these numbers than we might otherwise make. So that was a lot, but that's it for now.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
That was a lot said quickly. I don't know if I can manage the pace or the density. I appreciate it. I do think, though, that this was a great conversation and an important staff presentation. Thank you for the work. It is clear that we need to fundamentally reorient our approach to housing in this city, that for years we have, it's been easier to say no and to place restrictions on housing, and it's these kinds of anti-growth and exclusionary policies that have gotten us into the mess that we are in as a state, as a region, and as a city. And it's, some of the testimony and some of the concern that I've been hearing about accepting housing makes it sound like it's pollution. It is not pollution. It is not sewage. We are talking about housing people in our community. And when it's done right, it can correct for many of the things that are currently not the best about our community, things that will improve our quality of life. I told someone earlier today, I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and we have real legacy industrial pollution in that city and no way of fixing it, because in the last 2 decades, the city's lost half of its population. There's no investment to replace or revitalize or correct some of the ills that are in that city. And yet here in our city, we have the opportunity to promote active transportation, to solve our mobility challenges, to get a handle on climate change and the contribution that we make to climate change, to become more climate resilient. We can do these things because we have the opportunity people who want to live here and the opportunity to build housing for them to do that. And we need to do that, and we need to take this opportunity that the state is putting in front of us to do that. It is not okay to wait for money to fall from the sky and to ask the state and go begging, and that is not leadership. Leadership is taking action on your principles and actually wanting to solve this problem, as challenging as it may be, by taking local action. So my list includes some of those that have been said before, but I want to underscore them. So first off, aligning the density bonus law with the state law, completing the financial analysis on the AHPP that we've already started. This has to have a, I think importantly, this has to have a portfolio approach so that we know that we're getting to the RHNA numbers and not just to an individual unit economic analysis for a single property, so that we can see what does this mean across the entire portfolio. In other words, the housing element, when we identify sites, and then I think it was 66 sites, and we built 8 or something, that's not going to work for this analysis. The financial analysis needs to say, what is the incentive that needs to be provided on a per parcel basis to get us to a portfolio of sites being constructed across the city, because that's a really critical factor. We also need to consider how do we reorient the approach that we're taking in the city, and that isn't just going to happen by doing the same things over and over, and that might mean new staff for our planning department. That means reducing the cycle time. And
you mean additional, not replacing, I hope.
Thanks, sorry. Did I look at our planning staff in a way that suggested something otherwise?
You're going to have a new planner to replace Mr. James, who's moving over to the Public Works Department.
Oh, true. So there we have it. So we do need additional planners. Thank you, Mayor. And so we can reduce the time that it's required to get the permit. I mean, the idea that an applicant would have to wait weeks in order to even find out what the right fee calculation is for a housing project, that shouldn't happen. So if that means we need to throw more staff at this problem, let's do it. And so I also had eliminating the parking minimums citywide. And I'll underscore some of the comments from other council members. I think removing the DA requirement and going to an AA at the tier 3 level is valuable, but I do also recognize what Councilmember Hara was expressing about the value of using the DA as a tool, and I think that would be a useful tool, in particular at those sites that might have been activity centers or some of the other sites that Councilmember Davis was suggesting we could use for a general plan amendment or zoning with a DA. I think that would get us the point that Councilmember Hara was making, that we need to use the DA as a tool, but only in special cases. So those special cases would be those large opportunity sites that would, in our parlance of the loose, was the activity centers, right? Also, restoring the loose limits that we had reduced from the zoning ordinance, I think, is a very valuable and near-term approach. The transit pass roadblock, I agree with Council Members Winter and Davis on that one, coming from the testimony that we had. And then as far as what is fast and what is long-term, I don't know. I want to hear from our staff. What can we do quickly? Right, and I'd like to hear that soon. So if we could come back with some of this list, thank you, in like 90 days. You know, I don't want to see this in even 6 months. I think after the RHNA numbers are adopted, we should have this session and a recap and say, look, here's what we think can practically be done in the near term and what we think we need to kick into the medium term category.
Mr. Kroll, I see you're in the queue. Do you need to get clarification or add something to what council members have already said? Or
no, I don't want to preempt Councilmember Morena and Hara if they have additional points to make, but I wanted to address the point that Mayor Pro Tem has raised, which is
while
what
that's
comes
fresh,
next.
you can do it. Please go ahead and do it.
If that's okay with the two council members, I'll. So, taking a cue from your signal, Mayor, I consulted very briefly with our Community and Economic Development Director. You could give us, I mean, hearing the council tonight and the report we brought you underscore the gravity and the urgency of the challenge. I don't underestimate the gravity and urgency of the political challenge. But the council's clearly demonstrated political will in the past and seems very committed to demonstrating that political will. On the staff side, we have a lot going on, but we would prioritize this if the council wants to prioritize it. I don't think we necessarily have to come back in 90 days and tell you what we should do. I think there are 4 or 5 things that we should take to the Planning Commission that I've heard here tonight and hammer out proposals that would come back to you for approval in 90 to 120 days, depending upon, CEQA compliance, which, can always be a challenge. But I heard continued emphasis on revisiting Bergamot and the boulevards. I heard dramatically reducing or eliminating parking requirements. I heard streamlining development across the city in line with some of the steps
Mr.
that were
Cole,
taken.
in fairness, because we haven't heard from everybody on the council yet, I'd like to let them get their items in and then have a full list.
That's why I was trying to
perhaps
be sure that I
inadvertently
wasn't
include new ideas.
That's why I was trying to be sure. But let me just conclude and then defer to the council members that if there are 4 or 5 clear things you want tonight to direct us to begin work on and discuss with staff and the Planning Commission and look at CEQA, we could do that. If you want us to come back with a more detailed analysis of what these might mean, we could do that as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, staff and colleagues, for lively discussion. The public input was also really impactful. Speaking with someone earlier today, I was told that 2 more Chicagos are going to move to the LA area over the next decade.
More losing ball teams.
Hopefully not their baseball teams. But we're going to have a lot of people. And in having a lot of people, we're going to need to build a lot of stuff, not just homes. But considering that we're getting into kind of the meat of economics here, considering what a big idea that is and how many people will come to Santa Monica specifically. So I think Councilmember O'Day, Pro Tem O'Day's concept of an economic analysis is really important. And considering the portfolio approach, I think is really smart. We got into it a little bit, considering the price per square foot and the overlay of potential construction permits in those areas, and looking at sort of opportunity zones. So with that, I think that's the big picture in my mind. And then looking at specific points to City Manager Cole's reference and trying to nail down a few key points, I think is very relevant. And I'm in line with the other council members. Doubling down on affordable housing obviously is really important. Loosening up some of the regulations, eliminating the DAs in some respect while keeping some community benefits, or figuring out a way to be smart about community benefits. Dropping things down to an AA or a development review. A better permit process, I think, falls in line with all of that. And then also changing the FAR and the density bonuses and triggers. All of that seems much in line with expediting this process. I love the idea of using public land and leaning on all of our entities, state, feds, et cetera, that can pitch in on this. I think it's good by way of principle to have them put skin in the game. We're going to put a lot of effort into this process, and they should too. I also think that we haven't talked about it. I took what Commissioner Lambert said to heart, in that correlating jobs to housing is critically important. if we just burden our infrastructure and burden the traffic that is already challenged in the city, and we don't have a mechanism to do that. And I think we're going to see something later tonight on the agenda that will also help. That is really important. So I think tying jobs to housing is on my list, on my short list. And then the last piece for me is the zones, kind of looking at that zone. Certainly Bergamot and Wilshire come up to the top of my list.
Councilmember Hara.
Okay. Thank you so very much for this wonderful presentation. It definitely gave me a lot to think about, and most definitely having input from everybody else gave me a lot more to think about. I'm going to be really short, okay? Here's something that was brought up today, and which was co-living units. Co-living units are, I think, would be great, especially for our elderly, so that way they can go ahead and you know, live with somebody else, or come up with, you know, this thought of having somebody that's their grandson or their granddaughter living with them, or someone that could be a relative that could live with them, that could fill them with a lot more life and help them to continue on to live a better well-being life all around. I think that that's something that we should definitely look into to see whether or not that would definitely qualify us to meet those arenas. I think that definitely look at Bergamot Station and see how we can move some of the density there, and on the boulevards as well. I'm also going to agree with that. I think that it is imperative that we move forward with affordable housing. But here's the thing. For me, it is not important only for us to move with affordable housing, but to make it affordable for the people that already live here, to ensure that all of our kids that are living here or have not been able to come back to live here, that they can. That is a priority for me. That is something that all of the community has been asking for, and that is something that we should go ahead and try and see how we can continue to build upon that, so that way we can provide that for them. And here's the thing. If we request any redevelopment funding, we won't be able to do that, because we won't be able to guide whatever it is that we want to do. So no, I don't think that we should ask for redevelopment money. Should we probably request on some of these lands that we have out there that we can use? Sure, let's do that. But redevelopment funding will not help us to make this affordable housing and be able to prioritize for all of our kids. So if we're going to try and figure out any incentives there, I can give you that one. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it at that, because I think that you guys have a lot on your plates. I do agree with everything that everybody else has already said, but not adding anything else to your plate. I think that you probably have more than plenty to do. I am going to continue to say about the development agreements. I think that it's definitely something that we do need to have. If we don't create a development agreement, how can we then create a community benefit? Because that is also very important. We had somebody that came in and did some benefits for one of the schools with their development funding, okay? So let's see how we can benefit the community with something like that. And yes, thank you, Councilmember Davis, for providing that. Yes, we do need to talk to the community, ask them what those needs are, and then say to our developers, okay, here are some of the needs that the communities have asked for. These are some of the things that they want. How is it that you're going to be able to provide for them? Because you're going to be going in there and you're going to have to live with them. So if you're going to live with them, let's provide, let's work together. Let's benefit all of us, not only you, but all of us together. So thank you.
I'd like to take a shot, but I see that both the city manager and the city attorney are now in the queue. Are you Your immediate comments you need to make, or no? Okay, well, first of all, let me say that, being back in the mayor's chair, I can tell I'm going to have to improve my scribbling skills just to keep up with all the ideas coming out of my colleagues up here on the dais. I do have a scribbled list, which I'll do my best to go through in a moment, but I wanted to add a couple of thoughts myself. The situation we face is in part just because of the type of society we live in. I've been in cities like Vienna, Austria, where they have made a commitment since the 1920s to build affordable housing, and lots of affordable housing. And as a result, a large proportion of their population now lives in deed-restricted affordable housing, paid for with the profits made by building luxury housing. And maybe we can start down that road, but right now we don't have the luxury of having years of that kind of experience behind us. Instead, we live in a capitalist society. And the reality is that developers don't build housing because their religious beliefs say you should house the poor. Developers build housing to make money, and that's just the reality. Can we ever get to where we need to be by relying on just the market and inclusionary housing? I think the numbers are pretty clear that we can't. And the numbers that we're being asked to achieve make it even more difficult. I mean, the number of market rate units we're being asked to produce is roughly commensurate with what we've been able to do in the past. But the number of moderate, low, and very low units we're being asked to produce are 5 to 10 times as many as we've been able to do with our best efforts with redevelopment money and with inclusionary. Is the market going to do that for us with inclusionary in the future? Well, I heard at least one person suggest that maybe we just let the market build and build and build, and the outcome of that will be that eventually we'll get enough affordable housing through inclusionary. So do the math. If we need to get 6,000 inclusionary or 6,000 affordable units, we do it through the inclusionary route, and the inclusionary is about 20%. That means to get 6,000 affordable units, we have to allow 30,000 units at market rate to get built. And we know the market rate is $3,500, $5,000 a month. So that's a total of 36,000 new units to get to our affordable goal. Let's guess that of those 36, they're occupied by 1.3, 1.5 people. That's something like 48,000 new residents in a city that currently has 93. So are we looking at increasing the population of this city by a factor of half? I don't think that that's wise or acceptable over the time frame in particular that this calls on us to do it. So we have to figure out a way to rethink the production of affordable housing. And I think what we've done in the past, we've always looked at market rate and affordable as two very different animals. Market rate has its way of being financed to make money. Affordable typically has tax credits and different grants and things. And it can be very difficult to use those kinds of funding for affordable for buildings that aren't 100% affordable. But maybe now that the state has told us how much affordable we have to build, it's time to go to the state, not just for money, but for new legislation and new funding models. One of the costs of building affordable housing in Santa Monica that makes it so prohibitive is the land. And another is having to bring in the infrastructure, the sewer lines, the electrical, all that. Now, market rate buildings already do that, and we let them go up to, say, 3 or even 4 stories. What if we figured out a way to put the affordable housing on top of the market rate? So we took advantage of the land that's already paid for and the infrastructure that's already there, and we subsidized only that part we needed to get those additional affordable units in a market rate building that was already being built. By using the foundation and the infrastructure of the market rate structure, would the per unit cost of affordable go down considerably? Now, I don't know the answer. That's something to ask community court, ask attorneys, and we might have to pursue legislation to get there. But I think if we don't start thinking a whole different way about where the money comes from for affordable housing, we'll find that there won't be enough money to do what we need to do. And now I'll get to that list that I was compiling of people. Without a doubt, we all agree that first and foremost we have to protect our existing residents and their housing and their affordability. But we also all chimed in that the focus has to be the affordable part of this. As I said, well, actually one of the members of the public said that we could build enough market rate housing in our sleep. And I think that's probably close to true. But building this affordable housing is going to be the stretch. So here's the list. Additional bonuses for affordable housing, meaning more density, more height, administrative approvals for any 100% affordable, not just a certain number of units, and relieving that transportation burden. I think we probably still want the people in those buildings to have transit passes, but maybe it's not paid for by the affordable housing developer. Looking again at density bonuses for housing, not just necessarily that's on commercial property, though that was the first thing mentioned, but density bonuses overall and what they would mean. I mean, remember that we had considerable success downtown decades ago by doubling FAR. I don't think that that's the sophisticated answer to the particular problem we have now, but density bonuses are something that I think most of us mentioned having to look at. It was suggested we send an RFP to the state of California for housing at the DMV site. I think, we have every right to immediately turn back to the state and say, nice DMV site, state, you want us to build housing, how about it? I don't know how much work that takes on staff's part. We also should review city land, although I would like to avoid the absolutism of saying we can't build a fire station on city land in the future if we need to. I heard a lot of people talking about removing parking requirements, or at least reducing them significantly, or putting a maximum parking instead of a minimum. I think most, if not all of us, want to relook at the Bergamot area, not Bergamot Station, which is a particular place, but the Bergamot area. When we settled on the proportion of commercial to residential, that was almost 10 years ago. Circumstances have changed. And we might be willing to allow much more intense residential building now at a higher proportion than we were at that time. I think we need to relook at the boulevards where we removed Tier 3, perhaps put it back, and think a bit about what Tier 3 means. And when I say I mean really, I'm echoing what the council has said here. I heard indications people are interested in getting away from development agreements on Tier 3 and going to development review permits, which is a very different thing. Somebody mentioned administrative approvals. I'm not sure that is possible or advisable on Tier 3, but certainly a development review permit would be. Several people talked about preventing displacement, which I already mentioned, and the way to do that is to continue to incentivize Bergamot, the boulevards in downtown, not to fall into that trap of saying, well, we'll cannibalize some of our existing residential neighborhoods. In fact, we want to restrict, we say, that cannibalization of existing residential neighborhoods. At least a couple of council members suggested that our fiscal analyses need to be not just snapshots because circumstances changed as we're learning. What we really want to know is, given the financial analysis that is presented to us, what are the incentives that matter? What things can we change that will make this housing get built, and particularly the affordable housing? And then there is a suggestion that we go back and look again at the original 2010 loose limits. Those are an outside option for us. I mean, if we wanted to go beyond them, we'd have to modify our general plan. The truth is our zoning code can be modified up to those loose limits. And we saw the chart. We see how that goes. You set a loose, and then you figure, okay, well, let's try a lesser intensity and see if that gets us where we want to go. Now we can analyze where it got us and where it didn't get us, and come up with some ideas on how we might modify at least the zoning code. Now, council, I ran through my scribbled notes. I was able to read most of the words I wrote down. Did I miss anything? Before we go to Mr. Cole, did I miss anything? Okay, Mr. Cole, what can we do?
Let me clarify two things where I misspoke. One is I mentioned replacing Peter James. We won't be able to replace him. We will find a successor, but he's irreplaceable. And thank you, Peter, for a distinguished career in the planning department and all you've contributed. More significantly to the discussion here tonight, I misspoke in talking about direction from the council. This is a study session, and so a motion that sends us in direction would be beyond the Brown Act notice. I think rather, let me suggest that if we've heard loud and clear some consensus around the table about directions, and if it's the desire of the staff to work with the Planning Commission to develop a package that draws upon some of the ideas that have been drawn here that would be accelerated. If there is council support for that idea, I'm prepared to move forward to bring that back to you. If there is not, and you'd like to to spend more time discussing this and then give us direction, we can come back, at a time that.
Let's do a quick check, Councilor. Are we good with now?
Well, let me make sure that the city attorney understands what I'm suggesting, and that it's within the parameters that we should observe tonight.
Yes, what I think we need to stop short of is any specific direction that requires us to come back with an ordinance with the following criteria. We shouldn't have any debate as to the actual ordinances themselves.
So I think
Council,
it's consistent.
Would be okay then with us to have this next go to the Planning Commission rather than coming back to us, understanding any substantive change will come back to the council at some point where we can then examine and debate it, but we can get a lot more work done in the interim while the Planning Commission is working on this.
Sure, I'm prepared with our planning staff and our consultants to go back to the Planning Commission in response to their joint meeting with the Housing Commission, in which they advance many of the same ideas, and to move forward on 4 or 5 of the key things that all of you have suggested.
I think we also should assure the community that while we've discussed these things tonight, and we're now seeing, yeah, it's okay to go explore them with the Planning Commission, none of this has been adopted or decided upon. That's beyond the scope.
That's exactly what I'm advocating.
And
is
can I
that
add one?
process.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, can I add one thought? I apologize because it sort of came to me late. Sorry. Old age, which is we talked a lot about affordable housing, but no one specifically talked about inclusionary. I think that while we hope to get to our affordable housing numbers with a lot of affordable housing development, inclusionary housing is still going to be a tool. And so I just think that we now have some evidence in front of us that suggests we need to maybe rethink some of our inclusionary numbers throughout the city to make sure that we hit that sweet spot, that we're not discouraging development with our inclusionary numbers, but that we're also not underperforming with our inclusionary numbers. So I just wanted to throw that idea out there without opining about what's right or wrong.
To clarify, though, I think that the study outside of the downtown is underway, and that the acceptance of the grant fund means that a study of the downtown is about to begin. So that work, I believe, is already...
Yeah, I just sort of wanted to make sure that we didn't abandon, I mean, we focus so much on 100% affordable that we weren't abandoning that inclusionary housing was also a tool we could use to get to these affordable numbers. I just wanted to reinforce that, that's all.
If I could chime in terms of the work plan and going forward, 90 days would be approximately February 10th. We do also have all of these state laws coming online. So we will be coming back to you with ADUs and with other changes to the zoning ordinance that relate to laws going into effect January 1st, 2020. So I do want to be realistic. Out of, if you consider incentives for affordable housing one item, we're not going to be able to bring you back 4 to 5 items in 90 days. Now, I think we can certainly take these and we can start moving them through the Planning Commission, but the Planning Commission process itself requires a certain amount of time. It requires the ROI, et cetera. And there are things already on the agenda for the Planning Commission. So I think we hear you loud and clear about prioritizing, but these are pretty big items, 4 or 5 in 90 days, consistent with also bringing you back the changes based on the laws that go into effect January 1st, is extremely ambitious.
I think the heartfelt passion of the council members was clear enough that we can trust that staff understands that this is really vitally important to us. And if there are trade-offs to be made, if this means there's some other things that we thought we were going to get to that we need to put aside to deal with a housing crisis, well, that's why it's a crisis. And I would welcome being advised of that by staff so the council can make an informed decision. I know sometime in January, I think we're looking at planning department priorities anyway. So if nothing else, that would be an opportunity for us to say, okay, all these affordable and housing fixes that we've thought of will consume a lot of your time. We know that. If we say go ahead full bore on that, what do we have to say set aside for the moment? And we'll make an informed choice when that time comes.
So I just want to weigh in with the city attorney only because I'm sorry, Kevin. May I please?
You're not the next in the queue. Councilmember Hara had her button lit for some time.
I just want to leave you all with this. If we build it, they will come.
If we do it right, we won't displace or gentrify. So just keep that in mind. So if it's going to take us a little bit longer than 90 days, let's do it, but let's do it right.
And now Councilmember Himowitz.
Well, I agree with you 100%, and what I really think is that as part of an organization that has authored many of the bills that are going into effect on January 1, a lot of them do have displacement effects and do have a ripple effect, and will require a rejiggering of our existing law by the city attorney just because of the nature of what they do, and will impose additional requirements on everybody, including planning staff. I think it's been summarized for us that some of them require substantial changes in the way we do business. So, and many of them do a lot of the things we talked about here tonight, parking minimums, all of this, near transit. But there are 10 bills that are going into effect on January 1 that are going to put a terrific burden on the city attorney staff and the planning staff who are dealing with not only with the law and the ordinances, and it will be easy to screw this up.
And I think the mention of the planning division priorities is a good one. I think we do have a work plan. Tonight adds to that work plan. I think we can reprioritize that work plan and hopefully talk with you about it in January as we are also moving things forward.
Councilmember Arena, you have some last thoughts too.
Yeah, just a couple of last thoughts. I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Hara. If we do it right, we will avoid the displacement and the gentrification that plagues us. So I agree. Let's take a little bit more time, do it right, and I just want to reiterate Councilmember Davis's comments in that the housing should be the spectrum. We have a mandate to fulfill the spectrum, and that includes moderate inclusionary housing as well. And if we can be smart about our priorities and we can do some things now ahead of these new regs that come out in January, then we can pace it. I don't think that all 5 have to drop on a certain date. I believe this is a dynamic process, so if that helps with the flexibility, let's get it done, but let's get it done right.
And Mr. Cole, before we put this to bed?
Yeah, I'm trying to crystallize the various strains here. I absolutely take the city attorney's point that in addition to the planning department, there's a workload on the city attorney's office of reviewing both the individual and the cumulative impact of major changes. But there are some things we've talked about for a long time, and some things that we have pioneered in parts of the city that we could apply to other parts of the city. And that was really my original point, is that there are some things that aren't a no-brainer. They will require political will, but they are ones that are not newfangled ideas. For example, reducing parking minimums citywide to a lower level or to zero. That is something that the council's already adopted 2 years ago in the downtown. That will affect other neighborhoods who will fear that it will displace parking into their neighborhoods, but we have preferential parking practically citywide. So these are the kind of things that if you want us to move forward now, we will. And if you don't want us to move forward and come back with a list of things to move forward in January, I can do that. Or if, as Councilmember Moreno just suggested, move a few things forward and then bring a longer list. But I'll look for what I'd like to crystallize a sense of what you think makes sense, because I'm prepared to do any of those 3 things. I think we all agree up here and down there that we need to move forward. So
there may just be a natural hierarchy in what is possible in what length of time. And I think that what you're hearing from this council is we're interested in a range of things. We were urged by many people not to wait till we have the ultimate solution, but to move forward on things that would make a real difference as quickly as we can. So to the extent that some of these things have been presented and debated and staff has some sense of where the council might go, go with those. Now, I want to also let the community know that no decision is being made tonight.
Sure.
And for instance, on this parking thing, there will be a full public hearing, an opportunity for everybody's concerns to be heard. But I don't think we can go through all the things on this list and say, do this one, that one, do that.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
We really are trusting you to follow up on what we have discussed tonight, recognizing that some of these things are easy, some of these things are hard, and probably some of these things are impossible.
So let me suggest this as a game plan. First, we'll sit down with the planning staff and the city attorney's office, and based upon both tonight's discussion and the Planning Commission, Housing Commission joint meeting, work out, again, 3 to 5 simpler but significant steps to move forward. We'll begin to move that forward, and we'll bring that back in January along with the next tranche and see which ones you want to prioritize of that list. And we'll bring them back either along with some of these state law changes that are going to have to be adjusted, or subsequent to them, depending upon the capacity of both the planning department and the planning commission and the city attorney's office. But I do think, listening to the council, I certainly heard that you don't want grass to grow under our feet.
Okay, well, good enough. Thank you so much to staff. Thank you to members of the public who came and contributed to the discussion. And certainly thank you, council. I think we all had to do a lot of studying and soul searching to come up with what we did tonight. And after that, frankly, I think we need a bit of a break. City Clerk Anderson Warren, do you have something easy for us, like maybe the second reading of an ordinance?
I was going to say I have something very easy. So this is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending section 3.21.090 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to extend the term of the Share Mobility Device Pilot Program from December 30th, 2019 to May 17, 2020. And this.
It's been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Morena. Is there any discussion?
Okay. Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich? Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Before you go. And Mayor McCune?
We got that last yes on the way out the door. Yes. And so that second reading passes unanimously with a 7-0 vote of the City Council, and we can move on to item 8A.
Next, we have 8A is authorization and second modification to guaranteed maximum price contract with Hathaway Dinwiddie Construction Company, Dinwiddie Construction Company for the City Yards Modernization Project, and you have one request to speak.
And I'm looking for the staff presentation. Ms. Lichtig, are you it? That's on now.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council members. I'm 100% sure that staff is on their way up because I visited them earlier. This is a request to authorize the staff to move forward with the rest of the construction for the City Yards project. And as I, that is the staff for the next item.
Let's see.
They're right behind our friends from the Big Blue Bus.
So perhaps we could, if the council is willing.
We're ready.
Oh, we are. Okay.
We're ready.
If we could make sure the rest of the staff of the evening is aware that we've started moving again. I know we were sort of there for a long time, so.
Absolutely. And I know that they were watching you. I think there's a delay on the computer feed, and that's what ends up causing the.
Blame it on the buffer.
It's a longer delay than 2 seconds. So. just.
So I think we're more than ready for a staff presentation.
Given the hour, you may want to move through it more quickly than you'd originally anticipated.
Absolutely.
Chris.
Okay, the Evelyn Wood version, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christopher Dishlip from Public Works. We are excited to be back before council to provide a brief update on the progress we've made at the city yard since June and ask for the authority to move forward with a second guaranteed maximum price for the completion of the work. So just as a reminder, from when we were here in June, the city yards modernization project has some really ambitious goals. We're lucky enough to have a great team of designers and contractors to help us achieve these goals, and the community and staff members have been incredibly accommodating as we bring this site into the 21st century. So we went through the larger master plan shown here back in June, so tonight we'll just focus on the scope of Package A, which is shown inside the blue perimeter. So that involves the renovation of almost 7 acres of operations and maintenance yard, the demolition of the existing buildings, and the construction of 6 new state-of-the-art facilities. So as previously discussed, the complete renovation of the yards while keeping staff fully operational requires the construction to be done in 3 phases shown here. We did start on July 1st of this year as planned. So we are now 6 months into a 4-year construction project. So what have we done so far? We're happy to report that all of the demolition in phase 1 is complete. The underground utilities to support the new building have been installed. And finally, all of the pile foundations were successfully installed, and the grade beam footings for the building are currently underway. So this is significant because the installation of those pile foundations through the existing landfill material was the project's largest unquantified risk. So we can now report that all underground unforeseen conditions experienced in phase 1 have been dealt with within our expected budget parameters, which is great news for us. We are almost ready to move forward with the above ground portion of the building, which is why we're back before you now. So, getting to the fun stuff, the money. There's a lot of different numbers in the staff report, so hopefully I can spell it out in a clear and simplified manner for everyone. The most important thing to start with is that the original scope will still be completed within the original budget shown here. Just as in June when we were requested to proceed with GMP 1 in the amount of $37 million to allow us to fast track the project and start construction while we finalize design. Well, with the design now complete, we're back asking for the remaining $60 million of work needed to complete this project. GMT2 budget has not changed since June, and we're confident that we'll be able to bring the original scope of the work in on time and on budget. So in addition to the original planned scope of work, it was realized that there's 2 other previously planned and funded capital improvement projects that could be implemented concurrently with the City Yards project. So these include the extension of a reclaimed water main line from Michigan Avenue through the site to the west end of Gandara Park, and the refurbishment of the city's compressed natural gas fueling facility at the yards. So with the consolidation of these projects and their associated funding, the revised budget would now go up to just north of $118 million. So our funding strategy for that $118 million. So as you can see, to date, the general fund is allocated more than $51 million. Enterprise funds with the ability to do so are now providing their portion of the funding, which brings our existing funding available balance up to almost $65 million. So as discussed back in June, a lease revenue bond issuance will cover the remaining contributions by the general fund and other funds who don't have the cash available to pay for the project up front.
those enterprise funds will be paying a portion of the debt service along with the general fund back. So one important thing to note here is that back in June, Council adopted a reimbursement resolution that allows us to use the bond proceeds to pay ourselves back for the project costs incurred prior to bond issuance. At the time, staff asked for $65 million, which is what was remaining in the funding gap. At this time, we have a new resolution in front of you that we've asked to increase it to $105 million, which it gives us the ability to cover the full amount of general fund portion of the bond proceeds if we choose to. So having this option allows the city the potential to take advantage of low borrowing costs and have more flexibility with the funds on hand. So this does not change anything about the bond timing, which finance will still bring back to council in the spring of 2020. Of course, the higher bond amount would mean higher debt service, but the finance will weigh all of this with council before they go out to the bond. So how do we tie the project budget back to what's being asked of council this evening? So this is the contract breakdown for Hathaway Dinwiddie, who's our design build partner. The current project budget, the current contract is approved for $47 million. And with the $60 million for GMP2 and the $2.15 million for consolidated scope, the new contract would be not to exceed $109,150,000. So with this, we ask that you approve the 4 recommended actions before you tonight, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
And Councilmember Arena has the first question.
Thanks for coming. Just a quick question. You had 118 and then you had 109.
Yeah.
What's the
so
difference?
The 118 is the project budget.
Okay.
Right. So that's all of our costs, hard and soft. The 109 is the contract with our design build contractor. So what we're asking for this evening is the authority to enter into a contract with Hathaway Dinwiddie for up to $109 million of the 118. The remaining costs would be with other vendors, furniture, construction management, geotechnical, other soft costs, direct owner costs.
Got it. So then are we to assume that the total project budget before this additional $2 million ask was 116?
Yeah. So what you have, the original project budget for phases 1, 2, and 3, as you can see here, is the 114,621, 195. So that's feasibility, design, construction, and direct owner costs. What gets you from that to the 116 and then to the 118 is this consolidated additional scope that was not part of the original program. So previously that was the percent for art for 1.1 million and a grant that we received to study the option of installing a microgrid. So that was an additional 372,000. And then the newly proposed scope that we would be adding would be the installation of this water main and the refurbishment of the CNG fueling system.
Got it. And previously approved was council meetings ago?
Correct. Back in June.
All right. And so tonight what we're looking at is the 2.1
Correct.
additional. So it went 114, 116, 118.
Correct.
Understood. Thank you.
But with additional scope, it was.
I understand. Yeah, no, I got that. Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you for the staff report. We will open the public hearing on item 8A. We have only one speaker that I'm aware of at this point, and that is Jerry Rubin. Mr. Rubin present. Mr. Rubin not being present, I will note that, and we will close the public hearing. And does the council have any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Winter.
My question is for you and the mayor cheat sheet. We have 4 actions recommended here. We have to do separate motions, or can we do them all inclusive?
They're not broken out here. We have an authorization for the manager to do a second amendment, an authorization for the director of public works to issue change orders. We were authorizing budget changes, and then we're adopting a resolution which is attached. Those appear all to be encapsulated as the staff recommendation. So that would indicate that a motion to adopt the staff recommendation should suffice. Am I correct?
And then we had the resolution as the second one.
You'd rather have the resolution a separate vote?
It's up to the city attorney.
I think they're okay all in one if you have a roll call vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
With
Yeah, I
that
see
being
it
said,
too.
then I will make a motion, we adopt all 4 items in the staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved by Winter, seconded by Davis. I see no further request for comment, assuming Councilmember Winter that you're done.
Yes.
And so we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, and so 8A and the staff recommendation there too are passed unanimously by a 6-0 vote of the council. And we can move on to the Big Blue Bus in item 8B.
8B is strategies to increase Big Blue Bus ridership by improving travel times. And you have 4 requests to speak.
And Mr. King, are you doing the presentation or somebody else? Okay. Good evening.
Good morning.
No, it's not. No, don't do that. It's not yet.
We know better.
Congratulations, I guess, are in order, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this item concerns efforts to increase ridership by addressing the reason that many people tell us they do not take the bus, which is excessive time it takes to get from one end to the other.
Sort of like a council meeting.
No comment. So I want to just give you a little bit of context to begin. Efforts to improve travel time in LA County have primarily been spearheaded by Metro in the past and focused on long corridors and extensive efforts. And there are really 2 problems with this approach. One is it takes a lot of investment of time and energy to get the resources and the public outreach together to do a long corridor with anything. And the second is that you end up expending a lot of energy in places where the travel time benefit isn't really that great. So what we wanted to do was take a different approach and focus our investment and effort in the places where it would provide the most benefit to our riders rather than on long corridors, look for the small hits where we could make a big difference. And in doing so, hopefully reduce the amount of time it takes to get these things done. So tonight we're not looking for permission to implement, but instead for direction on what and where we should explore. So prior to implementing anything proposed in the presentation, we would return to council with more detail and information and specifics and a final recommendation. This initiative supports 2 of the 6 priorities set by council for the current budget cycle, namely mobility and access and climate change, and it does so by attracting new riders to transit and away from driving alone. And it's also building on our recent success in attracting new riders to Big Blue Bus. We have had a transit ridership decline. It's been national, regional, and local over the last 5 years. The causes of that decline have been researched, and primarily it's been found to be due to a substantial rise in car ownership and access to vehicles. Also, the introduction of transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft, but primarily that influence has been in the increased congestion and the occupation of our bus stops by other business models, namely deliveries of people and goods. Demographic shifts away of people in poverty, moving away from transit-rich areas, and for us at Big Blue Bus, the increased competition from the Expo line with our east-west routes. So Big Blue Bus has made substantial efforts to reverse the ridership decline, and those efforts are bearing fruit. As of July 2019, every month since then, we have been up in ridership year over year. The efforts have included restructuring the route system around the Expo line, bus-only lanes on Lincoln and on Wilshire and Los Angeles, adjustments to our fare structure to reduce boarding time, queue jump lanes at 8 intersections in Santa Monica. We updated our service and performance guidelines to reallocate resources to high ridership areas. We put in real-time signs and lighting at bus stops, Wi-Fi on buses, and consolidated bus stops to avoid excessive stopping. Regionally, there have also been extensive efforts to reverse ridership decline, including Measure M, which will allocate $120 billion over 40 years for transportation projects, the LA Metro Next Gen Bus Study, the LA Metro Bus Rapid Transit Vision and Principle Study, the Los Angeles Mobility Plan, the Regional Integrated Fare System through TAP, and the Landside Access Modernization Project at LAX, and Big Blue Bus has been a partner in all of those studies and projects. So here's my little motion diagram for your enjoyment. The purpose of all these efforts is to offer services that attract riders. The goal of providing mobility and access and the goal of reducing harmful emissions that influence climate change are supported by providing transit that people want to use. And the power of improved travel speed is graphically illustrated in this GIF. When you sit in a car and you see a bus go by, the bus is self-advertising the travel speed advantage. And research is telling us that transit is competitive up to twice drive travel time. So as we look to improve travel time, we've looked in the past to shave minutes or even seconds off of travel time wherever possible, and we continue to explore these opportunities to shorten walk distance and walk time to stops, decrease wait times through frequency improvements, shorten the time it takes to board and pay, improve travel time with bus-friendly infrastructure, and this is where we're going to focus our recommendations tonight, reduce transfer friction through route and stop design, promote exiting through the rear door to reduce conflicts between those boarding and those getting off at a stop, and lastly, to focus our efforts where they will do the most good by examining where people are losing the most time on our system. We call that time when a bus is performing suboptimally lost passenger time. And now I'm going to turn it over to our strategic planner, Alfredo Torrales. He is recently joined us, well, it's been over a year now, but I don't think you've met him yet, from Access Services, and he's been an excellent addition to the team. He's going to walk you through the analysis and recommendations.
Always nice to have a first-timer staffer. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So for this analysis, we examine all of our route segments during the morning and afternoon rush hours by travel speed and by passenger load to determine where our passengers are losing the most time on these slow segments. So we defined lost passenger time as the difference in time spent traveling at the slower speeds compared to traveling at our average speed of 12 miles per hour. That's not to say that 12 miles per hour is our goal, but it's where we started so that we could make these measurements and start this analysis. So what we found is that in Santa Monica, the segments where passengers are losing the most time are Pico Boulevard, heading east in the afternoon, starting around Santa Monica College, 4th Street in downtown Santa Monica, southbound in the afternoons, and northbound in both the morning and afternoon rush hours, 23rd Street between Ocean Park and Dewey Street, heading southbound in the afternoon, and Ocean Park Boulevard, heading eastbound into LA in the afternoons. Now, what this chart in front of you is saying is that people on average are losing time traveling through these segments. Each person is not necessarily losing a lot of time, but when you consider all the passengers making these trips, that time adds up very quickly into a significant amount of time lost every year by our passengers. Here's a different look at it, a map view of those segments I just mentioned. These may not come as a surprise to any of you. Perhaps you have a personal experience traveling through these areas in the afternoons. Of the segments we've identified through this analysis, we are recommending exploring 4th Street, Pico Boulevard, and Ocean Park Boulevard for travel time improvements, which I'll get to in more detail in a few slides. Tonight, we are not recommending any action on 23rd Street on the western edge of the airport, as the sidewalk extensions limit our current options, and the park plan for the airport is still in development. And so, we'd wait until that process played out before looking at it again. Here are the top, or should I say worst, segments in Los Angeles. Topping the list are Westwood Boulevard in the UCLA area and Lincoln Boulevard in Venice. It is noteworthy that the lost travel time on these segments per person are significantly worse than those experienced here in Santa Monica. You will note that Westwood and Lincoln appear a couple times. Pico appears a few times. Wilshire and Santa Monica Boulevard are shown in sections that approach the 405 crossing going eastbound in the afternoon. So it's definitely segments where everyone is familiar with. And again, a map version of this. And again, if you've ever tried to leave Santa Monica in the afternoons, you're definitely aware of these conditions. And this map mirrors any map where we would feature where customers are traveling the most as well. So now that we know where our passengers are losing the most time, I'd like to describe the 6 tools that we are considering. The first is bus-only lanes. They are arguably the most effective. However, they may not be appropriate or feasible everywhere, and we want to be as strategic as possible as to where we ultimately recommend them. The second is queue-jump lanes. This is where buses can jump ahead at an intersection using the right turn only lane. And sometimes that's with a dedicated traffic signal, like the one displayed on the right of your screen. Again, these could also be very effective in some cases. The third tool that we're looking at is bus stop placement. This entails strategically moving bus stops after an intersection rather than the approach. And so this can minimize intersection delays, and it's also generally safer for pedestrians. The fourth tool is bus stop consolidation. This has largely been completed at Big Blue Bus, but we continue to examine corridors for opportunities to reduce the total number of stops and, again, minimizing delays. The fifth is implementation of transit signal priority, or TSP, and that's illustrated in the picture at the bottom, right in the middle. So what happens there is a signal from the bus asks the traffic light to hold the green for a few more seconds, allowing the bus to pass through the intersection. And the last is curb management strategies. This refers to where the curb space allocates enough space for other uses, so allowing or keeping Ubers and Lyfts and delivery trucks out of bus stops and reducing delays. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is to highlight the areas of severe congestion and introduce potential tactics. Of course, as we continue these discussions in the future, any proposed changes would require significant public engagement. So we'll prepare to meet with community stakeholders as we further develop our recommended tactics and return to council with recommendations before any permanent changes are implemented. I'm just going to run through some site-specific conditions. On 4th Street, we have 9 different routes that run at least on some portion of it in downtown Santa Monica. So we feel that the sheer number of buses and passengers traveling on 4th Street every single hour could justify bus-only lanes in both directions. However, we still need to take a block-by-block inventory of 4th Street to determine if a bus lane is feasible or even necessary on some blocks. So we'll be exploring all our tools like queue jumps, reviewing the placement of our existing bus stops, transit signal priority, and curb management strategies. And concurrently, we are awaiting a notification from Caltrans on a grant application. The grant will fund a study of the 4th Street corridor on ways to improve bus service and what those impacts might be on all the modes. Now on to Pico, where we have Route 7 and Rapid 7 that combine to carry the most passengers in our system. Bus travel speeds, as we get closer to the border with LA, drop significantly under our system-wide average. So our intention here is to explore the feasibility of a bus-only lane eastbound during the afternoon rush hour. However, there are challenges. Compared to Lincoln Boulevard, where we implemented a bus-only lane 2 years ago, Pico Boulevard is not as wide and has a center median. These 2 factors prevent us from doing exactly what we did on Lincoln. To fit a bus-only lane here, which generally requires a 12-foot lane, and to maintain 2 eastbound traffic lane, we would need to either eliminate or move the median. The alternative is to keep the median in place and eliminate 1 general traffic lane. The same block-by-block inventory will be performed here to explore what is feasible and most appropriate and uncover what the impacts will be. Similar to Pico, Ocean Park Boulevard has a center median that runs from 25th Street to Centinela. In addition, the lack of street parking and the existence of a curbside bike lane doesn't allow for an easy installation of a bus-only lane. So therefore, we are not recommending pursuing a bus-only lane on Ocean Park, but we do intend to explore all the other tools that we have identified. In Los Angeles, we will need to work with our partners at LADOT, Metro, the local LA City Council offices, and Caltrans to improve our travel times. Currently, we are working with our partners on extending the Lincoln Boulevard bus-only lane that we have here in Santa Monica. So we are attempting to extend it another mile into Venice, into the Venice neighborhood, where our buses slow down to 3 miles per hour in some parts. The city of LA is currently conducting a parking utilization study on that stretch of Lincoln, and so we're to determine the impact. So we're awaiting those results. The biggest challenge here is, unlike Lincoln Boulevard in Santa Monica, Lincoln Boulevard in Venice is still technically a Caltrans owned state highway, and so that means they have unique rules about proposed changes to lane dimensions. As far as the other identified corridors here, like Westwood and Pico and Bundy, our next step would be to share the information we have with the stakeholders of each of these corridors to begin the discussions on how to improve service. So we feel that this report and the recommendations presented align with the objectives identified in the city's Climate Action and Adoption Plan, the LOOS, and the Downtown Community Plan. So no funds are being requested tonight. Staff will return to council if full implementation of any strategies has budget impacts in the future. We do have $250,000 in this year's budget to study travel time improvements, either by using it for grant matching opportunities or deploying very limited pilots along the identified corridors. And so the grant that we're awaiting notification on, we expect that sometime in the spring. Pending council action and direction tonight, we intend to continue working with the other city divisions, such as mobility, traffic engineering, and police, to study these corridors and possibly implement some limited pilot projects on these corridors. When I say limited, I'm talking more like TSP and Q jumps. We wouldn't necessarily pilot a bus-only lane without coming back to the council and doing extensive community outreach. We'll continue our efforts on extending the Lincoln bus-only lane into Venice, and again, engage our partners in the region on the other identified corridors. And so while the ability of the Big Blue Bus to directly impact congestion is limited, we are looking at all opportunities to improve travel times. As Tim mentioned earlier, what the Big Blue Bus is attempting to do is to focus our resources and our efforts on those segments that will bring the greatest benefits to passengers. And by targeting just these few areas, make these improvements within the reasonable timeline. Tonight is simply the beginning of the discussion. Pending your direction, we intend to bring back more detailed options and recommendations on the specific tactics we feel will be most effective and will be worthwhile, in addition to their expected impacts. Therefore, our recommendation for council is to authorize us to explore and pursue tactics to improve travel times on 4th Street, Pico Boulevard, and Ocean Park Boulevard. Specifically for 4th and Pico, that would include pursuing bus-only lanes. We are also asking for council support to further pursue efforts with our regional partners to improve service outside of Santa Monica. So this concludes our presentation. We'd love to hear your comments, and Ed King will return to address any questions you may have.
And we will have some questions for you, but first, congratulations on your first council presentation.
Great, thank you.
You got a twofer. You can now put on your resume you did a council presentation on December 10th and on December 11th.
All right, yeah. That's a good one.
We do have some questions for you or for Mr. King. First of all, from Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, 3 questions. Back when I was mayor, I took advantage of the office to advocate with Mayor Garcetti from LA that they extend our bus-only lanes on Lincoln, the south end of Lincoln, into Venice and further. And I see that I understand there's some issues with Caltrans and stuff like that, and government moves slowly. They seem to only be working on the southbound PM rush hour lane and not on the northbound AM rush hour lane. What happened to that?
This is the fine grain. So Caltrans requires 12-foot lane widths on state highways, and to fit the 2 bus lanes and 12-foot travel lanes, it doesn't fit. In Santa Monica, where we have the 12-foot bus lanes, we were able to reduce the travel lanes significantly. They're narrower because it's not a state highway. So it's much more important in the southbound direction. And if we can get Caltrans to give us special exemptions to add it in the northbound, we will. But again, it's a much bigger climb to get it done in both directions at once.
Yeah, and the congestion is worse in that PM travel. Yeah. All right, then my next question is about these Q jump lanes. So if I understand it correctly, you've got Well, let's imagine Ocean Park Boulevard headed eastbound at Lincoln, where there's a dedicated right turn lane. A bus would be, I guess, it'd be the number 8, could pull up into that right-hand turn lane, and then either, I guess, by force of will, sort of surge back in front of the traffic, or have an advanced signal that allows them to go first. Correct?
Yeah. So we have 8 of them today. And they only exist today without an advanced signal where across the way is a bus stop or a no parking zone. So they're not actually merging back in the intersection, they're crossing the intersection with the traffic. And now they have an opportunity to pause there if they can't get back in. Of course, the advanced signal would solve that problem.
Well, so how do those interact with any places where there are bike lanes? Because our bike lanes generally will stay to the left of the right turn lane, and that seems to me like a potentially hazardous interaction with fragile cyclists.
I mean, Andrew, you might want to comment. I mean, the right turning cars offer the same challenge. Oh, you're talking about when they proceed straight.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to that, Andrew?
Those 8 locations don't exist right now where we have that condition.
Okay.
We would have to explore things like the advanced signal to get them out in front, or ensure that there's adequate space on the far side of the intersection to allow for that. But yes, it would represent another point of conflict with the bikes that we would have to take into factor into our designs with the bike lane facilities.
So I'm going to channel the mayor and just say we're not going to throw the bikes under the bus. Is that correct? And then my third question, you seem to be not feeling there's anything we can do about 23rd Street and Dewey and down that stretch.
Before I die, I would like to see that happen.
Okay. Well,
they're curb extensions.
Well, I understand all that, but I guess the other part is that, this has been going on in that neighborhood for years, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the signal down there, 23rd and Dewey, is under the purview of LADOT, not us, correct? So, I understand, I know it's been challenging, but any efforts being made to work with LADOT and maybe working on the timing of that signal so it better allows that through traffic? There's a whole lot more people going southbound on 23rd than they're coming from Dewey over to Airport, right?
We've made several attempts. We've reached out to LADOT and Councilwoman Broaden's office several times to request that signal timing be relooked at through our own efforts and also through the Sunset Park traffic study efforts as well. They have made the determination on all those times to not make any changes. So we'll continue our efforts to reach out to them and to pressure them, if you will, to make those changes, but it's completely up to them.
What is their justification?
Because it's kind of the 2 streets at that location are purely residential in nature in that area. They have them classified in such a way where it kind of goes against their rules to make any increase in throughput, given the nature of the surrounding neighborhood.
Yeah, but they're highly traveled residents.
Understood. We will continue to outreach to them and see what we can do.
Because that would help also, right? All right?
Yes, it would.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
All right. Thanks for the report, guys. My question also includes bike lanes, but also considers the micro transit concept that we've been kicking around. When you guys are looking at these different strategies to improve, are you considering the network of citywide bike lanes and microtransit and where things are going to be parked and how to get from one neighborhood to another? Are you working with the other departments in that regard?
Well, the point of the exercise to date has been to identify where our passengers are losing the most time and to take a very thin, quick look at what we might do, and the next exercise is to drill down.
And by drilling down, you mean you would coordinate with other departments?
Yeah, we didn't want to begin a whole process of saying we're thinking about doing these things without introducing conceptually the idea of doing these things.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm not crystal clear on what you mean about the micromobility, though, because
So, like, for example, we're going to put parking for micromobility in the street as opposed to on the sidewalk. And I assume at some point we don't want the bus to run over 15 scooters.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
Right.
anything else that's in the street.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff in the street, and it all will have to be judged
Coordinated.
one block at a time.
Got it.
Including entrances and exits. I mean, so many things. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, and another question I had: when you guys are looking at, the increase in ridership, and I think it's about 6%, are you looking at your efforts and tying them directly to ridership per line? So, for example, you want to improve ridership on the 7 bus, so you're proposing changes to Pico Boulevard. Are you looking at those changes as a direct impact to the ridership on Pico, and have you done that previously on the other lines?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. In these proposals, they're taking 12 miles per hour as a baseline, and they're saying, where did we fall below it, and how many people were on the bus, and how many people suffered, and how many minutes did they suffer by? And then we took the most minutes lost by the most people and ranked that at the top. So there's 2 ways that people approach increasing transit ridership. Look where people are riding and make the service better, or look where you have a lot of empty seats and try to improve that service. There are 2 different philosophies. This particular one is saying we're looking at where people are riding and we're going to make this service more attractive because people have already told us it has some usefulness. And we're trying to make it even more useful to more people, if that makes any sense to you.
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Have you also worked on
Sure.
the other philosophy in trying to get more seats in the underutilized lines?
So let me take a stab at this one as well, because last year you adopted our recommendations for a very significant service change we implemented in March, where we reduced service on underperforming routes and reallocated those resources to the line 7, to Pico, to the line 3, Lincoln, and that has worked because the ridership on those corridors, on those lines, is up significantly compared to last year at this time. So those are the reinvestments that we've made based on the the new planning standards that you adopted and the recommendations we made to you, and you adopted those recommendations.
Okay, that makes sense. Have you also looked at the less traveled lines?
Sure, absolutely, and there, we have to look at segments of the line. So, for instance, we reduce service on weekends on some lines where it's very unproductive, and there may be some other mobility, whether it's microtransit or some other mode that's more feasible on that segment on a Saturday or a Sunday, but on a weekday, it's very productive. It exceeds the 12 customers per hour standard that we've established to evaluate performance on our line. So yes, absolutely, we evaluate poor performing routes. We also look at implementing marketing programs or reaching out to the business community in those areas, or looking at additional market generators along the line or at the end of the line.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. Thank you. And then my 2 more questions. The ridership and the average time, I think it's a really interesting metric. Do you look at that across all the lines, or are you just drilling down on a couple of lines that you're trying to manipulate?
Well, so we had to draw a line somewhere and say, below this we're going to examine. And we took the system-wide average speed, which is pretty consistent, by the way, across most lines except the Rapid 10 on the freeway. Okay. Most of the rest of the lines are within a few points of 12 miles per hour, and then they have segments that just sink.
Dip. But you're analyzing all of the lines.
We analyzed every single line, every single segment. And many of the things we do to support Ed's point, where we're not asking the community to give up infrastructure, like the fare changes or even the queue jump lanes, where the community isn't going to be like, whoa, you just built a bus lane with a bus every 30 minutes. What gives? Yeah. So the idea with the bus lanes on the heavy lines is that at least when the community sees it, they see people in the lane. But anything that doesn't have a highly visible appearance of someone else sacrificing the geography. We're transit signal prioritization, queue jump, fare changes, please exit through the rear door. All those things are implemented system-wide.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. And then just so I'm clear on the Pico and the Ocean Park Boulevard, we're not recommending bus lanes on those boulevards now because of the tight streets, but we're considering the other strategies that you suggested?
No, Pico, we are looking at bus lanes. It's just tight, and we would have to do one of two things: lose a travel lane, or move or lose the median. So we're just pointing out that it's not Lincoln again, where we didn't have to do that. It would be different. But no, both on 4th and Pico, we're recommending bus lanes. Because there's a curbside bike lane on Ocean Park and already one travel lane, we're not recommending it.
Got it. Okay. And when you're looking at a bus lane on Pico, is it's specific to those areas that you designated previously?
18th to the city line, eastbound only, afternoons.
And then it seems as though there's another bottleneck from Centinela to Sepulveda.
And then another one from Robertson to Crenshaw. And yeah, there's 3 significant bottlenecks.
It seems, and this is a better question for you, that if we don't solve the latter bottleneck from Centinela to Sepulveda, that putting a bus lane from 18th to Centinela, we're just going to create a fast-moving bus that then is going to be screeching to a halt at Centinela.
Well, we'll probably still be 20 car lengths ahead of where we were, which in this basin is something we all cherish. You know, yes, it's a limited improvement, but if we don't go for anything, we're stuck.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, actually, that's a good segue to what I wanted to ask about. So the Figueroa bus lanes in downtown LA are amazing because they are permanent. They're not just rush hour lanes, because the traffic in downtown LA sort of defies rush hour definition. But my point is that it's a good chunk of distance. And so while I appreciate what we were just talking about, the sort of incremental, let's focus on some little places, it seems to me that, and I'm certainly fine with that, but I really hope we're thinking about permanent bus-only lanes. I ride the 3 and the Rapid 3, and you're right, you get to Venice and you just kind of go, why am I on this bus? Because the cars are moving faster because the bus is stopping, even if you're on the Rapid. You know, but if we had dedicated bus lanes all the way down, and really now all the way down through Playa Vista, it would make a huge difference. The 2 questions I have, though, are, one, have we given some thought to expanding how we define rush hour? Because, for example, before I moved, I actually got on the 405 freeway at Wilshire quite a bit, and I will tell you that it's still jammed at 9 a.m. And it would be, and the buses sit there with everyone else. But by 9:30, 10, it's starting to lighten up a bit. So are we is it just sort of industry standard? That's when rush hour is, 7 to 9, or how did we arrive at those times?
I think you make a really good point, and I think to your point, we should look at it as we look at these lanes. If nothing's cleaned up by 9 o'clock on a regular basis, then yeah, we should ask for more. And I think, you know, whether we'll ever get to the point where we expand from peak to all day, it's highly dependent on a number of factors, but it's certainly going to be easier if we've at least got something to start. I don't know what the answer is to going for the whole thing and it taking. I mean, it took us 10 years to get Lincoln done. It was approved by council in 2006, and it was put in 2 years ago. It was a challenge, you know, and there were a lot of people who, you know, had issues with it. So it's a I don't know what the right answer is, but we certainly would look at the constraints and when traffic was clearing up, to your point.
Yeah, because I just think rush hour, whether we like it or not, may not be defined in traditionally the same hours that we've been thinking about it. And I guess, did you want to say?
No, I think that's, Councilmember Davis, it's a great point. And it's one of the many, I think, issues that the Metro's Next Gen study has identified. And it's really almost by sub-region that the peak hours are different. When you look at the west side, because we have a lot of technology here, and our younger generation tends to work in technology, that rush hour may extend in the morning to 10 o'clock or 10:30 because they don't like to get to work till 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and then they leave work at 7 or 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the evening. So we are finding out, even by sub-region, that travel patterns are different and that we have to adapt to those.
Okay, and then my second question is, so especially where we are thinking about putting in bus lane, or, or not putting in bus lanes, but dedicating a bus lane for a certain period of time. So I will just say that my impression on Lincoln is that it could use some additional enforcement. And I think some of that's because it's AM, PM, and people don't realize, but I know, for example, like in a lot of places now, they're doing the red paint, red lines. And so I'm wondering, are we thinking about better identifying those lanes as at least part-time bus-only lanes?
Sure, better treatment of the lane absolutely helps, and so does enforcement. And we've been working with our partners at PD on improving the enforcement. And then there are a number of best practices in our industry to help identify bus-only lanes. And that will be part of our recommendation coming back to you, is do we paint it differently? Do the bus stops look different? What treatments do we use to help identify?
I would think a rocket launcher to take out that parked car in the bus-only lane, that would be my solution. Cow catcher too. There's nothing that ruins your ride in a bus lane worse than that doggone parked car, and it's just, there's nothing anyone can do about it. So, okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
And thank you very much for the staff presentation and the answer to the questions. We do have a public hearing with 4 requests to speak, and those are Sean Landris, Hunter Baungstrom, Carter Rubin, and Matt Stouffer. And I just want to celebrate a little bit, especially because it's after midnight, that for the first time tonight, we have somebody who took the 1-minute option and gets to speak first, and that's Mr. Landris.
Great. It's also after midnight. He already left. It's Jerry Rubin's 76th birthday, but he just left the room. We wish him a happy birthday. I live, Mayor McEwen, council members, I live between Pico and Ocean Park. I support this move in theory and look forward to the conversation. Quickly, I'm not a fan of medians when they make bike, bus, and pocket turn lanes impossible, so I think that's an interesting thing to explore. I would encourage you to do 2 specific things in direction on this. One is to ask that there be consultation with the bike and pedestrian action plans, as lane changes might affect both of those, might interact with both of those plans. And this queue jump question, NACTO guidelines, when I looked them up, if we don't solve the problem for allowing bikes in bus lanes, which I really think we need to do, LA does it, we're going to have a lot of bike-bus conflict with these queue jump lanes, and I'm a little bit concerned about that, particularly on Pico and Ocean Park. So those are my thoughts and requests.
And see, people, it can be done in 1 minute. You don't need to take 2 minutes. Next is Hunter Baungstrom.
Hello, my name is Hunter Baungstrom. I live in Miracle Mile, and I'm a student at Santa Monica College. I'm here in full support of Big Blue Bus's proposal to implement bus lanes on Ocean Park and Pico. Commuting to and from SMC every weekday by bike, I actively avoid Pico for its non-existent bike infrastructure. But by adding an afternoon peak bus-only lane, bicyclists such as myself would essentially have a very wide bike lane to commute home eastwards when buses are not using the lane. Additionally, the faster service these bus lanes offer could attract more people out of their cars and onto buses, thus easing congestion, creating safer streets, and helping the city reach its sustainability goals. Contrary to what some written comments have claimed, I believe that the alternative transportation improvements offered by these bus lanes would direct more customers to businesses along them, since they wouldn't have to find a place to litter their private vehicle in a public space before patronizing an establishment. Additionally, bus drivers are held to a much, much higher standard of safety than regular motorists, so only allowing buses on the right side of roads next to sidewalks would create safer environments for pedestrians. Lastly, as the Pico neighborhood has a lower average income than the rest of the city due to historic redlining for it being a community of color, implementing the bus lanes will be an improvement in transportation equity for those low-income folks who have to take the bus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carter Rubin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm sticking it out because I think this is such a big deal. I wanted to be here to celebrate it. I want to commend staff for their leadership on this. Historically, transit agencies have thought of streets as not their responsibility and therefore not their problem, but they're starting to recognize that it is their problem because traffic is keeping our buses stuck, which is harming ridership and wasting city resources. These treatments are exactly what Big Blue Bus in the city and our agency partners need to be advancing. I'm going to ask the council to have a stiff spine when some of these tricky questions come up about parking and lanes, and to be propelled to get projects in the ground quickly so we can appreciate their benefits. And as Tim said, we'll fill those lanes with buses so that people see, full buses flying by, and appreciate those benefits. I want to emphasize the importance of engaging advocates and giving advocates a chance to be leaders and successful on this, and not subjecting advocates to public hearings where they get yelled at by angry drivers. And then a couple intergovernmental suggestions based on my experience delivering transportation projects on the west side. I think this body needs to have a formal envoy to Caltrans or communication to Caltrans and say, please work with our staff to get Lincoln Boulevard done. I worry staff is just going to spin their wheels at the staff level if there's not a leadership directive from District 7's director. And then I would also add that Metro and LADOT were directed by their governing bodies to form a working group on speeding up buses by improving our streets. I think Santa Monica should ask to be invited to some of these meetings because we are a transit operator in the city of Los Angeles. And that's the place where staff can engage productively with their counterparts, problem solve, identify priorities, and then move projects forward, rather than trying to kind of one-off and incrementally work with staff ad hoc. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker on item 8B is Matt Stover.
Thank you. I'm here only speaking on my own behalf this time as someone who works in Santa Monica and rides public transit daily. I strongly, enthusiastically support bus lanes wherever and whenever we can get them. Much to my embarrassment, I was actually late for my first day of work at the chamber because I took the R7 and got stuck in traffic in the Pico Robertson neighborhood. Fortunately, I found another route which gets me to work on time, but I actually worry more about that incident sort of reinforcing the negative perception that people have about public transit, which is that it's unreliable and it's late, but transit agencies can only deal with work with the tools that we give them. And so I encourage you to be bold in giving Big Blue Bus more tools to work with. Contrast that with my experience. I used to drive on the 110 to get to class at USC, and I'd be slammed in morning 110 traffic, and then I saw the LADOT buses zipping by in the carpool lane, and I figured out how to get on that bus, and that's what I started taking to USC. So I think there is a visual impact to other people when they see the buses moving quickly, and they want to ask, how can I get on that bus, because it looks like it's going where I need to go. So I encourage you to be bold. I support bus lanes wholeheartedly, and look forward to riding. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. And we had a lot of questions before we went to the public, so maybe we're ready for the matter to be before the council. Councilmember Winterer.
I have the same question of you as I did the last agenda item. Do we need multiple motions on the staff recommendations, or can we do them?
Well, what I was going to suggest, Councilmember Winterer, since there are 3 areas that are involved, I first wanted to see if anybody on the council felt differently about any one of them and wanted to pull it out, and then we could just do them all as one motion if there's not some concern with either number 1, 2, or 3. And then number 4 is directing staff to work with other cities.
My only concern would be on Pico Boulevard to do the outreach for the Centinela to Sepulveda corridor, to try and line that up simultaneously with the 18th Street to Centinela.
Well, I'm not sure our staff could do that.
No, it would just to try and coordinate. It aligns with number 4.
Yeah, number 4 does direct staff to pursue cross-jurisdictional coordination.
Right.
So that's included.
Yeah, I would tie in the Pico specifically to that, because those are 2 points, and we've through experience know that Lincoln Boulevard is challenged because of the lack of bus lanes in LA. So trying to avoid that issue in LA, trying to set that up from the onset.
I agree, but I don't think that can keep us from doing what we need to do in Santa Monica
yeah.
also. So then you don't want to pull that off.
I don't want to pull it off. I want
so
to
to answer your question,
together.
Councilmember Winter, I think we probably can do this as one motion. There's one clarification I'd like to make, and it doesn't even have to be part of the motion if staff says yes. Somebody asked if this would be coordinated with the bicycle plan, the pedestrian plan. I would hope that it'd almost be automatic, and also with Vision Zero. It would be. Okay. So it's before the council if somebody wants to make a motion.
So that's why I asked. So I will move the staff recommendation, and with just in addition to some talking to staff about the bicycle action plan and the pedestrian action plan and Vision Zero, et cetera. I also encourage that along with there's robust community outreach outlined in the staff report. I want to make sure that we have some dialogues with bicycle advocates as well as transit advocates to make sure that we're working on the same goals. So,
and again, for
that's
anybody in the public who's watching, this is not a final decision. This is authorizing to explore.
And to go out and to talk to people and come back with stuff.
Is there a second for that motion? Second. Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Moreno, you are still in the queue. Is that because you didn't turn it off? Okay. Then we're ready for a roll call vote.
Can I just say one thing?
Oh, we're not ready for a roll call vote.
Councilmember
Davis.
Very briefly, I just want to emphasize number 4 is direct staff to pursue cross-jurisdictional coordination. I think Mr. Rubin gave us some very specific ideas, and I think those are important because I do think that there is a danger of sort of if we talk to LA City staff, and that's why it took 10 years. I mean, it takes a long time, so I think maybe reaching broader and taking some of those specific suggestions to heart would be good.
Ms. Anderson-Warren, could you call the roll?
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So item 8B, the staff recommendation passes unanimously with a 6-0 vote of the council. And that'll move us on to the 9 items.
Next we have 9A.
And it's only 12:36.
Public hearing and adoption of a resolution approving the California Municipal Finance Authority to issue revenue bonds for the benefit of Step Up on Second Preservation LP. And you have no request to speak.
And our staff report.
Good morning, Council. Barbara Collins.
Don't hold it against us.
Housing and Economic Development. The item before you is a public hearing and recommendation to approve the issuance of bonds in an amount not to exceed $15 million under the requirements of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, for the Step Up on Second Apartments project. Bonds will be issued through the California Municipal Finance Authority, a joint powers authority that issues taxable and tax-exempt bonds to nonprofit and businesses with the goal of improving standard of living in California, and the city is a member of the joint JPA. The bond proceeds will be used to make a loan to Step Up on Second's Preservation LP to finance the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of the 36-unit multifamily rental housing located at 1328 2nd Street. This is essentially an administrative action. TEFRA requires a public hearing in order to approve the financing of the governing body in the local jurisdiction. You have previously acted on this item last time, November 14th, 2017. There's no fiscal impact to the city whatsoever or any liability issues that would incur if you approve this action.
Does council have any questions for staff at this point? Because the Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act requires a public hearing, I will open the public hearing. I will note that nobody is present to speak, and I will close the public hearing, and the matter is before the council. It has been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Do we need to do something else other than move the item?
Done it.
Yeah, okay, I move that.
But are there 5 people here? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And we'll do a roll call vote.
Okay. Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winters, not here. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So that recommendation on item 9A has been passed unanimously by a 5-0 vote of the council. The attrition is duly noted. Oh, I think Councilmember Winter is coming back. I'm sure he will be, because he'll want to hear the report on water quality, which I think is next.
So next we have 9B, report on water quality relative to public health goals, and you have no request to speak.
Good evening.
I'll start with good day.
Uh-huh.
And congratulations, Mayor, for a second day on the job.
Thank you.
So I'll keep it brief and short. This is a public hearing for the report on water quality relative to public health goals. I'll start with saying our city's water supply complies with all state and federal drinking water regulations. In particular, with California, we do have a more strict standard that we follow than federal drinking water standards. So we even meet all the state requirements as well. The public notice for the report was posted in the Santa Monica Daily Press on September 30th as well as October 26th as part of the requirement. The report is available at the city clerk's office, the main public library, as well as our website for the public. And the last part of the water quality report, as required, is to hold a public hearing to receive any public comments and to adopt the report from City Council. That's essentially what I have on the presentation. I just have a brief comment regarding forever chemicals. There's a lot of discussions and concerns about that in the industry as well as from the public. That's primarily from, I won't use the chemical names, but there's PFOA and PFOS. There's PFOA and PFOS. And those are compounds that come from firefighting foams, Teflon tape that you use in your plumbing, waterproofing, coating, surfactants, you name it. What we're wearing right now probably has it on there. So it's an issue that we're addressing. We have proactively went out and sampled all of our water supply, the local groundwater. All the wells were non-detect except for one. We did detect it. However, it was under the regulatory notification levels in the state. It was at 4.1 part per trillion, and that's in the Olympic well field. The current notification level is set at 5.2 parts per trillion. Just a point of reference, 1 part per trillion means 1 eye drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So about, I think it was like 10 million gallons or so of water in there. So that's 1 part per trillion. So those are the levels we're talking about, these contaminants, and the industry is looking at how do we address that. But fortunately for us, we're under notification level for the one detection that we do have in our groundwater supply.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions about the staff presentation? Then, because this requires that we hold a public hearing, I will open the public hearing. I will note that there are no members of the public present to speak on the item, and I will close the public hearing, putting this then before the council. Would anybody like to do anything, like make a motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Been moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Morena. This will include the hearing we held and affirmation of the actions are exempt from review. And we'll do a roll call vote if the clerk would.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, that passes by unanimous 6-0 vote. We're back up to 6. Takes care of item 9B and moves us on to our council member discussion items.
Next, we have item 13A, which is appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Housing Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2021. And you have no request to speak.
Council?
I will nominate Josh Hamilton.
And I would like to nominate Carl Hansen.
I hear two nominations, so the choice for each council member will be to vote for Hamilton or Hanson. It's a choice of H's tonight. If the clerk would call the council,
Okay.
we'll hear what they say.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Himmerich. Councilmember Davis.
Hansen.
Councilmember Winter.
Hamilton.
Councilmember Hara.
Hanson.
Mayor McCune.
Hamilton.
Okay,
Oh dear.
Okay, so we need to.
This is why when somebody goes home,
Yeah.
that is what we'll do. Nobody had requested that, but given that we have a 3-3 vote, unless somebody would like to change their vote, we will postpone this
We
until an
continue.
evening when we have a full council. Seeing no objection, that'll be our action on that, is to postpone it. I hope that the Housing Commission, which I know was short on members, is able to function short a person for at least another month, because we don't, well, we might be able to do this next week. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if all 7 of us are here or not.
We'll find out.
So let's let that one go.
Okay, so item 13B is recommendation to accept Naomi Siegman's resignation from Santa Monica Library Board and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Move to accept with regrets.
Acceptance with regret has been moved by Winter, second by Hara. Seeing no discussion, we can do that by voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that acceptance with regret is a unanimous vote, 6-0 of the City Council.
Okay, next we have 13C, which is a recommendation to accept Gray Bright's resignation from Santa Monica Pier Corporation and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And you have no request to speak on that one.
And I'll move to accept and acknowledge that while we may regret his departure, Mr. Bright is going to his dream job, if you know him at all. This is a perfect match for him designing toys, so.
I just want to comment, I think Mr. Bright is the only city commissioner I've ever seen driving a desk on city streets.
He's going
And I will
he did a
second,
great job.
if that was a motion to accept with regret.
With regrets, but also acknowledging that he is moving on to things that perfectly suit his personality and ambition.
I will second that. So it's been moved by Winter, seconded by McKeown. And seeing no further discussion, we can do this by voice vote. All in favor? Oh. You can, yes. Would you like to explain why you're abstaining?
Yeah, I'm abstaining because of my family business on the pier to avoid any proceedings.
And could you leave the room by the quick door?
Yeah.
It used to be that we could just have a recusal and then just go ahead, but now state law has changed.
Not that one.
And the council member has to physically
Hopefully you
leave the
get
room,
back in.
which has just happened. So all in favor?
Wow.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And so that acceptance is passed unanimously, 5-0 by the City Council.
Get some fresh air.
Okay, next we have 13D, which is request of council members Hara Morena and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day that the council direct staff, consistent with the economic opportunity outcome and the strategic priority framework, to identify ways to streamline and accelerate community economic development, including but not limited to relaxing business permitting requirements, expanding local hire and local procurement preferences, investing in new small businesses, and expanding existing ones through the Community Development Corporation, deepening coordination of the career development with local schools and businesses, enhancing the development of workforce housing, and you have one request to speak.
Now, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day had to leave with his family, so Councilmember Hara or Moreno, which of you would like to introduce the item? Councilmember Moreno.
Yep, I'm happy to. So let me say that I clearly understand our constrained resources, and in our plan, in our vision, it doesn't create a ton more work. What it does is realign our efforts to try and accomplish some of our goals. We have an incredible challenge in front of us over the next 10 years. In the best case scenario, we have a $25 million shortfall in front of us. Our worst case scenario is a $500 million shortfall. We must focus on economic development. We are doing all the right things. We have made incredible progress, even on some of the items that we're suggesting. And so this is encouragement, this is reorganizing those things and aligning them in a way that will stoke economic development, and specifically in a path to our 2050 vision that we have an incredible team working on. I believe that our work and our effort is all on the right track. What we need is something right now. And so if we are going to achieve our outcome of economic opportunity, this is our pathway to do it.
And I'm just going to go ahead and add that we are in alignment of our framework, and we do have to start somewhere. We cannot delay it any further. If we want to accomplish something within our timeline, and if we don't start moving some of these items forward, then we won't be able to at least complete one item of our framework, although I know that we've been doing great on a lot of things. But this is also a great item also for our value, which is equity. We will be bringing equity forward along with this item as well. So if we are true to what we say that we are, then I think that it's time for us to start acting.
Now, we do have someone who wants to speak from the public, but first we appear to have some questions from council members about the item itself. Well, Councilmember Himmelrich was ahead of you. Do you have a question?
This is one of the things that I find frustrating about the Brown Act, because I had a bunch of questions about this and no one to ask them of, since there were 3 members on this. So are you envisioning creating a community development corporation that's separate from the chamber and what and our Department of Economic?
Absolutely, that is the intention, and to protect our constrained resources is to clearly align ourselves with a third party. And being a public-private partnership, we would still have some oversight, or we would appoint or elect members within our community to be involved in that process. But no, we wouldn't operate that entity by any means.
So it will be self-supporting?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, and with respect to relaxing some of these, requirements for business permitting, et cetera. I mean, the first thing I think of now that I can say the word is Airbnb, but we've had, on the one hand, there are probably many enterprises that could use relaxed permitting, and there are other enterprises that should have much more stringent permitting. So my question would be, it looks like we're spending money here and not saving money.
So to answer the question directly, one, we've made a ton of progress here. So we're really piggybacking on the momentum and the hard work that staff has done in the prior years. We're also moving into a new building in less than 6 months. And so we're going to have to change the way that we work together. And layered into that process, we have to take on a new philosophy about how we engage in the permit process. So I think we will always be cautious of people trying to game the system. That is baked into our DNA. But I learned about Susan Frick in this process. And there's a Suzanne Frick. Okay. And Suzanne Frick would often come over the top and use her logic in making good permitting decisions.
Yes.
And so there's a saying in the planning department. What would Suzanne say? And that sort of common sense approach is really what I'm talking about. And I do believe that we're already moving that direction. And so this would put a little more wind at that back.
Well, so it's so nebulous to me. I mean, I'll go with this, and and see what you're talking about later, I guess. But I have to say that I see a lot of words here, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let me answer. It was intended to be broad.
Well, it is.
Yeah, and that's to give staff, the people who are in the trenches every day, the ability to craft and tell us exactly the right way to do it.
Well, and I also, when I I've long believed in working with the local schools. I mean, I thought eliminating the tech program was not smart. I think there could have been a lot of future in that, as with the, so I guess where I'm coming from is I think that there's probably some meat here, but I can't figure out what it is yet. But I will support it, at least this first round.
We're not yet to the point of supporting or discussion. We're still on questions. Did you have a question, Councilmember Davis?
I'll do the public hearing first, because I actually just wanted to discuss the item more broadly.
Okay, so we'll hold Councilmember Davis.
More broadly? Here's more broadly.
We do have a request to speak. Now, Mr. Landers, the last time when you asked for a minute, you jumped yourself to the head of the queue. Tonight, you're at the end of the line for this public comment, but you do have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I'll be even more efficient, because I want to say in the outset that I'm really supportive of 13D, E, and F, and the comments are actually apropos given the conversations we've just had about housing. It's been a pleasure to work collaboratively with Councilmember Morena and Councilmember Hara and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day on this, and to see the wide range of community support that has come for this item and for 13E, and region-wide, I'll just say there's a lot of support for 13F. But the reason that I wanted to give public comment was that you will hear next week from the Planning Commission representatives that our support for the PICO plan as a commission really is premised on the idea that there be local economic development and a strategy for local economic development. And what these two items in particular are coming from is a desire to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing and puts it before the council. And Councilmember Davis, you are the first in the queue.
Yes. So, and actually, Mr. Landris raised one of my questions, which is, it seems like this is sort of dovetails in some regard with what we're hearing next week about the PICO Wellbeing Project. So I'm sort of wondering why we aren't sort of incorporating that into that, I guess.
Well, actually, that's 13E that talks about the Wellbeing Project.
Well, but I think that this one also, it doesn't specifically call it out, but I think it's aimed at the same issue. I think it's aimed, my guess is we don't need a community development corporation for north of Montana. Let's put it that way. So I think we're talking about reaching into our economically disadvantaged communities with this. So I'm sort of trying to figure out, is this part of that larger thing? And then the other question I have is, because I think everything in here is a great idea, but we've already had a discussion about when we can even bring back sort of what we all think of as low-hanging fruit on housing. So my question is this specific enough for staff to go forth and do, or do we need to hone it down a little bit and say we want you to do, because I mean, as I read this, and maybe I'm channeling Councilmember Himmelrich here a little, I read like 7 or 8 different things, and they're all wonderful ideas, but they're also all 7 different things. So I'm just sort of curious, and I see the city manager's in, so maybe he can answer that question, because I'm a little concerned about this not being specific enough to drive the work that I think it's trying to see done. And then my other, so anyway, those are my 2 comments.
Well, let's hear from the council, and then we'll ask
Sure.
the city manager to help us hone in on what we're really trying to do. I just wanted to share that I actually have some history on this kind of an idea, and it's, I hate to admit, ancient history. Back when I was a wee lad, no, that's not a good way to say it. I was never a wee lad, but I was a lad. When I was 14 in high school, my very first job ever, anywhere, was I was an intern in New Haven, Connecticut, where I went to public high school, with an organization called Community Progress Incorporated.
And this was founded in the early 60s by the mayor of New Haven, Dick Lee, as an idea that urban renewal, which was underway, should be accompanied by human renewal. Obviously decades ahead of his time. Almost immediately, in a couple of years, he was able to get grants for almost $4 million to proceed with this. Now, in the early 60s, $4 million was real money. And as a result, New Haven became a leader in the kinds of programs that I think you're talking about establishing here. So as someone who was there in the early days of Community Progress Incorporated in New Haven, Connecticut, I can attest that this can work. I was probably actually one of those disadvantaged kids that this benefited at that time, being from a poor single parent household. I benefited by being an intern. Other people benefited in other ways. So I'm very supportive of the concept, but I share the concern, and of course I couldn't talk to any of you before the meeting because of the Brown Act, that I don't really understand all of what you're trying to accomplish, and some of this seems at cross purposes, and some of it really seems to require balance with other priorities of the council. Just to say relaxed business permitting requirements counters what we've said about protecting residential neighborhoods from commercial intrusion. So I just want to make sure that we don't give staff too much of a direction without having them examine this and come back and sort of recast it for us. Maybe Mr. Cole can recast it for us on the fly tonight. I'm not sure. But again, I've been there. I know this can work for a community. But I'm a little bit, the wording of this is a little troubling to me. Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, like my colleagues have spoken before, I of course 100% support the broad conceptual outcomes in this and the goals. I'm a little flummoxed by what the specific deliverables would be, whether it's a broad economic development strategy where we spend 2 years working on a document or a plan or something like that, or is it staff coming back and reporting about what other cities have done with the community development corporations and what the feasibility is of doing one here and what sort of money would have to flow out of the budget to get one going? Is it, yeah, I mean, I'm not quite clear. There's great goals, but what are the deliverables, right? I mean, some are there. We already do a lot in the cradle to career in terms of development, of people's built-in potential. We were talking just earlier tonight about housing, including workforce housing. So I guess if it's just sort of a mission statement, great. But otherwise, I'm not really sure staff will say, okay, now what? Right. That's where I am.
So if the city manager is feeling up at this hour to trying to distill this down to something we can feel comfortable voting on, that the staff will understand what we're asking for and can do it, that'd be welcome.
Mayor and council member, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. First, let me say it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and no one wants to go into enormous depth on a 13 item at this hour. But let me say first that I appreciate that the authors of this 13 item went to great lengths, unconstrained by the Brown Act, to talk to staff, to consult with us. And I think in answer to your last question, Councilmember Winter, as will become clear in the other points I make here, we view this as a dynamic effort. We don't view this as marching orders to go out now and do 7 new things. So, number one, I appreciate Councilmember Morena's acknowledgement that many of these things are already priorities, and we have already made progress, and we already have momentum, and so that is, and number two, what it does is, I think this sharpens our focus on the council's previous action, which was to prioritize economic opportunity as one of your 6 council priority goals. Number three, we certainly view this as part of the budget challenges, right? We've talked a lot about reducing costs. We've talked some about raising revenues, but growing our revenue base is in some ways a very powerful and underutilized tool by a city that has in some ways taken that for granted in the past, because we have been successful with previous economic development efforts. The city has not been has always had an economic development program, but has been so successful. Number 4, I appreciate the clarity around a CDC. One of my significant hesitations about such a broad agenda, particularly responsive to what we've heard out of the Pico Neighborhood Wellbeing Project, is the idea that we would go into areas where local government is not particularly well suited, and we're already doing a number of things. And I would compare this to the creation of the Community Corporation of Santa Monica some 30 years ago. We could be doing that ourselves. Other cities have done it. New York did it, half a century ago, and they're in $35 billion worth of debt to try to figure out how to So cities don't make great landlords. CCSM, which was birthed by the city, is now the owner or redeveloper, builder or redeveloper of 1,700 units. We didn't build any of those. We supported CCSM in almost every one of those projects, but that's the kind of thing that a CDC can do, and Mayor McEwen has outlined that there are CDCs across the country. Some of them come out of churches, some of them come out of cities, some of them come out of neighborhoods, some of them come out of chambers of commerce, but that is one tangible thing that we could set up that would begin to respond to some of the concerns that we'll be talking about next week. I think I'm on number 5, and I'm about to conclude. Number 5, I think it's very important that these things align with things we're already doing, but we perhaps give greater emphasis to, greater focus to, and come back to you with annual deliverables as part of the budget process. So finally, all that said, I think the staff appreciates the initiative, understands perhaps better than the 3 members' colleagues what the 3 members are driving at, because again, they were constrained from discussing this with you. We think this aligns. All that said, I want to be clear, as I've been in consistently. To manage expectations, we cannot do new things on top of what we're already doing. We will have to either sharpen our focus to do something more rifle shot than scatter shot, perhaps improve our outcome through managing our performance and setting clear deliverables. It clearly will involve some trade-offs, particularly if we put seed money into creating a CDC versus getting grant funding or private capital. And it will clearly involve some trade-offs of workload. So we're always willing to shift to accomplish what the council wants us to do. We will make those clear to you. I'm not asking you to blindly bless trade-offs tonight. We will bring back the trade-offs. But I want to make clear that we are not embracing the idea that we're going to do a ton more stuff. What we're embracing is greater clarity from the council through a dynamic process about what we're doing in economic opportunity, which is one of your council goals, and partnership with the private sector to bring new resources to the table.
Councilmember Windward.
Well, just a follow-up question, City Manager. Do you see any opportunity in what's outlined here in these broad strokes to integrate that with the 2050 economic?
Yeah, and Councilmember Morena made that point. This is, I think the 2050 is further out.
Yeah.
And certainly, again, in answer to one of your earlier points, we don't see spending 6 months writing a document about what all this means. That is, I think these are things that we would already do, with the exception of the specific idea of creating a CDC, which we'll have to come back to you about, what that would look like. With the exception of that, these really involve doing things better. When we open the new permit center, we become more efficient. As we work through the Cradle to Career program and with the school district and the college, we improve the job placement and training success in our community. So we don't want to write a new document. We want to just continue to deliver on your economic opportunity priority.
Okay, folks, it's 1:08 a.m. Councilmember Davis.
Well, so trying to bring some focus to this, because I'll be honest, I'm still struggling just a bit, because I do agree a lot of this is things we're already looking at or we're getting ready to change things. I'm certainly willing to support this. It seems to me the thing that's new in this particular item is the CDC. And it also seems to me that a lot of what's asked for is stuff the CDC could do a lot of continuing work on. For example, looking at our permitting processes, looking at our economic regulations, looking at ways to give local, because that's things CDCs do. So I'm wondering, without trying to rewrite this for the authors, is really sort of the first step here giving direction to explore the possibility of setting up a CDC with the idea that that can be a mechanism for everything else that's in here, in addition to the work that we're already doing. I don't want to stall other work waiting for a CDC to be formed, but I'm just trying to get a little more focused and get in my own mind about what we're trying to do, because I think if we're going to start looking at regulations and permitting and local hire and preference and coordinating with the local schools, all of which we're doing to some extent, but the CDC is the mechanism, so could that be the first priority, and then everything else can sort of flow from that? I was just...
Well, I would defer to the authors of the 13 item. It's not inconsistent with the message, but I think they also have expressed a desire that, again, as we're doing these other things, that we be conscious of the council's desire to be doing more and better on those arenas.
So I'm going to call myself here, and I'll point out that everything from the second half of the fourth line on is including but not limited to. So really the fundamental request here is looking for ideas, that we direct staff to identify ways to streamline and accelerate community economic development. I think we can give that assignment to staff if there's a motion to do so. Councilmember Bahara.
Yeah, so here's what we had, like 5 points that we brought up to the community in looking at some support. And we actually brought some asking for support, but bringing their own ideas, because all of this did come out of well-being. So we asked for, these are the things that we wanted to do: a next-generation customer-focused permitting system, including a digital solution to facilitate and streamline the complex process required to open and run a business. So the community has said that they want to be able to do this, that if they are thinking about opening up a business, they want to know what those processes are and how do we get there, okay? We want a public-private community development corporation partnership, which would be STDC, right, to help promote inclusive economic growth while preserving and enhancing our community diverse historic and cultural legacies by incubating, educating, and promoting local small businesses and entrepreneurship. Our community has said that. They're very skilled, they're very talented in providing the microgrants opportunity, we opened up a door for people that now they want to be able to have some opportunities, or they would like to have opportunities, so that way they can grow a seed that we've just given them. Okay, and so they want to be able to have that opportunity. And not only being able to come up with a business or do a business, but be able to do what they already know how to do. You know, all of us always look at when they come up to us and they ask us to help with some art and to promote anything with art. We're all there because we know that it's the right thing to do. Well, this is like art, because this is their art, this is their skill, and this is what we want to promote, because it's within their culture, within what they know, and it might be something that we don't know and we would love to have. We want a smart, pragmatic procurement and business development process that manifests our values by reinvesting in our community. So we want to make sure that we give them also an opportunity to be able to give back to the community where they live, correct? We want a modern career development plan focused on our youth and young adults, leveraging the most vibrant industries and employment opportunities within our community. We have a lot of businesses out here that can provide that opportunity for them. We want to be able to give our youth that chance, so that way they can leverage and not only come out of high school and or SMC, but be able to have a pathway where they can create a career where they can go ahead and expand for their future. And we want an effective workforce housing development plan to improve community and environmental well-being. We were just working on that. We just started, we spoke about, you know, what our housing would look like. We just spoke about what it is that we want to create for our community. So this is the other part that we know it's imperative for us to include in economic development, because without having housing, there could be no growth, because they won't be around. And we can't really say that we will provide housing if they can't afford the housing either. So those are the two leverages, and these are some of the things that we were promoting, because this is what the community has asked.
I move 13D.
I'm sorry, I would like to second that. Sorry.
I'll call on myself since I'm now next in line. I was wholeheartedly willing to do the core direction as I identified it, but I'm sorry, I now have a process problem. The level of specificity in that list of wants is, I feel, inappropriate for a 13 item. And maybe that deserves some explanation of how 13 items have worked for the city in the past. 13 items typically are an opportunity for council members to bring up something that hasn't been on the work plan and begin a process of it being examined by staff, played out in the community, and then returned either to a commission or to the council for implementation. If the vote tonight is a request to authorize that specific list, I don't feel that's an appropriate vote for me to take without there having been that involvement and time and ability for people other than council members and people that they've spoken to have input on this. I'd be happy to support a motion to direct staff to identify ways to streamline and accelerate community economic development, but I won't be able to support the motion that's on the floor.
Well, when you say the list, are you referring to the including?
No, it was just read by Councilmember Hara.
Well, that's not part of the motion. That was just her personal dive into the details, potential details, right? We're voting on what's on the record here, this verbiage.
Well, maybe Councilmember Moreno, who made the motion, should clarify whether his motion is the direction of staff to identify ways to streamline and accelerate, or whether his motion is an affirmation of the specific list that Councilmember Hara read.
my motion is specific to item 13D, so that certainly includes directing staff to streamline and accelerate community economic development, included but not limited to relaxing the permitting requirements, expanding local hire, local procurement preferences, investing in new and small businesses, perhaps expanding through a CDC, deepening the coordination of career development with local schools and businesses, and enhancing development of workforce housing. And so that's it. It's very clearly laid out. And just to be clear, these are policy objectives that we want to hand off to staff who is in the trenches and progressive on a number of these items already, and allow them to digest it and come back to us with a specific game plan, specifically coordinating these items and aligning these items in one pot, because right now they're in different places. So this would give them a specific path to accomplish economic opportunity, which is a framework outcome that we all agreed to.
And I did second 213D.
Councilmember Davis.
And so I certainly support, I mean, obviously, the idea of economic development is key for a lot of reasons. I guess this conversation, though, is, and I know it's really late, and I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure, what's going to happen next? I mean, I get the sense from the city manager that he understands what the ask is. But what happens next? I mean, is it 90 days you come back with a plan, or is it's just we're going to continue to integrate this into what we're doing? Because, and with all due respect to my colleagues, while I certainly agree with Councilmember McEwen, the idea is to ask to explore various areas. This could be so amorphous that we could vote on this and never hear from it again. and that to me would be the worst of all possible outcomes, because we would have expressed a desire. And I'm not saying staff would do that. I'm just saying if I'm sitting there at staff and I'm going, I don't know what this is asking me to do, so I'm asking what the bring back is. I mean, I know Councilmember Winter used the word deliverables, and maybe that's too specific, but so what's the next step if we vote on this, so I know what I'm really voting for?
Well, it's not my motion, so I'll tell you what.
But if we pass this, what would staff be hearing, and then what would staff do? Let's put it that way.
Unless you tell me something different,
okay.
This is what we will do, and you have every right and the power to tell me differently. But here's what we will do. We have 6 priority goals. It is our job to report back to you periodically. We will report back on this goal as part using this framework.
Okay.
Just as we're reporting back on reducing homelessness and keeping streets safe and fighting climate change. This is a framework. This is a punch list for the framework priority goal. Second thing we'll do is we'll do a better job of communicating not only to you but to the community what we're already doing, because we're doing a lot more than people realize on each of these that either has been accomplished, is being accomplished, or will shortly be accomplished. And we need to do a better job of doing that. And that will also be part of the regular process of reporting out on our framework priorities. The third thing we will do, and this I think is the specific, is I think we will bring back, I can't tell you when, but in a reasonable amount of time, we'll bring you back feasibility and options for what a CDC might look like, and what are the paths to creating one, what are the potential costs for creating one, where would we get the money to accomplish one, and what are the potential outcomes. That'll take some research. We've not gotten out ahead of the council and done a bunch of research ahead of a 13 item, but that's research we would do. So again, to summarize, 1, this would become a punch list, not an exhaustive. It says including but not limited to, but this would put some meat on the bones of the economic opportunity goal. We would do a better job in the process of getting back to you. I think people know what we're doing on a lot of these other priority goals. Clearly, they don't know as much as we need to get out. And third, we'll bring you back a CDC feasibility analysis.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Marina, could you restate the motion? What the city manager said was very helpful.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're voting on.
Yeah, absolutely. We are moving 13D, and that is consistent with the economic opportunity outcome and the strategic priorities.
So as written before us.
As written.
Okay, we have it in
Happy with
writing.
that?
We don't need to hear it again.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that was the motion.
Yep.
Is that the motion that's understood with the seconder, Councilmember Hara? We can do this by voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. That's passed unanimously by a 6-0 vote of the council and moves us along.
So now I have a question for you, Mayor. Since Councilmember Hara was discussing item 13E.
Yeah, there was a little bleed over there that I noticed as well, but I myself, again, because of the Brown Act, couldn't ask anybody why. It puzzled me that these were such similar items. I see that the one listed as E is more specific. I think since we didn't split it, we didn't combine the two items. Is there anybody who wanted to speak on 13E?
We do not have any requests to speak on it.
Why don't we just give the council members who propose this an opportunity to explain anything specifically different about this, and we can then vote on it. Council members Hara and Marina, but first why don't you read for the public what this item is? Or people are probably wondering what we're talking about.
So it's 13E, and it's request of council members Hara, Morena, and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day that council direct staff to assess how best to ensure through city efforts as well as through public, private, and philanthropic partnerships that the outcomes of the PICO Wellbeing Project, including zoning, housing, and mobility, benefit PICO neighborhood residents and local small businesses, limit residential and commercial displacement, and preserve historic community and cultural resources. And you have no request to speak.
So would either of the council members who introduced this care to speak to it?
I'm sorry, I guess I did speak on that one before. But, I'm just going to just add a little bit to my previous conversation about the request of the community and how talented they are. I remember my great-grandmother always saying, if you're hungry and if I feed you, you'll stop your hunger for a little bit. But if you're hungry and if I teach you how to cook, then you'll be able to feed yourself later on. So that was giving me an opportunity not only to learn, but also to be able to sustain myself. And if we are going to continue our actions of being a sustainable city, then we definitely need to provide those opportunities for our community to be able to continue to be self-sustainable. They already know what to do and how to do it, and all that they ask for is opportunities. And I think that that's definitely what I'm hoping that we can move forward and do with this item as well as ensure that our small businesses can maybe provide that opportunity for the community as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
So, sorry. Certainly I support everything here in theory. I guess my question is, we're discussing the PICO Wellbeing Project at the next meeting, and so I'm wondering why we're talking about this now when it seems to me this is a discussion and direction we should give next week, because after here, there's nobody here to talk about it. My guess is next week we're going to have a lot of people to talk about it, and it won't be 1:30 in the morning, and we can have a more robust discussion. And I'm certain that all these things will sort of come out of it, but we can maybe put more meat on the bones and have a more robust discussion. I guess that's just what I'm wondering, is why this isn't why you didn't want to do this just next week. Is there something here that I'm missing? Because it seems to me this is directly an outgrowth of what we're hearing next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll add a question to that. Then, Councilmember Moreno, you were next in line. I guess what puzzled me in reading this is what part of this don't you feel was already our intent? Because I've been to some of the community meetings on this. I've absorbed this stuff. This is my understanding of what we've been working toward with the Pico Wellbeing Project all along. And I know that there's more to keeping a neighborhood affordable than keeping housing costs down. There's also increasing the income of the residents by creating job opportunities. There's also reducing energy costs. For instance, I'm on the board of the Clean Power Association. We might be able to figure out some way to get a discount for low-income families. Transportation is a big cost for people to get to and from work. If we can somehow help with that, that does the same thing in a way as raising your income or lowering your rent. It means more disposable income. Subsidized childcare, which is something this community deeply believes in and has implemented, sometimes with political pain over other neighborhoods' objections. So I feel we're doing many of these things that would help me to understand what the intent of this specific item at this specific time is.
Right. So we decided to put this on this agenda specifically because it preludes next week's discussion. The Pico Wellbeing Project doesn't have the same context as 13D. Those are very, very specific ways in which a community can benefit from the zoning and planning changes that are going to happen within Pico. And so 13E touches on some of the opportunities in 13D, some of the progress that we've made within staff, and it aligns those. We frankly don't have time to create a CDC before the Pico Wellbeing and some of the zoning changes take place. And so we wanted to make sure that we are preemptive in calling these things out and trying to supplant that opportunity within the neighborhood for the neighborhood. And God willing, this passes tonight, then we can firmly bolt it on to the Wellbeing Project next week.
Councilmember Whitwer.
Well, yeah, I'm also a little bit baffled because this just seems to me like something that we should have done, and I thought we did do when we decided to go ahead with the Pico Wellbeing Project. So I was the feeling that somehow it's coming up short.
Well, we haven't gotten the report yet.
Yeah, so how do we vote on this?
Right. Well, because this is putting it into that context, right? Putting it into that report. And yeah, we gave some direction, but we didn't give specific punch list items like 13D provides for that economic opportunity outcome.
Well, but so we pass this motion, and then next week we determine that the Pico Wellbeing Project is not doing all these things. Do we go back to the drawing board and start the process all over again? Do we delay it even further?
Not at all. We can then bolt them on and say, we passed this item 13E the previous week. We want to make sure that these components get included into the Pico Wellbeing Project. And to City Manager Cole's point, we've spoken with staff, and one of the greatest challenges in this process was not speaking with all of you because we were constrained by the Brown Act. So we've been dying to talk to you about it. We haven't had that opportunity, and so this is our opportunity. And so if in your wisdom you feel like there's a better strategy to do that, we're all ears. We just felt like this gives us some momentum going into next week's meeting.
You done?
Yeah.
So my concern here, and I'm going to jump right in. I mean, we're coming up toward 2 o'clock in the morning, folks. This sort of implies that this is not what we meant to do in the first place. So I'm going to jump right in with a potential solution. The motion that is written out here is for council to direct staff to assess how best to do certain things, as if we hadn't already. I move that council affirm that council's intent is to ensure through city efforts as well as through public-private and philanthropic partnerships that the outcomes of the Pico Wellbeing Project, including zoning, housing, and mobility, benefit Pico neighborhood residents and local small businesses, limit residential and commercial displacement, and preserve historic community and cultural resources.
Second.
So that motion was made by McKeown and seconded by Himmelrich by a hair. Is there further discussion? I see a few names up here. Are you still intending to be on the queue? No? City Manager Cole?
Just to clarify that we won't be talking in detail about any of these topics. Next week we'll be talking about the Planning Commission's recommendation. But of course we have backup material that provides context, which will cover all of these issues. But the actual recommendation will be limited to the Pico Boulevard zone changes.
Well, fair warning, some of us intended to talk about this in the context of that hearing next week.
Right.
So I think, because I think there was some concern that we originally gave broad direction and what came back, and I don't want to prejudge the thing, but I'm just saying that I guess I'm going to support the motion. We'll just do it. It's 1:30.
It's affirmative.
It's affirmative.
Yet we're affirming our intent.
Affirming.
So let's see if we can affirm our intent, not infirm our intent. So that's how late it is. Would the city clerk please allow us to do a voice vote on this? And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously 6-0 of the very tired city council. And we still have more work to do.
Okay, next we have 13F. Request of council members Himmelrich and McKeown. It's now Mayor McKeown. That council directs staff to prepare an ordinance creating the right to legal representation against attempted evictions for all tenants in the city in furtherance of the council's policies regarding safe and affordable housing along the model of such ordinances already adopted in San Francisco and New York City, and return to council as soon as possible with an ordinance for council action and recommendations for adequate implementation and funding. And you have no request to speak.
Councilmember Himmelrich, do you want to introduce this?
Yeah, and I can make it quick. The reason that I wanted to put this on this agenda is because of the sale of this building in Pico that was the largest residential building in that neighborhood. And the last statement that was made by the people who bought it was that they're intending to turn it into a place for millennials where they can get to transportation. Right now, it's very affordable housing containing some of our most vulnerable residents. As a lawyer, I know, and I attached, and if you look at page 10 of the New York report of the results of providing counsel over a 2-year period, it was actually a 5-year period, but it avoided 30% of the evictions in New York City. So look, we know people need lawyers. The Legal Aid Foundation, who we support already, cannot represent people who are undocumented and cannot represent people who don't fall strictly within their income limits, which are rather low. I don't know whether what we really want to do is what San Francisco did, which is just say broadly that they'll provide counsel or and do it through various mechanisms. And I did work on that initiative in San Francisco. Or if we want to make it 400% of area median income, which is what New York does. But whichever one we do, people need lawyers and they aren't getting them and they're having trouble finding them. So that's why I wanted to see this on the agenda.
And I also put this on because I'd seen the article, just to give you some idea, and I'll pass it around. It's from the LA Business Journal. Santa Monica apartments sell for $59 million. Iconic Pico Lanai complex is ripe for redevelopment.
Read the last sentence.
I think it's something like 174 units. And they say, we are long-term value-add investors that look for unique assets in markets with strong real estate fundamentals, job growth, population growth, limited new supply, all of which are strong trends in Santa Monica. So I don't want these trend mongers to be eliminating some of our residents. And we know that when renters go to court without an attorney, they tend to lose.
95% of
this is not coming to the council out of the blue. As a matter of fact, if we are anticipating next week, we got a preliminary info item on the Pico Wellbeing plan that mentioned this. And the housing item earlier tonight, the study session also mentioned that one of the things we really should consider is some kind of right to legal representation against eviction for renters. So we put it on to get it moving. It'll take time for this to come back. I made sure that this includes asking staff for recommendations on implementation and funding, because we know that nothing we do happens without effort and money, and we need to be prepared for that. But I think this is an important thing for us to do for the protection of all the renters in our community who are increasingly threatened. The city attorney is in the queue.
Council, I welcome and I'm happy to support and move forward the direction should council choose to give it tonight. I do want to be clear, because the references both in the staff report earlier tonight and in the 13 item don't make clear that the city attorney's office is not able to represent private individuals.
I should have
So
done
this
that.
is the attorneys of the city are not able by the charter and by professional responsibility. We're expressly precluded from representing anyone other than the city and the people of the state of California as those entities. So we are happy to help to move forward and to try to find ways to fund this, but we will have to fund it. It's not something that can be done by our lawyers on staff.
I just want you to know, I believe that there is state funding, and one is part of the governor's new funding package that would provide funding.
We saw that from the mortgage housing, and we'll look into that. I don't know if it's available, but we did see that, and we'll follow it.
Councilmember Winthrop.
So just some questions. So first of all, obviously, what's being proposed here would address more than the particular building that you guys mentioned, but I'm just curious to get the sense that what the strategy is there is to use the Ellis Act and demolish the building, or just use various approaches we've seen in the past to persuade people that they're better off living elsewhere.
I believe the latter from other things I've read.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've made their intention clear, and we are seeing it now. I get 3 letters a week probably about it.
So we now have statewide just cause eviction protections, right?
Sort of. I've been working on that like night and day for the last month, because everybody's rushing to get in under it. So there are all these UDs pending against people without just cause, 60-day notices, 30-day notices.
They closed on this particular transaction, or do they close in the new year?
Where did it go?
I believe they bought it. I think it's closed.
I think it's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there seems to me 2 issues here. One of which is, how do we provide immediate help to all those individuals in that building, and how do we down the road provide help to other individuals in a similar situation, right? And maybe we need to move more rapidly on the former than the latter.
Well, I think that I think a lot of us who are in the legal community are prepared to do that, to help the people in that building, although many of them are short-term tenants who may be hard to protect. But we should have had this already for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my intent was not to say that this whole thing is predicated on
it's
what's
an
happening
example.
with the building, but that this is a pretty egregious example of the sort of threat that our renters are facing.
And then would the idea be that the city fund people to hire private attorneys, correct?
It's generally
or is there the
done.
possibility to create some sort of clearinghouse to refer people to attorneys who are willing to do pro bono work, or agencies who are willing to do pro bono work?
I think it's both. I think that it will be a combination. We've talked about, look, there are various strategies. We've talked about starting clinics at the local law schools with experienced lawyers who teach them, because then they're allowed to appear and give advice, right? And there are loads and loads of ways to get counsel to appear in court for people who are being evicted, and for people to counsel people who are being evicted. But one, there are very few lawyers who are doing it. Some of them have the impediments that Legal Aid Foundation has. It just is a very patchwork system, and I think that the organization that used to represent people in the Santa Monica courthouse now doesn't cover the Santa Monica courthouse anymore.
All right, and then I'm wholly supportive of this, because I think we all know, we saw that with the POD program, anything we can do to reduce displacement is probably a whole lot more cost effective than trying to build new housing for these people who can get displaced, right? So it totally makes sense from that perspective. I do have to say, I feel we probably should put some sort of income limits on it. I don't want us to be funding lawyers for some guy who's getting evicted from a house he's renting on the beach for $10,000 a month. That just seems to me not
I
approved
think
in
they'll
use
be
of
able to
public
find
funds.
a lawyer possibly, but
Yeah.
anyway. And the lawyers he'll
Yeah,
get
but
through
if,
this.
you know,
won't
people
he?
who have a lot of money are going to go, oh, well, it's free, so why would I hire my own lawyer? I mean,
Yeah.
So I, think, I sort of like the idea of the New York model of having, a cap at 100% of AMI for the assistance with legal help.
Yep.
I think that's why we gave those ordinances from other cities as examples. Councilmember Harr.
I'm going to have to say that this is probably one of the best things that I've seen come up. I was actually present at a housing presentation over at Virginia Avenue Park, where one of the tenants came over and showed us the letter that they received that the building had been sold. And of course, they were really concerned about what was going to happen to them. And when somebody said, well, San Francisco has this, and there could be a possibility of that. And so when I saw this on the agenda, I was really, really happy so that we can, let them know that there might be a possibility of some assistance. And this is, I can definitely tell you that the people that came over to inform us of what was happening are people that are that have been there for a while and that are low income and that could not afford a lawyer to attend with them. So I am definitely going to be in support of this item.
Do they
So-
have Section 8 vouchers?
Yes, some of them do.
The city attorney is on the queue. Do you have?
Council, I did want to be clear in my earlier comments. I failed to mention this will be expensive and it will require trade-offs. I mean, if the governor has money, we will certainly do everything we can to get that money. But otherwise, this is something that is not currently funded in the budget that will require
understand.
funds to support.
Let's hope we can
Councilmember
stop them
Moreno.
before they happen.
I love this idea. I think it's really smart, and I'll be supporting it. I just wonder if you've thought about it in the context of the POD program, because in some respects it's doing the same thing. And is this a mechanism that we can consider funding with obviously some parameters around it, but keeping the people in our community, I feel like is really important.
Actually, the people who qualify for the POD program would also be income qualified for legal aid. This is to help people who might not be qualified for legal aid, but who would be unable otherwise to afford representation in court. I want to just caution the council, we shouldn't be debating the specifics of an ordinance yet. We're going to have a public hearing when this comes back. Certainly we could look at income. Certainly we can look as to whether someone's a true resident. If someone, there's already a rent board regulation, I think it's 3304, that if it's found that you are not actually a full-time resident of a unit and you have a home somewhere else, you don't get the protection of rent control. It would be all the sense in the world to have this be parallel, that this is only for true residents of a certain income class who are now protected by nothing, or who are low income but not documented, therefore can't be helped by legal aid. So obviously, because of the cost, we will have to narrow this. It won't apply to everybody, but let's debate that when it comes back.
Great.
For the moment,
I move it.
I will
Second.
I still had the floor, and I was about to move it. So it's moved.
You're
by
the mayor, you can
second.
say
I wouldn't go home. You can say you moved it. I don't care who
If
moves
people
it.
want to go home, they can stop debating items at such length. So we now have a motion by McKeown, a second by Himmelrich, and a request for a voice vote. All in
I have
favor?
a question.
Oh,
The city attorney alluded to how much this would cost, and let's say we carve out people who can get legal aid help and our pro bono help. Do we even have an idea of what we're talking about?
The one estimate that I have received was $1 million annually, and that was coming with a request for space. I think we can get below that, but that was the initial number that I was given as an estimate early on.
Could we conceivably use the money from the settlement we heard about earlier for this specific purpose?
Indeed, I just made that note. The settlement money is intended to support affordable housing. That money is coming in $2 per Airbnb booking. So that is a funding source that we can look at for this. I don't know whether it will be sufficient there or not.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
I can talk to you about the proposal.
Never mind. We'll
Yeah,
do it.
we can. Yeah.
Okay, so anybody who's watching this on replay and wondering why our voices are all sounding like this, it's now 1:47 in the morning. I don't see anybody else in the queue,
You're all
so I'm
feeling
going to
suspicious
call
to
for a
view.
vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that's a unanimous decision, 6-0 by the City Council. For God's sake, let's do something easy, like give money to kids or something.
Okay, so 13G is request of Mayor Davis and Councilmember Hara to allocate $22,000 of discretionary funds to Santa Monica Pony Baseball to enable youth players from low-income households to travel with Santa Monica Pony League to play baseball in Japan in the Japan-U.S. Friendship Series 2020 in Tokyo, Japan. This money will be spent to subsidize players that would otherwise not be able to afford to go on this trip. And you have one request to speak.
And Councilmember Davis or Hara, would you care to say anything extra, or can we go ahead to the public input? Councilmember Hara.
Yes. So they reached out to me about trying to assist them, these players, to go to Tokyo, Japan. I was really touched that most of the players are from the Pico neighborhood. So providing an opportunity for them to be able to have this experience, to me, was really worthwhile. There was one thing that that I discovered while doing this, and that is that Mayor Davis at the time told me that one of the reasons why they created the Pony League is precisely for that, to create an opportunity for our low-income players. So this is one of the reasons why I brought it forward. And there was a question I just thought I would ask. The Pony League does have females, but not at this age category, because most girls play until they are 11 and a half, and then they switch to softball. The team has already done some fundraisers, and they have set up a GoFundMe page, and they are going to do a couple of bingo nights as well, so that they can help themselves to raise more funds.
Thank you very much. Is that a question from you?
No, I just want to
Davis?
briefly add two things. And the first thing I want to add is, please tell us all when the fundraisers are, so we all know when we can go and help fundraise. And two, just to point out that this is a really nice counterpoint. We regularly have given money to girls' soccer teams to go to Japan and represent us there well. So it's wonderful to have the opportunity to have a little gender equity in there, a little sports equity as well, soccer versus Pony League baseball. So.
And at this point, I'll open the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Winter, are you still in the queue, or is that a new
I just
question?
wanted to ask a question. I mean, generally, when we've given away these public funds, we try to identify how they enable one of our strategic goals. And I was hoping the people who put this on the agenda could sharpen my focus and identify the strategic goal we're trying to pursue. Is it equity?
Well, right, I was going to say I think it actually fulfills a couple. One is equity. Actually, three. I was going to say equity and economic opportunity. I think these sorts of experiences create better informed youth who become interested when they travel. They see other countries. It's also just part of engaged and thriving. Part of thriving is seeing the rest of the world.
All right.
So with that, I will now open the public hearing, and despite the extraordinarily late hour, the organization asking for the funds has ponied up a public speaker, John Garcia.
Been waiting all night for that.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. My name is John Garcia, and I am the president of Santa Monica Pony Baseball. We are a nonprofit recreational baseball league that has been serving the community of Santa Monica for the past 67 years at Los Amigos Park. Our league is open to anyone who wants to play baseball, regardless of talent or financial situation. The core values that we emphasize at Santa Monica Pony are based on having fun, creating friendships, sportsmanship, leadership, overcoming obstacles, positive competition, and teamwork. 2 years ago, our league was awarded the opportunity to participate in the 2019 and 2020 Japan-USA Friendship Series. This opportunity to represent the United States was only awarded to 3 U.S. cities. I am extremely proud that Santa Monica was one of those 3 cities. This past summer, we hosted 15 kids from Japan. They learned what American culture and Santa Monica life was all about. They were hosted by 15 local Santa Monica Pony families. It was an awesome experience for both the Japanese and Santa Monica players. For 2020, it is now Santa Monica's turn to visit our counterparts in Japan. The kids will travel and play games in Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto. While in Japan, the kids will be staying with local families in each city. We will be learning about Japanese life, visiting historical sites, eating traditional food, and attending a professional Japanese game or 2. Of course, we will also be playing baseball against our Japanese counterparts in each city. The main objective of this program is to give our kids the opportunity to explore a different part of the world through the game of baseball. The kids will get a chance to learn about a vastly different culture and begin to appreciate the different things that the world has to offer. All of us at Santa Monica Pony would like to thank you for this opportunity and hope that you're able to help us out with this tremendous honor of representing the United States and this beautiful city of Santa Monica this upcoming summer. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing, and we appear to have a question from Councilmember Moreno. Oh, it's a question for the speaker.
Yeah, just one quick
Yes,
question. Are you allowed to lead off in pony baseball?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'll be supporting the motion. I move 13G.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Moreno and seconded by Councilmember Hinovich to play ball. All in favor, say aye.
Don't we have to have
Aye.
a
I was going to say we have
roll
to do
call
a
vote because
Oh,
it's
it's
money?
money.
Money, yeah.
You're right.
Okay, Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrer.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes, and so by roll call vote, that is approved 6-0 unanimously by the City Council, and moves us on to almost the end of the evening.
We have 13H, request of Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and Councilmember McKeon that the council express to the Coastal Commission its concern that the loss of affordable room accommodations in the city has reduced coastal access, and the after-the-fact coastal development permit proposed for the short hotel does not adequately restore the loss of affordable room accommodations, as was anticipated from that development when it was presented. And you have 3 requests to speak.
Now, Council, I'll carry this since Mayor Pro Tem O'Day had to go home. I'm the last remaining council member who reviewed the original proposal made for the Shore Hotel 11 years ago. And I believe Terry, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, was on the Planning Commission at that time, so he also saw that then, saw the original proposal. Now, the Shore was supposed to replace 2 aging substandard motels on Ocean Avenue with affordable accommodations, which is an important consideration in the coastal zone because affordable accommodations lead to equitable coastal access. As the Shore went through the subsequent entitlement process, they didn't inform the city that they hadn't gotten their coastal permit from the Coastal Commission officially approved. They have since characterized that failure as an oversight. And that permit, after the fact, is now before the Coastal Commission this Thursday, which is why we placed this on tonight's agenda. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and I hope that we, as a council, wouldn't want the Coastal Commission to interpret what seems to be silence from the city of Santa Monica to mean that we are actually comfortable with how the Shore as it exists differs from what was originally proposed and presented to us. So as a community where affordable coastal accommodations have become scarcer over time, as we probably all know if we've tried to have relatives come visit us, we hope that our original intent for the on-site replacement of affordable coastal accommodations will at least be taken under consideration on Thursday by the Coastal Commission. So that's why this matter is before us. I'll open the public hearing if there are no questions, and I don't see any in the queue. And our first speaker is Laura Wilson, and let me read some other names of people who will be after her. Anna Evans Goldstein and Carter Rubin. Ms. Wilson.
Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you. So while you're reporting on the shores, I'd like to recommend that you also direct city staff to self-report the conversion of the Embassy Apartments into the hotel done without a coastal development permit. The conversion of the Embassy to a luxury hotel with no affordable accommodations, valet parking, food service was a massive change in the intensity of the land use, and it requires a coastal development permit. The City Council has an ethical and legal responsibility to self-report to the Coastal Commission that the cities and the original property owner of the Embassy Apartments failed to seek a coastal development report prior to the conversion that the city admits the owners had no entitlement to. The conversion was done without any public notice, no variance was sought, no notice to the nearby residents, and no coastal development permit was applied for, and thus none was given, and it was required by law. The conversion was the result of an admittedly illegal agreement entered into by the city to avoid paying legal fees over the right to list the building. Any claim that the hotel conversion was the result of a litigation ordered by the courts is a lie. The parties involved in the planning, all of the parties involved, including the Planning Commission, past attorneys, the City Rent Control Board, and the City Rent Control attorneys, the original owners, all supported lies and intentionally withheld evidence from the court as to the legal operation and occupancy of the Embassy Apartments. All conspired and in a cooperative scheme to convert the Embassy into a hotel, a luxury hotel, for the benefit of hotel taxes to fund pensions. The selective morals and values of some city members and the selective enforcement of Coastal Commission laws and our zoning laws is reprehensible. I urge the four current council members to dig deep, find their morals and their backbone, and take steps necessary for self-reporting and for an independent investigation into this conversion. Your silence is your consent.
Ms. Wilson, thank you. I just remind us all that state law requires that comments on issues be on the agenda. We do have a place on the agenda for public comment that's not related. I didn't discern any connection between that testimony and the question that's before us here, so I will count that as Ms. Wilson's 14-item commentary. And we'll move on to Anna Evans-Goldstein.
Hi, good morning, maybe? No, I'm just kidding. My name is Anna Evans-Goldstein. I'm here representing Unite Here Local 11. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and Mayor McEwen for bringing this discussion around the after-the-fact coastal development permit for the Shore Hotel and the egregious loss of low-cost accommodations within Santa Monica's coastal zone. The Shore Hotel alone removed 35% of Santa Monica's low-cost accommodations in a 25-year period. And the proposal coming before the Coastal Commission on Thursday does not adequately work to restore this loss. The Coastal Commission staff is recommending that the Commission grant the CDP with $9.5 million mitigation fee plus 14 hostel rooms. However, we, along with Senator Ben Allen and coastal advocates such as the Sierra Club, are urging the Commission to deny the Shore Hotel a CDP unless all low-cost accommodations are returned to the coastal zone on site. Thank you for bringing this to the attention of the Council and for working to protect working people's access to the coast.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Carter Rubin, who has apparently demonstrated a regrettable lack of stamina and gone home. So that'll close the public hearing on the matter. And Council, I just want to point out, there was a time when we thought this might involve a written letter, a list generated by staff of what the differences were. Given that the hearing is on Thursday and that it's now after 2 o'clock in the morning, all that'll really take is our vote here to express to the Coastal Commission our concern, as stated, about the lack of affordable room replacement. Others will carry that message for us. So I will move that we express to the Coastal Commission our concern.
Second.
Moved by McKeown, seconded by Winterer. Seeing no further questions or comments, we can do this by roll call vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that's a unanimous vote of the City Council, 6-0. I think we may have been a unanimous vote all night tonight. Congratulations. And that concludes.
We had to break up on that one appointment. We were 3-3.
But we didn't complete it, so. Yeah, yep.
Okay,
We'll
so-
deal with that one next week. That'll count against next week's count.
So
We're
now
done
we'll
with the
go
13
ahead, we'll
items.
do item 14, which is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and you have 4 requests to speak.
And are we allowed to do this the day after the meeting?
Yes.
I guess we are. Okay, so we have 4 speakers. They are Templar Soto. Laura Wilson, you put in for a 14 item, but you've already taken your 14 item time. Denise Barton and Bart Brewer. Templar Soto.
Hi, I live at AO Santa Monica, and everything that can go wrong with public housing is wrong there. They turned a bunch of units by me into Airbnb. I don't know what you guys did earlier, but it's basically a bunch of party roaches who make noise at 2 in the morning. It's like a felony waiting to happen. I've had run-ins with drunk people in the hallways. Also, management, they were in trouble 8 years ago for overcharging on the water meters, aren't calibrated. I've had the Department of Weights and Measures out there. And so they're stealing money again with the water. What else are they doing? Oh, they tried to evict all of the low-income tenants, all of them. It's 1/3. There's about 330 units 10 years ago. And when the other city attorney 10 years ago didn't prosecute them for stealing the money, so they feel like they can just do whatever they want. The rule of law doesn't really apply there at AO Santa Monica. So all this stuff sounds good, but if you guys don't enforce the development contracts and all that, then they're just going to kick everybody out. And this happened before, where units were sold as condos, people are kicked out, and then they've turned them into, like, all the units that used to be low income around me and medium income are now Airbnb, who are get drunk during the week all the time. So I guess that's pretty much covers it. I have 20 seconds. So thanks.
Thank you,
Maybe
Mr.
guys can
Soto.
do something
And we
about it.
cannot take action on this item,
Yeah, that's okay.
but
I
we've been
just thought
expressing
you'd be aware.
concern about things like this all night. So if you have information you think might be helpful to city staff, I would invite you to take a few minutes and share it with city staff to see what might be done. But we can take no action on this tonight.
Yeah, and tell them what the address is of the building.
2200 Colorado Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It used to be
Okay.
the Arboretum.
We know a little bit about that, yes. Denise Barton, you're next.
Good evening. Let's go back to Barbara Collins and Jim Kemper's statement that they can't do anything about the common areas of buildings with affordable housing. Even if management like mine, William Brown, continues using products like Fabuloso, which is making myself other affordable housing and market rate tenants in my building sick. Now let's look at it in a different way, because Fabuloso is and has been put out in such large amounts in a powdered form, it is airborne constantly, as well as it getting onto the tenant's skin, shoes, and clothes, resulting in it being tracked into the affordable housing units, as well as it's coming through the front doors due to it being immediately outside of our doors. But by the action of the housing authority, the city attorney, and the city as a whole, not giving reasonable accommodation, would that show you're committing fraud every time you take affordable housing funds under the auspice of providing affordable, reasonable accommodation for seniors and the disabled? Then, since I was originally placed in my present unit because it was a new building, after my original placement in the moldy with fiberglass coming out of the walls affordable housing at AO Apartments, so you are allowing the Chelsea management, William Brown, to create conditions that cause injury and illness getting to the affordable housing units. And might it look like, since I have more than one example, that you are allowing your affordable housing tenants to be harmed due to the unhealthy and unsafe conditions of the buildings the city's affordable housing is in? Or are you just trying to harm me? Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Bart Brewer, your chance to bring it home.
Thank you, council members. I started living in Santa Monica as an adult when I got out of graduate school, before rent control and SMR were even created. I started as a renter in Ocean Park. I now own in Sunset Park. And my request is please put the proposed relocation of the Colorado Yard to the area next to the fire station on your agenda by no later than the January 2020 meeting. With that being said, I also want to express, and it's been reinforced tonight, you guys have a hard job. It's a thankless job. It's long hours. You don't get paid a lot of money compared to a lot of the city employees. You don't get paid a lot. You guys have been very patient and gracious to listen to everybody. And so I wanted to express my gratitude for that. And for what it's worth, I give my blessing to each of you and also Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. Thank you.
Mr. Brewer, thank you for the blessing. And also, let me just check with you. A letter was sent out by the city manager, the city manager and the director of public works a few days ago, to addresses which I think would include yours between 23rd and 25th south of Ocean Park Boulevard. Did you receive that letter?
We got that letter. We got that letter.
Because that's the latest
I don't.
clarification.
By the way, I don't speak for. I'm just speaking on my own, but I suspect a lot of people would back up what I said. So we're aware of that letter, and we would like to just see that formally on the city council agenda item.
Okay, again, we can take no action on things.
No, I understand. I know you can't do it tonight. I'm just. That's
I just want to make.
request.
Sometimes we put a stamp on a letter, we send it out, and people didn't get it. You did get it. That's
Yes.
good. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, council, it is 2:09 a.m. And because we love doing this so much, we'll be back in only 6 days with our next city council meeting. It'll be a special meeting on Tuesday, December 17th. And some of the subjects we talked about tonight will be back because on that agenda is the PICO well-being outcome. So if anybody has other inputs on that subject, please tell them to come next week. And until then, thank you for your patience. And what's left of us is adjourned.
Congratulations, Mayor. You beat former Mayor Davis's first meeting record by 40 minutes. You were 40 minutes earlier.
You still ran along.
And I'm, believe me, going to be talking in agenda prep meetings about our